Chapter 1: The Golden Ticket. The rain in New York didn't feel like a cleansing shower. It felt like a punishment. It was a cold, relentless drizzle that seeped through the thin fabric of my coat and turned the city's grit into a gray, slippery slush. I stood under the leaking awning of my apartment building, staring at the small, rectangular piece of cardstock in my hand. It was beautiful, ridiculously beautiful. It was thick, cream-colored paper with gold-embossed edges that caught the flickering light of the street lamp. It looked like it belonged in a museum, or perhaps tucked into the pocket of a man who didn't know the price of a gallon of milk. The name on the envelope was Liana Carter, not Lena. A simple typo, a one-letter mistake by a bored mailman. But as I looked at the eviction notice peeking out from the pile of junk mail in my other hand, that one-letter mistake felt like a sign from the universe. Liana Carter was an art consultant with a penthouse 3 blocks over. I was Lena Carter, a freelance graphic designer with $42 in my checking account and a landlord who didn't believe in second chances. The invitation was for the Blackwood Annual Gala, an event so exclusive that the paparazzi weren't even allowed on the same block. It was a gathering of the 1% of the 1%. I shouldn't do it. It was identity theft. It was fraud. It was a one-way ticket to a jail cell. But then I looked at the rain and the dark hallway of my building and the cold reality of my life. And I realized I had nothing left to lose. The taxi ride to the Plaza Hotel cost me the last of my cash. I stepped out onto the red carpet, and for a moment the world went silent. The air was different here. It didn't smell like exhaust and wet pavement. It smelled like expensive lilies, aged scotch, and the kind of perfume that cost more than my monthly rent. I smoothed down the fabric of my dress. It was a thrift store find, a deep emerald silk that I'd spent 3 hours steaming and pinning until it looked like high fashion. I hoped the pins held. I walked toward the massive gold-leafed doors, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My heels clicked on the marble floor, a sharp, confident sound that masked the fact that my knees were literally shaking. A man stood at the entrance. He was built like a stone wall, dressed in a tuxedo that probably cost more than my car. He didn't smile, he didn't even blink, he just held out a gloved hand. "Invitation, please." I reached into my small clutch. My fingers were cold. I handed him the cream-colored card, my breath catching in my throat. I waited for him to see the name. I waited for him to look at my face and realize I wasn't an art consultant. I waited for the hand on my arm and the cold walk to the exit. He scanned the card. He looked at the list on his tablet. "Ms. Carter," he said, his voice a low drone. "Welcome. The ballroom is straight ahead." He stepped aside. I didn't move for a heartbeat. I couldn't. The air rushed back into my lungs so fast it made my head spin. I nodded, a small, tight movement, and walked past him. I was in. The ballroom was a cathedral of excess. Crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceilings like frozen explosions of light. A private orchestra played something low and haunting in the corner. Men in bespoke suits stood in small circles, speaking in the quiet, hushed tones of people who decided the fate of the world before breakfast. I felt like an imposter, a sparrow in a room full of hawks. I made a beeline for the bar. I needed a drink. I needed something to steady my hands before someone noticed the way they were trembling. "Champagne, please," I whispered to the bartender. He handed me a crystal flute. The bubbles hissed against the glass. I took a long, ungraceful gulp, letting the cold liquid burn a trail down my throat. That was when I felt it. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a movement. It was a weight, a heavy, suffocating pressure on the back of my neck. I knew, without turning around, that someone was watching me. I tried to ignore it. I tried to focus on the paintings lining the walls, on the way the light caught the diamonds on the woman standing to my left. But the feeling only grew stronger. It was a predatory heat, a gaze so intense it felt like a physical touch. Slowly, very slowly, I turned my head. He was standing on the mezzanine balcony, looking down at the crowd. Adrian Blackwood. I had seen his face in magazines. I had seen him on the news, but the grainy images didn't do him justice. They didn't capture the sheer, overwhelming power he radiated. He was tall, with shoulders that seemed too broad for the dark tuxedo he wore. His hair was jet black, swept back from a face that looked like it had been carved out of granite. But it was his eyes that stopped my breath. They were a piercing, icy blue, and they were fixed directly on me. He wasn't looking at my dress. He wasn't looking at my hair. He was looking at me. As if he were peeling back the layers of my skin, reading the secrets written on my bones. He knew I didn't belong here. He knew I was a fraud. My heart skipped a beat, then began to race with a terrifying, electric speed. I should have looked away. I should have turned and run for the doors. But I couldn't. I was trapped in his orbit, a tiny moon caught in the pull of a dark, massive planet. He didn't smile. His expression was a mask of cold, calculated control. He raised a glass of dark amber liquid toward me, a silent, mocking toast. And then he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the upper floor. I stood there, frozen, the champagne flute trembling in my hand. The air in the room suddenly felt too thin to breathe. The game had begun. And I had the sinking feeling that Adrian Blackwood didn't play to lose. I tried to blend in. I really did. For the next hour, I wandered the perimeter of the room, pretending to study the art. I overheard snippets of conversations about offshore accounts, hostile takeovers, and summer homes in the Hamptons. It was a foreign language. The brushwork is exquisite, don't you think? I jumped, nearly dropping my glass. A man had appeared beside me. He was older, with thinning hair and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His suit was expensive, but he wore it with an air of desperation. "Yes," I managed to say, my voice steady. "Very evocative." "I don't believe we've met. I'm Julian Vane. Vane Logistics." He held out a hand. I hesitated, then took it. His grip was damp. "Liana," I lied, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. "Liana Carter." "Ah, the consultant. I've heard great things about your eye for talent. I was hoping to pick your brain about a piece I'm considering for my study." He leaned in closer, his breath smelling of expensive cigars and desperation. I felt a wave of nausea. This was the world I had forced my way into, a world of masks and hidden agendas. "Actually," I said, backing away, "I was just about to find the powder room, if you'll excuse me." I didn't wait for his answer. I turned and walked quickly, my heart pounding. I needed to leave. The thrill was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp dread. I had seen the billionaire. I had survived the entrance. Now I just needed to get out before the lie collapsed. I headed for the hallway that led to the restrooms, hoping to find a side exit. The hallway was quieter, the music from the ballroom muffled by the thick velvet curtains. I walked faster, my heels muffled by the plush carpet. I turned a corner, and then I slammed into something hard. It was like hitting a brick wall wrapped in silk. Strong hands gripped my shoulders, steadying me. I looked up, an apology on my lips, but the words died in my throat. It was him. Adrian Blackwood stood over me, his height looming, his presence filling the narrow hallway until there was no room left for me to breathe. Up close, he was even more terrifying. His skin was flawless, his features sharp and dangerous, and his eyes. They were even colder than they had looked from the balcony. "Going somewhere, Miss Carter." His voice was a low, rich baritone. It was smooth as silk, but underneath it lay the jagged edge of a blade. I froze. My hands went to his chest instinctively to push away, but my fingers only met the firm, unyielding muscle beneath his shirt. The heat of him radiated through the fabric, scorching my skin. I was just leaving," I stammered. He didn't let go of my shoulders. His grip wasn't painful, but it was absolute. "The party is just starting," he said, his gaze dropping to my lips for a fraction of a second before returning to my eyes. And I was under the impression that Liana Carter was a woman of more advanced years. My heart stopped. "I don't know what you mean," I whispered, though my voice betrayed me. Adrian leaned down, his face inches from mine. I could smell him, sandalwood, rain, and power. "I think you do," he murmured. "I think you're a very beautiful, very bold little thief, and I find myself wondering what exactly you're planning to steal tonight." I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was caught. And as he looked at me with those cold, calculating eyes, I realized the nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 2: The Price of Truth. The silence in the hallway was heavier than the noise of the party. It pressed against my eardrums, thick and suffocating. Adrian Blackwood didn't move. He didn't blink. He just stood there, his hand still firm on my shoulder, pinning me to the spot as if I were a specimen under a microscope. I could feel the heat radiating from his body, a sharp contrast to the icy chill in his eyes. My mind was racing, tripping over 1,000 different lies, but none of them felt strong enough to survive the weight of his gaze. "I asked you a question," he said, his voice dropping an octave. It wasn't a shout. It was worse. It was a command. What is a girl with thrift store pins in her dress doing at a gala where the floor she's standing on costs more than her life? I felt a flush of heat crawl up my neck. The pins, he'd seen the pins. I thought I'd hidden them perfectly under the fold of the emerald silk, but he had noticed. Of course he had. He was a man who lived in the details. "I'm Liana Carter," I whispered, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to keep it steady. "I'm here for the art. I'm an invited guest." Adrian's lips didn't curve into a smile, but something shifted in his expression. A flicker of dark amusement. He stepped closer, forcing me to lean back against the cold, velvet-flocked wallpaper. He was so close now that I could see the flecks of silver in his blue eyes. "Liana Carter is currently in Zurich, attending a private auction," he said softly. "I know this because I spoke to her 3 hours ago. She was complaining about the altitude and the quality of the gin." My heart didn't just skip a beat, it stopped. The air left my lungs in a quiet wheeze. The lie was dead. It lay between us, cold and useless. "So," Adrian continued, his voice sliding over me like a shadow, "let's try this again. Who are you? And why are you using a stolen invitation to infiltrate my home?" "It wasn't stolen," I snapped, the sudden spark of defensiveness surprise even me. "It was misdelivered. The mailman put it in my box. I have the same last name. It was a mistake." "A mistake," he repeated, the word sounding mocking in his mouth. "And yet you're here. You put on a dress, you did your hair, and you walked past my security. That doesn't sound like a mistake, little thief. That sounds like a choice." He moved his hand from my shoulder. For a second, I thought he was letting me go. But then his fingers brushed against the side of my neck, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw. The contact was electric. It sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror, and something else, something far more dangerous, straight down my spine. I'm not a thief, I breathed, my eyes locked on his. I haven't taken anything. You've taken my time, he murmured. And in my world, that is the most expensive thing you can steal. He leaned in, his breath warm against my ear. Do you know what I do with people who waste my time? I hand them over to the men at the front door. They aren't as patient as I am. They don't care about the color of your eyes or the way your heart is currently trying to beat its way out of your chest. I closed my eyes, a shudder rippling through me. I could see it, the flashing lights of a police car, the cold metal of handcuffs, the shame of my face on a mugshot. My life was already falling apart. This would be the final blow. Please, I whispered. I'll leave right now. You'll never see me again. I just wanted to see it, just for one night. See what? This, I said, gesturing vaguely toward the muffled music and the light. The beauty, the ease of it. I wanted to know what it felt like to be someone who didn't have to count every penny just to buy a loaf of bread. I just wanted to breathe for a minute. I opened my eyes, expecting to see disgust, or perhaps boredom. Instead, I saw a strange, piercing stillness. Adrian was studying me, his thumb still resting against my jaw. He wasn't looking at me like a criminal anymore. He was looking at me like a puzzle he hadn't quite solved. A girl who wants to breathe, he mused. He stayed like that for a long time, his presence heavy and overwhelming. I didn't dare move. I was a bird in the shadow of a hawk, waiting to see if he would strike or let me fly. Finally, he stepped back. The sudden absence of his heat made me shiver. Come with me, he said. What? No, I'm leaving. He didn't wait for me to finish. He turned on his heel and began walking down the hallway, away from the ballroom. He didn't look back to see if I was following. He knew I would. The sheer gravity of his command left me no other choice. I followed him deeper into the mansion. We passed rooms filled with shadows and the scent of old books and beeswax. The noise of the gala faded until it was nothing but a low, rhythmic thrum in the distance. He stopped in front of a pair of heavy oak doors. He pushed them open, revealing a private library that looked like something out of a dream. Floor-to-ceiling shelves were packed with leather-bound volumes. A fire crackled in a marble fireplace, casting dancing orange light over the dark wood. Adrian walked to a sideboard and poured 2 fingers of dark liquid into a glass. Sit, he commanded, gesturing to a leather armchair. I sat. I felt small in the massive chair, the emerald silk of my dress rustling as I tried to get comfortable. My heart was still racing, but the sharp edge of panic was beginning to dull into a strange, heightened alertness. Adrian didn't sit. He stood by the fire, the light highlighting the sharp planes of his face. He looked like a king in his counting house, cold and untouchable. What is your name? He asked. Your real name. Lena, I said. Lena Carter. Lena, he repeated. He said it slowly, as if he were testing the weight of the name. Tell me, Lena, what is a girl like you willing to do to keep her breath of the high life? I frowned, my brows knitting together. I told you I'm leaving. I don't want anything from you. Everyone wants something, he said, taking a sip of his drink. And everyone has a price. You walked into a lion's den tonight because you were hungry. You wanted a taste of a world that wasn't meant for you. That kind of ambition, it's rare and it's dangerous. He walked toward me, his steps silent on the Persian rug. He stopped just a few feet away, looking down at me. I have a problem, Lena. A minor one, but an irritation nonetheless. I am surrounded by people who tell me exactly what I want to hear. People who are so practiced in their lies that they've forgotten what the truth feels like. He leaned down, resting his hands on the arms of my chair, trapping me between him and the leather. And here you are. A girl who is so bad at lying that I can see the truth written in the pulse of her throat. A girl who is desperate enough to risk everything for a single night of luxury. What are you saying? I whispered. I'm saying that I might have a use for a girl like you, someone who doesn't belong, someone I can watch without the world watching back. The air in the room felt charged, like the moments before a lightning strike. His gaze was intense, hungry in a way that had nothing to do with food and everything to do with power. I'm going to make you a deal, Lena, he said, his voice a low, seductive purr. I won't call the police. I won't have you thrown out into the rain. In fact, I'll let you stay. I'll let you see exactly what this world is like. And the catch? I asked, my voice barely audible. Adrian leaned in closer, his lips almost touching mine. The catch is that you belong to me for the rest of the night. You stay by my side. You play the part I give you, and in return, I might just decide not to ruin your life. My breath hitched. It was a deal with the devil, I knew it. I could feel the heat of the flames licking at my heels. He was a ruthless man, a man who broke things for fun. But as I looked into those icy blue eyes, I realized that I didn't want to go back to the rain. I didn't want to go back to the eviction notice and the empty bank account. I wanted to see where this path led, even if it led to my destruction. Okay, I whispered. Adrian's eyes darkened. A slow, predatory smile finally touched his lips, the first one I'd seen. It wasn't kind. It was the smile of a man who had just won a game he hadn't even started playing. Good girl, he murmured. He stood up and held out his hand. Now, Lena Carter, let's go back to the party. We have an audience waiting. I looked at his hand, large, powerful, and steady. I knew that if I took it, there was no turning back. I would be stepping out of my world and into his. A world of ruthlessness, of deals, and of a man who didn't know the meaning of the word no. I reached out and placed my hand in his. His fingers closed around mine, firm and possessive. The deal was made. Chapter 3, The Lioness Shad. His hand was a vice, warm, steady, and terrifyingly possessive. As we stepped out of the quiet, mahogany-scented library and back into the grand hallway, the distant hum of the gala began to swell. It felt like walking toward a storm. I could feel the vibrations of the cello strings through the floorboards, matching the frantic rhythm of my own heart. Deep breaths, Lena, Adrian murmured, his voice barely audible over the growing noise. He didn't look at me. He kept his chin high, his profile as sharp and unforgiving as a mountain ridge. If you look like a victim, they will treat you like one. Shoulders back, chin up, you are with me. That is all they need to know. I tried to obey. I pulled my shoulders back, feeling the pins in my thrift store dress prick against my skin, a sharp reminder of the lie I was living. Why are you doing this? I whispered as we reached the double doors of the ballroom. You could have just let me go, or turned me in. Why play this game? Adrian stopped just before we entered the light. He turned to me, his blue eyes darkened by the shadows of the corridor. He reached out with his free hand and tucked a stray lock of hair behind my ear. His touch was slow, deliberate. It made my breath hitch in my throat. Because, Lena, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous silk, I find that I am bored, and a girl who risks everything for a glimpse of the sun is much more interesting than the people waiting for me in that room. Now, smile. It's time to perform. He didn't wait for a response. He led me through the doors. The transition was jarring. The light from the chandeliers hit me like a physical blow, blinding and brilliant. The music swelled, a sophisticated waltz that seemed to mock the chaos in my chest. The moment we stepped into the room, the atmosphere changed. It was subtle at first, a slight shift in the direction of heads, a momentary lull in a conversation nearby, and then it was a wave. Adrian Blackwood didn't just walk into a room, he commanded it. And the fact that he was holding the hand of a woman no one recognized was like a grenade thrown into a glass house. "Don't look at them," Adrian commanded softly, his grip tightening just a fraction. "Look at the far wall. Walk as if you own the air you're breathing." I tried. I focused on a large, abstract painting across the room, a swirl of gold and crimson. I felt the weight of 100 gazes. I heard the whispers like the rustle of dry leaves. "Who is she? Is that the Carter girl? No, she's too young. Look at that dress. It's not Dior. Did you see the way he's holding her?" I felt like I was walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers. Every step felt heavy, my legs leaden. But Adrian moved with a grace that was almost predatory. He navigated the crowd without effort, the sea of silk and wool parting before him as if he were an ancient king. "Adrian, there you are." A man intercepted us. He was middle-aged, with a face that looked like it had been stretched too tight by a plastic surgeon and eyes that held the cold calculation of a shark. Behind him stood a woman in a gown of shimmering silver, her expression one of polite, icy disdain. "Sela's," Adrian said, his voice turning into a flat, professional mask. "I assumed you'd be at the bar, inflating your ego." The man, Sela's, laughed, though it didn't reach his eyes. His gaze immediately dropped to our joined hands, then traveled up my body, lingering far too long on my neckline. "And I assumed you were attending this evening alone," Sela's countered. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure." Adrian's arm moved, sliding from my hand to my waist. He pulled me flush against his side. The heat of his body was overwhelming, a solid wall of muscle that seemed to shield me from the man's oily gaze. "This is Lena," Adrian said. He didn't offer a last name. He didn't offer an explanation. The way he said my name, short, sharp, and final, made it clear that I was his, and that Sela's was not entitled to anything more. "Lena," Sela's purred, reaching out to take my hand. "A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. Where has Adrian been hiding you?" I felt a surge of panic. I didn't know the script. I didn't know what to say. I looked up at Adrian, my eyes wide. Adrian didn't miss a beat. "In places you'll never be invited, Sela's. Now, if you'll excuse us, Lena was promising me a dance." He didn't wait for Sela's to respond. He pivoted, sweeping me away toward the center of the ballroom where couples were spinning in a blur of color. "I can't dance," I hissed, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Adrian, I really can't dance." "You don't have to dance," he murmured, pulling me into the circle of dancers. "You just have to follow my lead. Do you trust me, Lena?" I looked up at him. The crystal light reflected in his eyes, making them look like shards of ice. Trust him. He was a man who had caught me in a lie and was now using me as a pawn in some corporate power play. He was a man who could ruin me with a single phone call. "No," I whispered. "Good," he said, his lips twitching in the ghost of a smirk. "That makes this much more honest." He placed his hand on the small of my back and took my hand in his. He began to move. It wasn't a complex dance, just a slow, rhythmic sway that forced me to stay close to him. The world around us began to blur. The music, the whispers, the judgmental stares. They all faded into the background. There was only the scent of his cologne, the weight of his hand on my back, and the rhythmic thrum of the orchestra. For a moment, I forgot that I was a fraud. I forgot that my bank account was empty and that my landlord was waiting to change the locks. I was just a girl in a green dress held by a man who felt like a fortress. "You're doing well," he said, his voice low and intimate. Better than the real Liana Carter. She always insists on leading. Why did you tell that man I was with you? I asked, looking at the knot of his silk tie. You're making people think things. Let them think, Adrian replied. In this world, perception is the only thing that matters. Silas thinks I've found something he can't have. It makes him nervous. It makes him sloppy, and I like it when my enemies are sloppy. I pulled back slightly, looking into his face. So I'm just a weapon, a tool for you to use against your rivals. Adrian's gaze softened just a fraction. He slowed his movements, bringing us to a near standstill in the middle of the crowded floor. People swirled around us, but it felt like we were standing in the eye of a hurricane. Everything in this life is a tool, Lena, he said softly. The clothes we wear, the cars we drive, the people we stand next to. The difference is that I'm being honest about it. You wanted to breathe, remember. This is what the air tastes like up here. It's thin, it's cold, and it's full of predators. I felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. It sounds lonely. Adrian didn't answer. He just stared at me, his expression unreadable. For a second, I thought I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, a shadow of the loneliness I'd just described. But then the mask snapped back into place. The gala is winding down, he said, his voice returning to its usual commanding tone. The vultures are starting to circle for the after parties. I think it's time we made our exit. Exit? I asked. But the deal, you said for the rest of the night. The night isn't over, he said. He didn't lead me back toward the main entrance. Instead, he steered me toward a set of elevators tucked away in a private alcove behind the bar. He pressed a button, and the doors slid open with a soft, expensive chime. The elevator was lined with mirrored gold panels. As we stepped inside, I saw our reflection. He looked like a king. I looked like a girl who had wandered into the wrong story. Adrian pressed the button for the penthouse. The doors closed, sealing us in a sudden, heavy silence. The vibration of the elevator rising was the only sound. The space felt too small. The air felt too thick. Adrian stood with his back to the doors, watching me in the mirrors. I could feel his gaze on my back, on my neck, on the curve of my waist. Adrian, I said, my voice shaking. Yes, Lena. Where are we going? To a place where we don't have to perform, he said. He turned around, taking a step toward me. The elevator was fast, but the moment felt like it was stretching into infinity. He reached out, his hand hovering just inches from my waist. The deal was that you belong to me for the night, he whispered. We've finished the public portion. Now we begin the private one. The elevator chimed. The doors began to slide open. My heart hammered against my ribs, a warning and an invitation all at once. I should walk away. I should run out those doors and never look back. But as Adrian stepped out into the darkened penthouse and waited for me to follow, I knew I was already gone. Chapter 4: The Glass Cape. The elevator doors slid open with a whisper, revealing a space that didn't feel like a home. It felt like a statement. The penthouse was a cathedral of glass and shadow. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped around the entire floor, offering a jagged, glittering view of the Manhattan skyline that looked almost fake, like a backdrop in a high-budget movie. There were no warm colors here, no family photos, no clutter. It was all polished stone, dark wood, and the kind of silence that made you want to whisper. I stepped out onto the marble floor, my heels sounding like gunshots in the quiet room. Adrian walked past me without a word. He shed his tuxedo jacket, tossing it carelessly onto a long, charcoal gray sofa that looked more like a sculpture than a place to sit. He moved to a bar tucked into the corner, the amber liquid in the decanters catching the light from the city below. "Drink?" he asked, his back to me. "No, thank you." My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vastness of the room. I stayed near the elevator, my hands clutching my cheap clutch as if it were a shield. I felt exposed here. In the ballroom, surrounded by hundreds of people, it had been easy to pretend. But here, in the dark, with the city lights pressing against the glass, there was nowhere to hide. Adrian poured himself a drink, something dark and smelling of peat. He turned around, leaning back against the bar, watching me with that same unsettling, predatory intensity. "You're vibrating," he noted. It wasn't a sympathetic observation. It was a fact. "I'm not used to being in places like this," I said, gesturing vaguely at the million-dollar view. "Places like this are just boxes, Lena. Bigger boxes, better views, but boxes nonetheless." He took a slow sip of his drink, his eyes never leaving mine. "Come here." I hesitated. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to hit the down button on the elevator and run until my feet bled. But I remembered the deal. I remembered the eviction notice. I remembered the way his hand had felt on my waist. I walked toward him, my steps slow and deliberate. I stopped a few feet away, close enough to see the way the moonlight hit the sharp line of his jaw. "Why me, Adrian?" I asked. "You could have any woman in that room downstairs. Women who know the rules. Women who wouldn't have to lie about their names. Why are you wasting your night on a girl you caught trying to sneak into your party?" Adrian set his glass down on the counter behind him. He stepped into my space, his presence closing in like a trap. "Because they are predictable," he said, his voice a low, gravelly hum. "I know exactly what they want. I know exactly what they'll say. But you—" He reached out, his fingers brushing the strap of my dress. "You are an anomaly. You're a disaster in a green dress, and yet you stood your ground against Sela's vein without blinking. I find myself wondering what else you're capable of." "I'm capable of leaving," I whispered, though my feet felt rooted to the floor. "Are you?" He moved closer, his chest almost brushing mine. I could smell the scotch on his breath, mixed with that dark, expensive scent that was uniquely his. He reached out, his hand sliding into my hair, his fingers tangling in the curls at the nape of my neck. He tilted my head back, forcing me to look up at him. "The deal was for the night, Lena, and the night has barely begun." "I don't even know what you want from me," I breathed. My heart was thumping so hard I was sure he could feel it through my ribs. "I want the truth," he murmured. "I want to see the girl behind the mask. The one who was so desperate she walked into a den of lions just to see the gold on the walls." He leaned down, his face inches from mine. I could feel the heat radiating from him. It was overwhelming. It was terrifying. "Tell me about the eviction notice," he said. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. How? How did you know about that?" "I told you, Lena. I live in the details. When you were looking for your invitation in the hallway, a piece of paper fell out of your bag. I saw the red ink. I saw the word final notice." I felt a wave of hot shame wash over me. I wanted the floor to open up and swallow me whole. I had come here to feel powerful, to feel like I belonged, and all the while, the evidence of my failure had been trailing behind me like a shadow. "It's none of your business," I snapped, trying to pull away. His grip on my hair tightened, not enough to hurt, but enough to let me know he wasn't letting go. "Everything in this room is my business," he said. "How much?" "What?" "How much to make it go away? How much do you owe?" "I don't want your money, Adrian. That wasn't the deal." "Then what was the deal? You wanted to breathe. Fine, breathe. But don't lie to me about why you're drowning." I looked at him, my eyes stinging with frustrated tears. I'm not drowning. I'm just between things. It's been a bad year, a bad 2 years. I just needed one night where I didn't have to be the girl who was failing at everything. You're not failing, he said, his voice surprisingly soft. You're surviving, there's a difference. He let go of my hair, his hand sliding down to cup my cheek. His thumb traced the line of my lower lip, a slow, distracting movement that made it hard to think. I've spent my whole life surrounded by people who were born with everything, Adrian said. They are soft, they are weak, but you have an edge. I like edges. He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear. A shiver raced through me, violent and hot. Stay, he whispered. Stay the night, no more lies, no more games, just you and me. And tomorrow, the eviction notice, the debt, the struggle, it all goes away. I told you I don't want your money, I said, my voice shaking. It's not a gift, Lena, it's a trade. You give me your honesty, and I give you a clean slate. Is that a deal you can live with? I looked into his eyes, those cold, beautiful, ruthless eyes. I knew what he was asking. It wasn't just about the money, it was about surrender. He wanted to own the moment. He wanted to see me break, and the worst part was, part of me wanted to let him. I looked out at the city, at the millions of people down there struggling, fighting, and hoping. I looked back at the man who held the world in his hands. One night, I whispered. One night, he agreed. He didn't wait for another word. He leaned down and captured my lips with his. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It was a claim. It was hard, demanding, and full of a dark, suppressed hunger that took my breath away. He tasted of scotch and power, and as I reached up to wrap my arms around his neck, I felt the last of my resistance crumble. The pins in my dress finally gave way, the emerald silk slipping down my shoulders as he pulled me closer. The city was still out there, bright, cold, and indifferent. But inside the glass box, the world had narrowed down to the heat of his skin and the ruthlessness of his touch. I knew, even as he lifted me into his arms and carried me toward the darkened bedroom, that I was making a mistake. A beautiful, reckless, life-altering mistake. But for the first time in my life, I didn't care about the consequences. I just wanted to breathe. Chapter 5: The Cold Light of Morning. The first thing I felt was the silence. It wasn't the hollow, ringing silence of my cramped studio apartment, where you could hear the distant rumble of the subway or the muffled shouting of the neighbors through the paper-thin walls. This was a heavy, expensive silence. It felt thick, like the air was weighted with the cost of everything in the room. I kept my eyes closed for a long, agonizing minute. I didn't want to wake up. As long as I kept my eyes shut, I could pretend I was still in the dream. I could still feel the phantom heat of Adrian's touch on my skin, the way his voice had sounded when it broke into a low, jagged whisper in the dark. But the sun was relentless. A single, sharp beam of light pierced through a gap in the automated blackout curtains, stabbing at my eyelids. I shifted, and the movement sent a ripple through the sheets. Silk. They were silk. Cool, slippery, and incredibly soft. They felt like a sin against my skin. I opened my eyes slowly. The bedroom was even more intimidating in the daylight. It was a cavern of gray and slate, minimalist and cold. There were no clothes scattered on the floor, no signs of the chaos that had unfolded just hours before. Everything had been restored to a state of clinical perfection, except for me. I was tucked under the heavy duvet, my hair a wild, tangled mess against the charcoal pillowcase. I looked around, my heart beginning to pick up a frantic, uneven beat. The other side of the bed was empty. The sheets were pulled tight, the pillow unruffled. If it weren't for the lingering scent of sandalwood and expensive scotch, I would have thought I'd imagined the whole night. but my body remembered. There was a dull ache in my limbs and a heat behind my ribs that wouldn't go away. "Adrian," I whispered. My voice was thin and raspy. It was swallowed by the room. There was no answer. I sat up, clutching the silk sheet to my chest. The movement made my head swim. On the bedside table sat a glass of water and a small white envelope. My stomach did a slow, sickening flip. The deal, the clean slate he had promised. I reached out, my fingers trembling so hard I almost knocked the glass over. I picked up the envelope. It was heavy, the same high-quality cardstock as the invitation that had started this disaster. I didn't open it. I couldn't. If I opened it and found a check inside, it would make everything real. It would turn the night into a transaction. I would be exactly what he thought I was, a girl with a price. A beautiful, bold little thief who had traded her dignity for an eviction notice. I looked at the envelope for a long time, the white paper blurring as my eyes filled with tears. I am not this person, I thought. I am not the girl who sells herself to the highest bidder. But then I thought about my bank account. I thought about the boxes I would have to pack by Monday. I thought about the crushing weight of being between things for so long that I'd forgotten what it felt like to stand on solid ground. Adrian hadn't just offered me money. He had offered me air. I set the envelope back down, unopened. I slid out of the bed, my feet hitting the cold marble floor. I felt small and fragile in the vastness of the suite. I found my dress, the emerald silk that had looked so vibrant under the chandeliers, piled on a chair. In the harsh morning light, it looked exactly like what it was. A cheap, pinned-together imitation of something grand. One of the pins had bent. The hem was frayed. I dressed quickly, my fingers fumbling with the fabric. I didn't bother with my heels, I carried them in my hand. I caught a glimpse of myself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. I looked haunted. My makeup was smudged, and there was a bruise-like shadow at the base of my throat where he had pressed a kiss a little too hard. I looked like a girl who had survived a storm. I moved through the penthouse toward the elevator. The living room was quiet, the city outside now awake and churning with the energy of 1,000,000 people who actually had places to be. The skyline that had looked like a fairy tale last night now looked like a cage. I reached the elevator and pressed the button. As I waited, I looked back at the bar, at the library door, at the place where he had stood, and told me he liked edges. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of loss. It was ridiculous. I had known him for less than 12 hours. He was a ruthless billionaire who viewed people as assets or liabilities. He didn't have a heart, he had a ledger. And yet, for a few hours in the dark, he had looked at me as if I were the only thing in the world that mattered. The elevator chimed. The doors slid open. Going somewhere. I jumped, a small cry escaping my lips. Adrian was standing in the kitchen alcove, a cup of black coffee in his hand. He wasn't in a tuxedo anymore. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt and dark trousers. It should have made him look more human, more approachable. It didn't. He looked even more dangerous. Without the formal armor of the suit, the sheer physicality of him was undeniable. He looked like a predator who had just finished a meal. I was leaving, I said, my voice shaking. He didn't move. He just watched me over the rim of his cup, his blue eyes as cold and unreadable as the Atlantic. The sun isn't even fully up, Lena. You're in a hurry. The deal is done, Adrian. The night is over. He set the coffee cup down on the counter with a soft clack. He walked toward me, his movements slow and effortless. I wanted to step into the elevator and hit the close button, but I was frozen. He stopped a few feet away. He didn't try to touch me. He didn't have to. His presence was enough to pin me to the wall. You didn't open the envelope, he noted. I don't want it. He tilted his head, a lock of dark hair falling over his forehead. You're lying. You want it more than anything. You need it. There's a difference between wanting something and being willing to pay the price for it, I snapped. I had my breath of air, Adrian. It was. It was exactly what I thought it would be. But I'm going back to my world now. Your world is a sinking ship, Lena. At least it's my ship. I'm not a tool. I'm not a weapon for you to use against your rivals, and I'm not a hobby for when you're bored with your heiresses. A muscle jumped in his jaw. For a second, I thought I'd pushed him too far. I thought the ruthless side of the deal was about to show its teeth. But then he stepped back. You're stubborn, he said, his voice dropping to that low, dangerous hum. I told you I liked edges, but be careful, Lena. If you keep sharpening those edges, eventually you're going to bleed. I'm already bleeding, I whispered. I stepped into the elevator. I didn't look at him as the doors began to close. I kept my eyes fixed on the gold-paneled floor. Goodbye, Adrian, I said. Just before the doors sealed, I saw him reach into his pocket and pull out a phone. He didn't say goodbye. He didn't even look like he cared that I was leaving. He was already moving on to the next deal, the next takeover, the next victim. The elevator descended, the numbers on the display ticking down like a countdown to my old life. When I stepped out into the lobby, the doorman gave me a knowing look. It was a look I'd seen 1,000 times in movies, but experiencing it was different. It felt like a brand. I walked out into the cool morning air. The rain had stopped, leaving the city smelling of wet pavement and exhaust. I started walking, my bare feet stinging against the concrete as I carried my heels. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the clean slate. I had an apartment I was about to lose, a career that was going nowhere, and a heart that felt like it had been shredded by a man who didn't even know how to love. I walked 10 blocks before I finally sat down on a park bench and cried. I cried for the girl who had been brave enough to wear a green dress to a gala. I cried for the girl who had been foolish enough to think she could handle a man like Adrian Blackwood. And mostly, I cried because I knew deep down in my bones that I would never be the same again. 3 days later, I was sitting in my apartment, surrounded by cardboard boxes. The eviction was final. The landlord had been surprisingly polite about it, but he had been firm. I had until the end of the week. I was staring at my laptop, trying to find a freelance gig anything that would pay enough for a security deposit on a studio in Jersey when my phone buzzed. It was an email. I clicked it, expecting another "thank you for your interest, but we've decided to move in a different direction" message. Instead, the subject line read, "Offer of employment, Blackwood Industries." My heart stopped. I opened the email. It was formal. It was cold. It was signed by a human resources director I had never heard of. Dear Ms. Carter, following a review of your portfolio and a recommendation from the CEO's office, we are pleased to offer you the position of Junior Creative Director. The salary was more than I had earned in the last 3 years combined. I stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in my wide eyes. Adrian, he hadn't given me the check. He hadn't let me walk away. He had done something much, much worse. He had given me a reason to come back. He had turned my sinking ship into a luxury liner, but he was the captain. And I knew, as I looked at the accept button, that this wasn't an act of kindness. This was the next phase of the deal. The bossy billionaire wasn't done with me. He was just bringing me into his world, where he could watch me every single day. I reached for the mouse, my hand trembling. "You ruthless bastard," I whispered to the empty room. I clicked accept. Chapter 6, The Lioness Den. The Blackwood Industries building wasn't just an office. It was a monolith of glass and steel that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the New York skyline. It stood at the edge of the financial district, a shimmering, dark tower that reflected the gray clouds of the morning. I stood on the sidewalk, my neck craned back, feeling smaller than I ever had in my life. I was wearing the only professional outfit I owned that didn't have a stain or a fray, a charcoal gray pencil skirt and a crisp white blouse. I'd spent my last $50 on a pair of sensible yet elegant black pumps. My hair was pulled back into a tight, no-nonsense bun. I looked like a junior creative director. I looked like I belonged. But inside, my stomach was a knotted mess of copper and ice. I knew why I was here, and it wasn't because of my portfolio. Adrian Blackwood didn't do favors. He made investments. And as I walked through the revolving glass doors and into the lobby, I realized I was his newest acquisition. The lobby was a cathedral of corporate power. The floors were a white marble so polished I could see my own anxious reflection staring back at me. Security guards with earpieces stood at every entrance, their eyes scanning the crowd with a mechanical precision. I walked up to the reception desk, a massive slab of black granite. "Lena Carter," I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "It's my first day." The woman behind the desk didn't look up immediately. She tapped something into a sleek computer. When she finally looked at me, her expression was neutral, but her eyes held a flicker of curiosity. "Ms. Carter, yes, you're expected on the 42nd floor. Creative Suite A." She handed me a sleek plastic badge. My name was printed on it in bold, black letters. Underneath it, in a slightly smaller font, it said, "Blackwood Industries." I took the badge. It felt heavy. It felt like a collar. "Thank you," I said. I headed for the elevators. There were 20 of them, a row of silver doors that opened and closed with a synchronized hiss. I stepped into one, the doors sliding shut and sealing me in a vacuum of silence. The ascent was so smooth I only knew I was moving because the numbers on the display were flickering upward at a dizzying speed. 10:20, 30, 42. The doors opened to a world of light. The 42nd floor was the heart of the creative department. It was an open concept space with high ceilings, exposed brick, and massive windows. Designers were huddled over oversized monitors, whiteboards were covered in sketches and post-it notes, and the air smelled of high-end roast coffee and nervous energy. A woman in a sharp navy blazer approached me. She looked like she lived on espresso and 3 hours of sleep. "You're Lena. I'm Sarah, the department lead. We've been waiting for you." "Nice to meet you," I said, offering a hand. She shook it briefly, her mind already elsewhere. "We're in the middle of a rebranding for the Blackwood Luxury Hotel line. It's a mess. The previous director had the vision of a goldfish. Adrian, I mean Mr. Blackwood, expects the first round of mock-ups by Friday." The mention of his name sent a jolt of electricity through me. "Of course," I said. "Where do I start?" Sarah led me to a private office in the corner. It wasn't huge, but it was beautiful. A mahogany desk, a top-of-the-line computer, and a view that overlooked the Hudson River. "This is yours," she said. "The HR packet is on your desk. Get settled. I'll send over the project files in an hour." She disappeared before I could even say thank you. I sat down in the leather chair. It was comfortable, too comfortable. I looked at the glass walls of my office. I could see the entire department, and they could see me. I noticed a few people whispering, their eyes darting toward my door. I knew what they were thinking. Junior creative director, out of nowhere. No internal promotion. No years of climbing the ladder. I was a mystery. Or worse, I was a favorite. I spent the next 2 hours burying myself in work. I opened the project files and began to lose myself in the color palettes and typography of the Blackwood Hotel brand. It was the only thing that felt real. If I focused on the pixels, I didn't have to focus on the man who owned the pixels. But then, the intercom on my desk buzzed. Ms. Carter. It was a voice I didn't recognize. Yes. Mr. Blackwood would like to see you in his office. Immediately. My heart did a slow, painful roll in my chest. I'll be right there, I said. I stood up and smoothed down my skirt. I checked my reflection in the computer monitor. My face was pale, my eyes wide. I took a deep breath, trying to summon the girl who had walked into that gala in a pinned-up dress. You're an employee now, Lena. This is a business meeting, that's all. I walked toward the executive elevators at the far end of the floor. These were different, dark wood and brass. They required a special keycard. I swiped mine, and the light turned green. The top floor was different from the rest of the building. It was quiet, so quiet I could hear the hum of the air conditioning. The carpet was thick, swallowing the sound of my heels. The walls were lined with original art, pieces that probably cost more than my entire neighborhood. I walked toward a set of massive, frosted glass doors. A sleek, older woman sat at a desk outside the doors. Marcus, the man I'd seen at the gala, was nowhere to be found. Ms. Carter? She asked, her voice like sandpaper. Yes. He's waiting. She didn't press a button. She didn't call him. She just gestured toward the doors. I pushed them open. The office was vast. It took up half the floor. Adrian was sitting behind a desk that looked like a slab of obsidian. He was framed by the skyline behind him, the sun casting his silhouette in sharp, dark lines. He was wearing a white dress shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the powerful muscles of his forearms. He didn't look up when I entered. He was signing a stack of papers, the pen scratching against the parchment with a rhythmic, aggressive sound. I stood in the center of the room, my hands clasped in front of me. The silence stretched. 10 seconds. 20. It was a power move. He was making me wait. He was reminding me who owned the air I was breathing. Finally, he set the pen down. He leaned back, lacing his fingers together over his stomach. Sit down, Lena. His voice was exactly as I remembered it. Low, rich, and completely devoid of warmth. I walked to the chair opposite his desk and sat. I kept my back straight, my eyes fixed on his. I wouldn't be the first to look away. How is your first day? He asked. The team is productive, I said, my voice flat. The hotel rebranding is a significant project. I appreciate the opportunity. Adrian tilted his head. A small, mocking smile touched the corner of his mouth. The opportunity, is that what we're calling it? It's what it is, Mr. Blackwood. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the obsidian desk. The distance between us closed, and suddenly the professional mask I was wearing felt very thin. In this office, I am your employer, he said. But let's not pretend we are strangers, Lena. It makes the air feel dishonest. I thought the deal was a clean slate, I said, my heart starting to pound. A clean slate means we start from zero, professionally. A clean slate means your debts are gone, Adrian countered. It doesn't mean my memory is. He stood up and walked around the desk. He didn't stop until he was standing right in front of me. I had to tilt my head back to look at him. He looked down at me, his blue eyes scanning my face with a terrifying intensity. You look different in the light, he murmured. Less like a thief, more like a victim. I'm not a victim, I snapped. Then don't act like one. You're here because you're talented, and because I wanted you here. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. He reached out, his hand hovering near my shoulder. I stiffened, expecting him to touch me, but he simply adjusted the lapel of my blazer. It was a tiny movement, but it felt like a brand. There are rules in this building, Lena, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous hum. Strict rules. You will work harder than anyone else. You will be better than anyone else. And you will never, under any circumstances, speak of what happened in my penthouse. I wouldn't dream of it, I whispered. Good. He stepped back, the sudden coldness in the room making me shiver. Your first task is the executive presentation for the board on Wednesday. I want to see your vision for the Blackwood Signature Suite, not Sarah's vision. Yours. I understand. You can go now. He turned his back on me, returning to his desk as if I had already ceased to exist. I stood up, my legs feeling a bit shaky. I walked toward the doors, my hand on the handle when he spoke again. One more thing, Lena. I turned. He was looking at me, his expression unreadable. The emerald dress, he said. I had it sent to your new apartment, along with the rest of your things. The movers should be finished by now. My jaw dropped. My things, my new apartment. Adrian, what are you talking about? You couldn't stay in that hovel, Lena. It was a security risk. And a junior creative director for Blackwood Industries doesn't live in a building with a broken front door. You can't just move my life without asking me. I didn't move your life, he said, picking up his pen. I upgraded it. The keys are in your bag, along with the address. He looked back down at his papers. Now, get to work. You're already behind schedule. I stood there, trembling with a mix of fury and a strange, dark thrill. He had done it again. He had decided for me. He had reached into my world and rewritten it with a stroke of his pen. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw the plastic badge at his head. But as I looked at the man behind the desk, I realized that I didn't want to leave. I walked out of the office, the glass doors clicking shut behind me. The lion had brought me into his den, and I was beginning to realize that the cage wasn't made of iron, it was made of gold. The new apartment was in a building made of glass, just like his. It was on the 20th floor. When I stepped inside, the lights turned on automatically. The space was beautiful. Minimalist, expensive, and smelling of lemon and new paint. All my boxes were there, stacked neatly in the corner of a living room that was 3 times the size of my old apartment. I walked to the window. I could see the city stretching out toward the horizon. I reached into my bag and pulled out the small, velvet box I hadn't noticed before. I opened it. Inside was a simple gold key and a note. No more mistakes, Lena, just results. I gripped the key until it bit into my palm. I was his employee by day. I was his neighbor by night. And as the sun began to set over the Hudson, I realized that the strictly professional rule was the biggest lie of all. Adrian Blackwood didn't want my talent. He wanted my soul. And for the first time in my life, I was afraid I was going to give it to him. Chapter 7, The Silk Shackles. The silence of the new apartment was different from the silence of my old one. In my old place, the silence was hollow. A reminder of everything I lacked. Here, in this 21st floor glass box, the silence was heavy. It was expensive. It felt like a physical presence, wrapping around my throat like a silk tie pulled just a little too tight. I stood by the window, looking out at the city. From this height, the people below looked like ants, scurrying through their tiny lives. I wondered if Adrian looked at the world this way every day. From the top of his tower, everyone must look small. Everyone must look replaceable. I looked down at the gold key still sitting on the granite countertop. No more mistakes, the note had said. It wasn't a gift. It was a boundary. He had moved me here to ensure I was always within reach, always on time, and always under his thumb. I was a junior creative director by title, but standing in this apartment, I felt more like a bird in a gilded cage. The move had been seamless. My few belongings, my books, my thrift store coats, my old sketches, had been unpacked and placed in the pristine closets. My life had been sanitized. The grit was gone, replaced by the scent of expensive candles and filtered air. I should have been grateful. Any other girl in my position would be celebrating. But as I stared at my reflection in the dark glass of the window, all I saw was a stranger. The office on Tuesday morning was a battlefield. Word had spread about the junior creative director who had been handpicked by the CEO. The whispers followed me from the elevator to my desk. I could feel the eyes on my back, sharp, judging, and envious. Ms. Carter. I turned to see Sarah standing by my office door. She looked even more stressed than yesterday. Her hair was pulled back so tightly it looked painful, and she was clutching a tablet like a shield. The internal review for the signature suite is in 10 minutes, she said, her voice clipped. Mr. Blackwood has decided to sit in. He's not happy with the progress the team made over the weekend. My heart hammered against my ribs. I thought the presentation was for the board on Wednesday. It is, Sarah said, starting to walk away. But Adrian doesn't like surprises. If he doesn't like what he sees today, there won't be a board meeting tomorrow. There will just be a lot of empty desks. I grabbed my portfolio and followed her. The conference room was a glass-walled rectangle that jutted out over the street below. A long, white table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by executives in dark suits. At the head of the table sat Adrian. He looked different today. He was wearing a charcoal suit that fit him like armor. His tie was a deep, blood-red silk. He didn't look up as we entered. He was staring at a tablet, his features set in a mask of cold boredom. "Sit," he said, without looking up. The word was a whip. The executives scrambled to their seats. I sat at the far end of the table, as far away from him as possible. "The signature suite," Adrian began, his voice a low, vibrating hum that seemed to rattle the glass walls. "The Blackwood Hotel brand is built on the concept of unreachable luxury. It is supposed to be the pinnacle of exclusivity. And yet, the designs I saw this morning looked like they belonged in a mid-market chain in the suburbs." He looked up then. His icy blue eyes swept across the room, stopping briefly on me before moving on. He didn't acknowledge our history. He didn't acknowledge the night in the penthouse. In this room, I was just another line on his balance sheet. "Sarah," he said, "show me what you have." Sarah stood up, her hands trembling slightly as she projected the team's designs onto the wall. They were beautiful gold accents, plush velvet, marble bathrooms. It was exactly what I thought a luxury hotel should look like. Adrian watched the presentation in silence. He didn't move. He didn't blink. When she finished, the silence in the room was suffocating. "It's derivative," Adrian said finally. "It's safe. It's what everyone else is doing. I don't pay you to do what everyone else is doing." He turned his gaze toward me. "Ms. Carter, you were brought in because of your unique perspective. Tell me, what do you see when you look at these designs?" Every head in the room turned toward me. I felt the heat rise in my cheeks. Sarah was looking at me with a mix of desperation and warning. I looked at the designs on the wall. Then I looked at Adrian. He was testing me. He was throwing me to the sharks to see if I could swim. I started, my voice cracking. I cleared my throat and tried again. I think the designs are beautiful, but they lack a soul. A collective gasp went around the table. Sarah's eyes went wide. A soul, Adrian repeated, leaning back in his chair. Explain. It's all gold and marble, I said, finding a sudden, strange strength in my own voice. It's designed to impress people, not to make them feel something. Luxury shouldn't be about showing off. It should be about intimacy. The signature suite shouldn't feel like a museum. It should feel like a secret. Adrian's expression didn't change, but I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Interest, or just the calculated curiosity of a man watching a bug under a glass. A secret, he mused. And how would you design a secret, Ms. Carter? I'd focus on the textures, I said, standing up. I walked toward the screen, pointing to the cold marble floors. I'd replace the velvet with raw silk. I'd use dark wood that smells of cedar and rain. I'd make the lighting indirect, like the sun setting over the city. I'd make it a place where someone can disappear. I stopped, realizing I was breathing hard. The room was dead silent. I expected Adrian to laugh. I expected him to tell me I was a dreamer who didn't understand the business of luxury. Instead, he stood up. The meeting is over, he announced. Sarah, scrap the current designs. Ms. Carter will lead the new direction. I want a full mock-up of her secret by 9 p.m. tonight. Tonight, Sarah stammered. Sir, that's impossible. We'd need to source new materials, redraw the... I don't care what you need, Adrian said, walking toward the door. I want results. Ms. Carter, my office. Now. He walked out without looking back. I stood in the center of his office, the door clicking shut behind me. The sun was high in the sky now, flooding the room with a brilliant, unforgiving light. Adrian was standing by his desk, his back to me. You have a big mouth, Lena, he said. You asked for my opinion. I asked for your professional assessment, not a poem about rain and silk. He turned around, his eyes dark. You've just made enemies of everyone in that room. Sarah has been with this company for 10 years. You've been here for 2 days, and you just told her that her work is soulless. I was being honest. Isn't that what you hired me for? Adrian walked toward me, his steps silent. He stopped inches away, his shadow falling over me. He was so close I could feel the heat of him, the familiar scent of his cologne pulling me back to the night in the penthouse. I hired you because you were a challenge, he whispered. But don't mistake my interest for protection. In this building, you are on your own. If you fail tonight, I will fire you, and I will enjoy doing it. I won't fail, I said, my jaw set. We'll see. He reached out, his hand hovering near my face. For a second, I thought he was going to touch me. I wanted him to touch me. The tension between us was a living thing, a wire pulled so tight it was screaming, but he didn't. He dropped his hand and stepped back. Go, you have 12 hours. Don't waste another second of mine. The afternoon was a blur of frantic energy. I worked in a fever dream. I ignored the cold shoulders from the design team. I ignored the way Sarah wouldn't look me in the eye when she handed me the files I requested. I locked myself in my office and drew. I drew until my fingers cramped. I drew until the sun began to dip below the skyline, casting long, orange shadows across my desk. By 7 p.m., the office was mostly empty. The hum of the computers was the only sound. By 8 p.m., I was alone. I was staring at the final render on my screen. It was exactly what I described. It was dark, intimate, and raw. It felt like a confession. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever created. It's late. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. Adrian was leaning against the frame of my office door. He had discarded his jacket and his tie. His white shirt was unbuttoned at the collar and his sleeves were rolled up. He looked tired, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. "I'm almost done," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He walked into the small office, making the space feel even smaller. He stood behind my chair, leaning over to look at the monitor. I could feel his breath on my neck. I could smell the faint scent of coffee and the deep, underlying musk of his skin. He stayed there for a long time, studying the design. His hand rested on the back of my chair, his fingers inches from my shoulder. "The lighting," he said, his voice low. "It's too dark in the corner." "It's not dark," I countered, my heart racing. "It's shadowed. It's where the bed is. You don't want light there." He let out a low, breathy laugh. It was a sound I hadn't heard before. It wasn't mocking. It was almost appreciative. "You really believe in this," he said. "I believe that people want to feel something, Adrian, even billionaires." He moved then. He didn't step back. He slid his hand from the chair to my shoulder. His touch was heavy and warm. He turned my chair around so that I was facing him. I had to look up. He was looming over me, his face half hidden in the shadows of the office. "And what do you feel, Lena?" he asked. The air in the room seemed to vanish. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could see were his eyes, and all I could feel was the weight of his hand on my shoulder. "I feel like I'm in over my head," I whispered. "You are," he agreed. He leaned down, his face inches from mine. This was it. The line, the strictly professional rule, was about to shatter into 1,000 pieces. I could see the intent in his gaze. I could see the way his pupils were blown wide, blackening the blue of his irises. I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted to forget about the office, about the designs, and about the fact that he was the man who held my future in his hands. His hand slid from my shoulder to the back of my neck, his thumb brushing against my jawline. "Adrian," I breathed. He paused. His eyes searched mine, looking for something. A reason to stop, or perhaps a reason to continue. The intercom on my desk suddenly buzzed, the sharp, electronic sound cutting through the tension like a blade. "Mr. Blackwood, your car is waiting, and the Tokyo office is on line 1. The spell broke. Adrian pulled back, his expression snapping back into a mask of cold, professional distance, so fast it made my head spin. He stood up straight, smoothing down his shirt. "The design is acceptable, Ms. Carter," he said, his voice flat. "Save the files. Be in the boardroom at 8 a.m. sharp." He didn't wait for me to answer. He turned and walked out of the office, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. I sat there in the dark, my heart still pounding, my skin still tingling where he had touched me. I looked at the screen. The secret was still there, glowing in the dark. But as I packed my bag and walked toward the elevator, I realized that the real secret wasn't in the design. It was in the way my hands were still shaking. The deal was changing. The rules were breaking. And as I stepped out into the cool night air, I knew that tomorrow's board meeting was the least of my worries. I was falling for a man who didn't believe in love, and in a world built on power and control, that was the most dangerous mistake of all. Chapter 8: The War Room. The sun hadn't even cleared the horizon when I arrived at the Blackwood Tower. The sky was a bruised purple, the kind of light that makes the city look like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. My eyes were burning, the skin beneath them tight from a lack of sleep and too much caffeine. I had spent the night in the office, my new, beautiful, sterile office, tweaking the shadows on the render until the secret felt like it was breathing. I stood in the lobby, watching the gold numbers of the elevator display tick upward. 8 a.m. sharp. In Adrian's world, being on time was the same as being late. To be early was the only way to survive. I clutched my tablet to my chest, my knuckles white. Inside that slim piece of glass and aluminum was my future. If the board rejected this design, I wasn't just losing a project. I was losing the only shield I had against the man who had bought my apartment and paid my debts. The elevator doors opened to the top floor. The air here was colder, more pressurized. It felt like the cabin of a private jet flying through a storm. I walked toward the boardroom, my heels clicking a frantic, uneven rhythm on the polished wood. The doors were already open. The room was full. 20 men and women, all of them at least 20 years older than me, sat around the obsidian table. They were the architects of empires, the people who moved billions of dollars with a nod of their heads. And at the head of the table, framed by the awakening city, sat Adrian. He looked impeccable. A midnight blue suit, a white shirt so crisp it looked like it was made of paper, and a tie the color of a storm cloud. He was reading a file, his face a mask of absolute, terrifying calm. He didn't look up when I entered. "You're 2 minutes early, Miss Carter," he said, his voice cutting through the low murmur of the room. "Find a seat. We are about to begin." I sat at the very end of the long table, the furthest point from his gravity. Sarah was sitting halfway down, her expression a mix of exhaustion and resentment. She didn't look at me. She was staring at her own notes, her jaw set so tight I could see the muscles twitching. "Gentlemen, ladies," Adrian began. He stood up and the room went instantly silent. He didn't use a microphone. He didn't need one. His voice commanded every molecule of oxygen in the room. "As you know, the Blackwood Signature Suite is the crown jewel of our luxury expansion. For months, we have been chasing a vision that felt adequate, but adequate is for my competitors. It is not for me." He gestured toward me. Every eye in the room followed his hand. I felt like a deer caught in a dozen sets of high beams. MS. Lena Carter, our newest junior creative director, has spent the last 48 hours dismantling our previous direction. She believes we have been building museums. She thinks we should be building secrets. A man near the front, thin, with silver hair and a face like a hawk, let out a dry, rattling laugh. "A secret. Adrian, we are in the business of selling rooms, not riddles. The market wants gold. They want marble. They want to see where their $10,000 a night is going. The market wants what I tell them they want, sterling," Adrian said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low hum. "And I think they are tired of gold. I think they are tired of being looked at. I think they want to disappear." He looked at me. It wasn't a supportive look. It was a challenge. "Ms. Carter." "The floor is yours. Try not to bore us." I stood up. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. My heart was a drum in my ears, so loud I was sure the people next to me could hear it. I walked to the front of the room and tapped my tablet. The lights dimmed automatically. The massive screen behind Adrian flickered to life. There was a collective indrawn breath. The render wasn't a bright, glossy hotel room. It was a cavern of shadow and texture, dark, hand-hewn cedar walls. A floor of matte black stone that looked like it had been pulled from the bottom of a river. The bed wasn't draped in heavy velvet. It was wrapped in raw, unbleached silk that looked like it would feel like water against the skin. The only light came from hidden, indirect sources, low on the floor, behind the headboard, casting long, poetic shadows that made the room feel infinite. "This," I said, my voice shaking at first, then growing stronger as I looked at the image, "is the Blackwood secret. It is designed for the person who has everything and is seen by everyone. It is a space where the world cannot find you. There are no gold fixtures to reflect your own image back at you. There are no harsh lights. It is a return to something primal, something raw." I scrolled to the next slide, the bathroom. A deep stone soaking tub that looked like a natural hot spring, surrounded by living moss and ferns. Luxury isn't about how much you spend anymore, I continued, looking directly at the man Adrian had called Sterling. It's about how much you can escape. This suite isn't a status symbol, it's a sanctuary. I finished. I stood there in the dim light, my heart pounding. Silence. It lasted for 5 seconds, then 10. It felt like hours. I looked at Adrian. He was watching the screen, his chin resting in his hand. He didn't look impressed. He looked calculating. It's dark, Sterling said, breaking the silence. It's practically funereal. How are we supposed to market this? Come stay in our high-end cave. It's not a cave, I snapped, the stubbornness I'd tried to suppress finally bubbling up. It's an experience. If you want a room that looks like a jewelry box, stay at the Hilton. If you want a room that makes you feel like the only person left on Earth, stay with us. Sterling's eyes narrowed. You have quite the mouth for someone whose desk is still being assembled, Ms. Carter. She has an opinion, Sterling, Adrian interrupted. He stood up and walked toward the screen. He stood in the center of my design, the shadows of the virtual room falling over his expensive suit. And unlike most of the people in this building, she isn't afraid to defend it. He turned to the board. The signature suite is about power, and true power doesn't need to scream, it whispers. This design, it whispers. He looked at me then, truly looked at me. For a split second, the boardroom disappeared. The executives, the screens, the glass walls, they all vanished. It was just him and me, standing in the wreckage of a professional boundary. We move forward with the secret, Adrian announced. Sarah, I want the procurement list on my desk by noon. Sterling, tell the PR team to start leaking the concept of invisible luxury. I want the world craving this room before we've even laid the first stone. The room erupted. People began talking at once, chairs scraping against the floor, tablets being snapped shut. It was a victory, a massive, impossible victory. I felt the adrenaline leave my body in a rush, leaving me dizzy. I walked back to my seat to gather my things, my hands finally starting to shake. Ms. Carter. Adrian was standing by the door. The board members were filing past him, offering nods and handshakes, but his eyes were fixed on me. I walked toward him. Yes, Mr. Blackwood. He waited until the last executive had left, and the heavy doors had swung shut. The silence of the room returned, but it was different now. It was charged. You did well, he said. It was the simplest praise possible, yet coming from him, it felt like a coronation. Thank you. But don't get comfortable, he warned, stepping into my space. You just gave them something to talk about. And in this city, when people talk, they usually have a knife behind their backs. You're no longer just a junior director, Lena. You're a target. I can handle myself, I said, though my voice was soft. Can you? He reached out, his hand sliding into my hair at the base of my neck. It was the same gesture from the night before, but here, in the cold light of the boardroom, it felt more dangerous. His thumb traced the line of my jaw, pulling my face up to his. You defended your secret with a lot of passion today, Lena, he whispered. I find myself wondering if you're that passionate about everything. Adrian, someone might see, I breathed. Let them see, he murmured, his gaze dropping to my lips. I own the building, I own the cameras, and right now, I own the air you're breathing. He leaned in, his lips hovering just a fraction of an inch from mine. I could feel the heat of him, the intoxicating scent of sandalwood and pure, unadulterated power. My eyes fluttered closed. I wanted it. I wanted him to ruin the victory, to make it messy, to make it real. But he didn't kiss me. He pulled back, his hand dropping from my neck. A coldness rushed in to fill the space where he had been. "Get back to your office," he said, his voice returning to its iron-hard professional tone. "You have a procurement list to oversee. And Lena." I looked at him, my breath still hitched in my throat. "Don't wear that perfume again. It's distracting." He turned and walked out the private executive exit without another word. I stood in the empty boardroom, the city of New York sprawled out behind me. I had won the project. I had earned my place. But as I looked at the obsidian table where the men of power had sat, I realized I had lost something far more important. I had lost the ability to walk away. I was no longer just an employee. I was an obsession. And as I walked back to the elevators, I knew that the secret wasn't just a design anymore. It was us. And secrets, I realized, always have a way of getting out. Chapter 9, The Glass Ceiling. The victory in the boardroom should have felt like a beginning. It should have been the moment I finally exhaled. The moment I realized I wasn't just a girl in a stolen dress anymore. But as I walked back to my office on the 42nd floor, the air felt thicker than it had that morning. The silence in the creative department wasn't the productive kind. It was the heavy, watchful silence of a forest right before the predator strikes. I felt the eyes on me. Every time I passed a workstation, the clicking of keyboards stopped for a heartbeat. Whispers followed me like a wake behind a ship. I caught my reflection in the glass partition of my office. The bun was still tight, the blouse still crisp, but I looked like I was carrying the weight of the entire building on my shoulders. "Nice work in there, Lena." I turned. It was Sarah. She was leaning against the frame of my door, a lukewarm cup of coffee in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, but the exhaustion in her eyes had been replaced by a cold, sharp curiosity. "The board usually takes weeks to approve a concept," she said, her voice dropping to a low, conversational tone that didn't feel friendly. "You did it in 20 minutes. That's quite a record, even for a favorite." "I just gave them what they asked for, Sarah," I said, sitting behind my desk. I tried to sound professional, but my voice felt thin. "Adrian Mister." "Blackwood wanted something different. I gave it to him." "Oh, I'm sure you gave him exactly what he wanted." Sarah took a slow sip of her coffee, her eyes never leaving mine. "Just be careful, Lena. Adrian Blackwood doesn't have favorites for very long. He has tools. And when a tool gets dull, or when it starts to think it's more important than the hand holding it, he throws it away, usually without a second thought." "I'm not a tool," I snapped. "Everyone in this building is a tool," she countered, her voice hardening. "I've seen dozens of girls like you come through those glass doors. They think they're special. They think they've found the man behind the machine. But there is no man behind the machine, Lena. There's just the machine. And right now, you're just the latest cog." She turned and walked away before I could respond. I sat there, my hands trembling slightly as I pulled up the procurement list. She was right. I knew she was right. Everything I had seen of Adrian pointed to a man who viewed people as assets to be managed. But I also remembered the way his hand had felt on the back of my neck. I remembered the way he had looked at me in the dark of the penthouse. Was that part of the machine, too? The afternoon was a relentless grind of phone calls and emails. My secret design was no longer just a render. It was a project with a multi-million-dollar budget and a deadline that felt like a guillotine. I had to source cedar from sustainable forests in the Pacific Northwest. I had to find a weaver in Italy who could produce raw silk in the exact shade of midnight I'd envisioned. By 6 p.m., the office had begun to empty. By 7, the cleaning crews were moving through the halls like ghosts, their floor polishers humming a low, rhythmic song. I was staring at a sample of dark stone on my desk when my phone buzzed. It wasn't an email. It was a text. My office. Now, no name, no greeting, I didn't need one. I stood up, my muscles aching. I didn't check my reflection this time. I didn't care about the smudged eyeliner or the stray hairs escaping my bun. I was tired, I was hungry, and I was starting to realize that the clean slate Adrian had promised was actually a long, invisible leash. I swiped my keycard and rode the executive elevator to the top floor. The lights in the lobby were dimmed, the city outside glowing with a million tiny sparks of electricity. The frosted glass doors to Adrian's office were slightly ajar. I pushed them open and stepped inside. The office was dark, save for the glow of the monitors on his desk and the light reflecting off the Hudson River. Adrian was standing by the window, his back to the room. He had discarded his jacket, and his white shirt was unbuttoned at the cuffs. He looked like a man who had been fighting a war all day and was only just now realizing he was tired. "You're late," he said, without turning around. "I was finishing the procurement list for the Italian silk," I said, leaning against the doorframe. "You wanted results, remember?" He turned slowly. The light from the monitors caught the sharp angle of his cheekbone, casting the rest of his face in shadow. "The list can wait," he said. He walked toward his desk and picked up a heavy crystal glass. The amber liquid inside swirled as he moved. "Sit down, Lena." "I'd rather stand." I wasn't asking. The weight of his command was absolute. I walked to the chair and sat. He stayed standing, looming over the desk, his presence filling the quiet room until I felt like I was back in the elevator, trapped in his orbit. "Sarah came to see me this afternoon," he said, taking a sip of his drink. My heart skipped. "And?" "She thinks you're a distraction. She thinks your unique perspective is a liability to the team's morale." "She thinks I'm your mistress," I said, the words coming out sharper than I intended. "And she's not the only one. The whole floor is talking, Adrian. They see a girl who didn't go to an Ivy League school, who has no corporate history, suddenly leading the biggest project of the year. What do you expect them to think?" Adrian set his glass down with a quiet thud. He walked around the desk, stopping just inches from my chair. He leaned down, resting his hands on the armrests, effectively caging me in. "I don't care what they think," he whispered, his voice a low, dangerous vibration. "I don't pay them to think. I pay them to execute my vision. And right now, you are my vision." "Is that all I am? A vision, a project?" He reached out, his fingers brushing against my jaw. His touch was cold at first, then searingly hot. He tilted my head back, forcing me to look into those icy blue eyes. "You are a mistake I decided to keep," he murmured. "And mistakes have a way of becoming habits." "I'm not a habit you can just pick up and put down," I breathed, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Aren't you?" He moved closer, his face inches from mine. I could smell the scotch, the sandalwood, and the underlying scent of pure, unadulterated power. My breath hitched. I wanted to push him away, to tell him that I was more than a cog in his machine. But the way he was looking at me, it made me feel like I was the only thing in the world that was real. "There is a gala tomorrow night," he said, his voice dropping even lower. "The International Atelier Awards. The secret project needs to be teased to the press. You will be there, by my side." I thought the rule was strictly professional. "It is," he said, his thumb tracing the line of my lower lip. "But in this world, Professional means showing the competition that I have something they don't. It means showing them that I have found the soul they've all been missing. You're using me again. I told you, Lena, everything is a tool. He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear. A shiver raced through me, violent and hot. Wear the emerald dress, he whispered. The one with the pins, I had it repaired. I want everyone to see what I saw that first night. I want them to see the girl who was brave enough to steal a seat at my table. He pulled back, his eyes searching mine. For a heartbeat, the mask of the ruthless CEO slipped. I saw something else, a flicker of hunger, a shadow of loneliness that he tried so hard to hide. Adrian, I started. Go home, Lena, he interrupted, his voice returning to its iron-hard tone. Get some sleep. You'll need it for tomorrow. The wolves will be out and they'll be hungry. He turned and walked back to the window, the conversation over. I stood up, my legs feeling like they were made of lead. I walked out of the office, the silence of the top floor pressing against my ears. As I rode the elevator down to the lobby, I realized that Sarah was wrong. I wasn't a cog in the machine. Cogs were replaceable. Cogs followed a predictable path. I was something much more dangerous. I was the glitch in his system. I was the one variable he couldn't control. And as I walked out into the cool New York night, I knew that tomorrow's gala wouldn't just be about a project. It would be about us. It would be the moment the world saw the ruthlessness of our deal. And I had the sinking feeling that by the time the night was over, there would be no going back. The lion was leading me out of the den and into the spotlight. And I was beginning to realize that the only thing more terrifying than being his secret was being his truth. Chapter 10, The Green Light. The emerald dress didn't feel like clothing anymore. It felt like a second skin, or perhaps a shimmering silk shroud. I stood in front of the full-length mirror in my new apartment, the one Adrian had upgraded for me. The dress was exactly as it had been that first night, the same deep, haunting green of an ancient forest. But the pins were gone. In their place were perfect, invisible seams stitched by a master tailor. It fit me better than it had any right to, hugging every curve, dipping dangerously low at the back, held up by straps that felt like thin, golden wires. I looked like a woman who belonged in a penthouse. I looked like a woman who was worth $1 billion. But as I touched the cold silk, I felt the ghost of the girl who had pinned it together in a frantic hurry. That girl was still there, shivering under the surface, waiting for the moment the world realized she was a fraud. A knock at the door made me jump. It wasn't a question. It was a rhythmic, heavy sound. Adrian. I took a deep breath, checked my reflection one last time, the smoldering eyes, the dark hair swept to one side and walked to the door. He was leaning against the frame, his hands in his tuxedo pockets. He looked devastating. If he had been a storm in his office, tonight he was the deep, quiet cold of a winter sea. He looked me up and down, his gaze traveling from the hem of the dress to the pulse point at my throat. "You're late," he said, but his voice lacked its usual bite. It was low, rough. "The dress is complicated," I said, my voice shaking. "No," he murmured, stepping into the apartment and closing the door behind him. The space suddenly felt very small. "You're complicated, Lena. The dress is just fabric." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a velvet box. He didn't say anything as he opened it. Inside lay a necklace, a single, massive emerald suspended by a delicate chain of white gold. It looked like a drop of liquid light. "I don't need jewelry, Adrian." "It isn't for you," he said, walking behind me. "It's for the image. The world needs to see that Blackwood Industries doesn't just hire talent, we cultivate it." I felt the cold metal of the chain against my skin. His fingers were warm as he fastened the clasp at the nape of my neck. He didn't pull away immediately. He let his hands linger on my shoulders, his thumbs brushing against the straps of the dress. I looked at our reflection in the hallway mirror. We looked like a power couple. We looked like a secret waiting to be told. "Tonight is about the secret project," he whispered into my hair. "But tomorrow the world will be talking about the girl in the green dress. Are you ready for that, Lena?" "I don't have a choice, do I?" "Choice is a luxury for people who have nothing to lose," he said, stepping back. "And you have everything to lose now. Let's go. The car is waiting." The red carpet was a blur of flashes and shouting. The International Atelier Awards were held at the Met, and it felt like the entire city had turned out to see the elite gather. As the door to the black Maybach opened, the noise hit me like a physical wave. Adrian stepped out first. He didn't wait for the valets. He reached back and took my hand. The moment my foot hit the carpet, the flashes intensified. The paparazzi didn't know who I was, but they knew who he was. And they knew that Adrian Blackwood never brought a date. "Look at me," Adrian commanded softly, his grip on my hand tightening. "Ignore the lights, ignore the cameras, just walk." I did as I was told. I walked with my head high, my fingers laced with his. I felt the heat of his palm, the only steady thing in a world that was spinning out of control. Inside, the great hall was a sea of black ties and shimmering gowns. The air was thick with the scent of expensive lilies and the underlying hum of corporate warfare disguised as a party. "Adrian," a moment. A group of reporters intercepted us. Microphones were thrust toward us like weapons. "Mr. Blackwood, rumors are circulating about a new direction for the signature suite. Is it true you've scrapped the gold standard designs?" Adrian didn't stop. He slowed just enough to keep the momentum. "The gold standard is a relic of the past," he said, his voice carrying clearly over the din. "The future is about something deeper, something more intimate." He pulled me closer to his side, his arms sliding around my waist. "And this is the woman who is building it," he announced. "Lena Carter, our lead on the secret project." The reporters turned their attention to me. "Ms. Carter, what qualifies a newcomer to handle a project of this scale? Is it true you were handpicked by the CEO?" "My qualifications are on the screen," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "If you want to know what I can do, wait until the unveiling. Mr. Blackwood doesn't hire for history. He hires for results." I felt Adrian's hand tighten on my waist, a silent approval. We moved deeper into the gala, away from the press and into the inner circle of the industry's power players. I saw Sterling near the bar, watching us with a narrowed, calculating gaze. I saw Sarah in a dark red gown, her expression one of pure, unadulterated envy. "You're doing well," Adrian murmured as we took 2 glasses of champagne from a passing tray. "You have a natural talent for the theater of this world." "It's not theater," I said, taking a sip of the cold, bubbling liquid. "It's a cage. Everyone is watching everyone else, waiting for someone to trip." "Then don't trip," he said. The evening was a marathon of introductions. Adrian moved through the crowd like a shark, cutting through conversations, making deals, and asserting his dominance. And I was there, by his side, the living embodiment of his new vision. But as the night wore on, the tension between us began to change. It was no longer just professional. It was the way his hand stayed on the small of my back, even when we were alone. It was the way he looked at me when I wasn't speaking, a dark, hungry look that made my skin tingle. The awards ceremony began. Adrian was called to the stage to accept the Innovator of the Year award. He didn't give a long speech. He thanked the board, he mentioned the new project, and then he looked directly at me, sitting in the front row. Innovation isn't about technology, he said, his blue eyes locking onto mine. It's about finding the courage to be vulnerable, to build something that matters. He stepped off the stage to thunderous applause, but he didn't go back to his seat. He walked straight to me, grabbed my hand, and led me toward the side exit. Adrian, where are we going? I hissed as we moved through the backstage corridors. I'm done with the theater, he said. He led me out a service door and into a small, private garden tucked behind the museum. The air was cool and crisp, the noise of the gala fading into a distant, rhythmic thrum. The moon was high, casting a pale, silver light over the stone statues and the manicured hedges. Adrian stopped by a fountain, the sound of splashing water the only thing breaking the silence. He turned to me, his face half hidden in the shadows. You were right, Lena, he said, his voice low and jagged. This world is a cage. Then why do you live in it? Because I didn't know there was anything else, he murmured. He stepped toward me, his presence overwhelming. The secret project, the board, the gala, they all felt like they belonged to another lifetime. There was only the smell of the damp earth, the cold air, and the heat radiating from him. Tonight was a mistake, I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Bringing me here, making everyone think we're this. Is it a mistake if it's true? He reached out, his hand sliding into my hair, his fingers tangling in the curls. He pulled my head back, forcing me to look at him. I have spent my whole life in control, Lena. I have decided every deal, every move, every breath. But since the moment you walked into that ballroom in this dress, I haven't been in control of anything. Adrian. Don't, he commanded, his thumb brushing against my lip. Don't tell me to stop. Don't tell me this is professional. We both know that lie died the moment I touched you. He leaned down, his lips inches from mine. This wasn't a deal. This wasn't a game. This was a collision. I want you, he whispered. Not as an employee, not as a tool. I want you, Lena, all of you. I should have walked away. I should have remembered the ruthlessness of his world. I should have remembered that he was a man who broke things for fun. But as he captured my lips with his, I realized I was already broken. The kiss was reckless. It was a desperate, hungry thing, full of all the tension and secrets we had been carrying for weeks. It tasted of champagne, of rain, and of a dangerous, irreversible truth. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, needing the solid weight of him to keep me from drifting away. The silk of my dress felt like it was on fire where his hands touched me. The cold air of the garden was forgotten, replaced by a heat so intense it felt like it would consume us both. In that moment, there were no contracts. There were no clean slates. There was just a ruthless man and a stubborn girl, losing themselves in the shadows of a world that would never understand them. We stayed there for a long time, held together by the gravity of our own desire. But as Adrian finally pulled back, his breath ragged, his eyes dark with a look I couldn't name, I felt a sudden, sharp chill. Adrian, I whispered. I know, he said, his voice returning to its iron-hard tone, though his hand was still trembling slightly as he adjusted my necklace. The car is around the corner. We're leaving. Together. Always together, Lena, from now on. We walked out of the garden and toward the waiting Maybach. The driver opened the door, his face a neutral mask, but I could feel the weight of the silence. As we drove through the dark streets of New York, Adrian didn't speak. He stared out the window, his jaw set, his hand gripping mine so tight it hurt. I looked at him, and for the first time I was afraid. I had wanted to breathe. I had wanted to see the gold on the walls. But as I leaned my head against the cool leather of the seat, I realized that I hadn't just stepped into his world. I had become his prisoner. And the worst part, the part that made me want to scream, was that I didn't want to be set free. The next morning, I woke up in the penthouse. The sun was blinding, reflecting off the glass walls. The bed was empty, the silk sheets cold. I sat up, my head throbbing. On the bedside table sat a single white envelope. I opened it, my fingers shaking. It wasn't a check. It wasn't a note about the project. It was a copy of the morning news. On the front page was a photo of us, Adrian and me, walking the red carpet. The headline read, "Blackwood's newest asset, genius or gimmick." But it was the smaller photo at the bottom of the page that made my heart stop. It was a grainy shot of us in the garden, shadows and silk, a kiss that looked like a betrayal, and underneath it, a quote from an anonymous source: "Lena Carter didn't earn her seat at the table. She traded for it. I dropped the paper, the ink staining my fingers. The mistake had been made. The secret was out." And as I heard the elevator chime, announcing Adrian's arrival, I knew that the ruthless deal was about to get a whole lot darker. Chapter 11: The Price of the Spotlight. The elevator ride to the 42nd floor usually took 40 seconds. This morning, it felt like an eternity. Every time the doors opened on a lower floor to let another employee on, the air in the small space seemed to thin. I kept my eyes fixed on the polished metal of the doors, but I could feel them. The sideways glances, the quick whispers that died the moment I looked up, the way people shifted their weight to create a physical gap between themselves and me. I wasn't just the junior creative director anymore. I was the girl from the photo. I was the asset who had allegedly traded her dignity for a seat at the obsidian table. The doors finally hissed open on my floor. I stepped out, my heels striking the marble with a sharp, defiant rhythm. I didn't look at the reception desk. I didn't look at the clusters of designers near the coffee station. I walked straight to my office and closed the door. The glass walls that I had once thought were beautiful now felt like a firing squad's gallery. I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. My inbox was a war zone. Dozens of emails from departments I hadn't even worked with yet, clarifying my role on the Signature Suite project. Google alerts for my own name were popping up every few seconds. Lena Carter, who is the mystery woman behind Blackwood's secret? The Emerald Scandal. Did Blackwood Industries hire for talent or something else? I closed the lid of the laptop with a snap. I felt sick. My stomach was a tight, cold knot of shame and fury. I had worked until my fingers bled for that design. I had stayed up until 4 in the morning sourcing materials. And in one grainy, stolen photo, it had all been reduced to a transaction. A sharp knock on the glass made me jump. It was Sarah. She didn't wait for an invitation. She walked in and tossed a copy of the morning tabloid onto my desk. "I warned you, Lena," she said. Her voice wasn't triumphant, it was tired. "I told you that in this building, you're either a tool or a target. It looks like you've managed to be both at the same time." "I didn't ask for this, Sarah," I said, my voice shaking. "That photo, it was a private moment. It had nothing to do with the project." "In Adrian Blackwood's world, there is no such thing as a private moment," Sarah countered, leaning over my desk. "Everything you do reflects on this company. The board is in a frenzy. The PR team is pulling their hair out. And the design team, they're ready to revolt. They've spent years earning their positions, and now they're being told they report to the CEOs. "Well, you read the headline." I'm the lead on this project because my design was the best, I snapped, standing up. Not because of a kiss in a garden. Then prove it, Sarah said, her eyes narrowing. Because right now, the only thing people see when they look at you is the girl in the green dress. If you want them to see a director, you better start acting like one. She turned and left, leaving the door open. I stood there, staring at the open door, feeling the weight of 1,000 judging eyes. I wanted to cry. I wanted to run back to my apartment, pack my bags, and disappear into the city. But then I looked at the render on my wall, the secret suite. It was my soul on that screen. I wasn't going to let them take it from me. I grabbed my tablet and walked toward the door. I was going to find Adrian. I was going to demand that he fix this, but I didn't even make it to the elevator. Ms. Carter. It was Marcus, Adrian's right-hand man. He was standing in the middle of the hallway, his face a neutral, professional mask. Mr. Blackwood would like to see you. Now. Good, I said, pushing past him. I have a few things to say to him, too. The top floor was silent, but it wasn't the peaceful silence of yesterday. It was the silence of a bomb with a ticking fuse. I didn't wait for the assistant to announce me. I pushed through the frosted glass doors and marched into Adrian's office. He was standing behind his desk, staring at a bank of monitors displaying stock market tickers. He didn't look up when I entered. He looked like he hadn't slept either. His shirt was perfectly pressed, but the air around him was jagged, electric with a suppressed rage. Did you see it? I demanded, slamming my tablet onto the obsidian desk. I see everything, Lena, he said. His voice was a low, flat drone. It was colder than I'd ever heard it. They're calling me a gimmick. They're saying I traded for my job. You promised me a clean slate, Adrian. You promised me that if I did the work, the rest wouldn't matter. Adrian turned slowly. He didn't look at the tablet. He looked at me. His blue eyes were like shards of glass. I promised you a clean slate regarding your debt, he said. I never promised to protect you from the consequences of your own choices. I took a step back as if he'd slapped me. My choices. You were the one who took me to the garden. You were the one who kissed me. And you were the one who stayed, he countered, stepping around the desk. He moved with a slow, predatory grace that made my heart hammer against my ribs. You knew the stakes, Lena. You knew who I was. You knew that every move I make is watched by 1,000 eyes. I thought you were in control, I whispered. I am in control. He stopped inches from me, his presence overwhelming. Which is why you are going to go back down to the 42nd floor and you are going to work. You will not talk to the press. You will not explain yourself to the staff. You will speak only through your results. They hate me, Adrian. They think I'm a fraud. Then make them fear you instead, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous hum. People only talk when they think they can bring you down to their level. Stand higher, and the noise fades. He reached out, his hand hovering near my face. For a second, I thought he was going to touch me to offer some fragment of the warmth from the night before, but his hand dropped. He turned away, his posture stiff and remote. From this moment forward, he said, his back to me, our relationship is strictly professional. There will be no more private gardens. There will be no more penthouses. You are an employee of Blackwood Industries, and I am your CEO. Is that clear? The words felt like ice water being poured over my soul. Perfectly clear, I said, my voice trembling with a mix of fury and heartbreak. Good. Now I have a test for you. He picked up a thick folder from his desk and tossed it toward me. It landed with a heavy thud. The board is reconsidering the budget for the secret project. They think it's too risky to tie such a massive investment to a controversial figure. You have 48 hours to finalize the contract with the Italian silk weavers. If you don't get them to sign at our price, not theirs, the project is dead. And so is your career here. I looked at the folder, then at the man who had held me in the dark just hours ago. You're setting me up to fail, I said. No one gets the Italians to drop their price, especially not in 2 days. Then I guess we'll see just how much soul you really have, Miss Carter, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. He sat back down at his desk and picked up a pen. He didn't look at me again. I picked up the folder. My fingers were cold, my heart a lead weight in my chest. I realized then that Sarah was right. There was no man behind the machine. There was only the machine. And the machine didn't care about kisses or gardens or the way my breath hitched when he touched me. I walked out of the office without a word. The strictly professional era had begun, and as I rode the elevator back down to my floor, I realized that the lion hadn't just brought me into his den to play. He had brought me here to see if I was strong enough to survive being hunted. The rest of the morning was a blur of hostile silence. I sat in my office with the Italian files spread out before me. The weaver was a man named Lorenzo Valenti. He was third generation, stubborn, and notorious for hating corporate Americans. He viewed his silk as art, and he priced it accordingly. Adrian had given me a target price that was 30% below Valenti's lowest offer. It was an impossible task. It was a death sentence for the project. Looking for a miracle. I looked up. Sarah was standing at the glass door again. She wasn't smirking. She looked almost sympathetic. I'm looking for a way to do my job, I said. Valenti won't budge for a junior director, she said, stepping inside. He doesn't care about Blackwood's billions. He cares about respect. If you go in there talking about margins and scaling, he'll laugh you out of the room. Then what do I do? Sarah looked at the render of the signature suite on my wall. You told the board that luxury is a secret. You told them it's about intimacy. Maybe you should try telling Valenti that. He's an artist, Lena. Talk to him like one. She turned to leave, but stopped at the door. And Lena, don't look at the news. It's only going to get worse before the 24-hour cycle ends. I followed her advice. I didn't look at the news. I didn't look at the whispers in the hallway. I buried myself in Valenti's history. I looked at the way his family had survived wars and economic collapses. I looked at the specific weave of his silk, a technique that was dying out. By 8 p.m., the office was a tomb. The only light came from my monitor and the distant glow of the city. I was drafting my first email to Valenti when the shadow fell across my desk. I didn't have to look up to know who it was. I could feel the change in the air, the way the oxygen seemed to vanish, replaced by the heavy, pressurized scent of sandalwood and storm clouds. Adrian was standing in the doorway. He had discarded his suit jacket, his white shirt unbuttoned at the neck, sleeves rolled up. He looked like the man from the library again, but his eyes were still made of ice. "Why are you still here?" he asked. "I have 36 hours left to save my career," I said, not looking away from the screen. "I'm busy." "You're wasting your time with emails," he said, walking into the room. He stood behind me, so close I could feel the heat radiating from his body. "Valenti doesn't read emails. He reads people." "Then I'll fly to Milan," I said. "You don't have time to fly to Milan." Adrian reached over my shoulder, his hand brushing my arm as he pointed at the screen. I stiffened, my breath catching in my throat. "He's in New York. He's staying at the Carlyle. He leaves tomorrow morning at 6. I turned my chair around, forcing him to step back. "How did you know that?" "I know everything that affects my bottom line, Lena." "Then why didn't you tell me? Why let me sit here for 10 hours struggling? Adrian leaned down, resting his hands on the arms of my chair. He was so close I could see the dark circles under his eyes, the slight stubble on his jaw. Because I wanted to see if you'd ask for help, he whispered. And you didn't. You're too stubborn for your own good. I thought we were being strictly professional, I said, my heart pounding against my ribs. Professionalism doesn't include midnight visits to my office. This is professional, he murmured, his gaze dropping to my lips. I am instructing my lead designer on how to secure a critical asset, nothing more. You're a liar, I breathed. Am I? He reached out, his thumb brushing against the pulse point at my neck. It was a light touch, barely there, but it sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity through me. The office, the scandal, the Italian silk, it all vanished. There was only the heat of him and the dark, suffocating tension between us. Go to the Carlisle, he said, his voice dropping to a low, rough growl. Talk to him. Show him the soul you keep talking about. And Lena. Yes. Don't fail, because if you do, I won't be able to keep you in this building, no matter how much I want to. He pulled away abruptly, the coldness rushing back into the room. He walked out of the office without looking back, leaving me trembling in my chair. I looked at the clock. 9 p.m. I had 9 hours to convince an Italian legend to change his life's work for a girl the world thought was a scandal. I grabbed my bag and my portfolio. The strictly professional mask was slipping, but the stakes had never been higher. The boss had given me his ultimatum. Now it was time to see if the bold little thief had enough heart to win the war. Chapter 12. The Midnight Negotiation. The Carlisle Hotel didn't just exist on the Upper East Side. It sat there like an aging aristocrat, watching the rest of New York with a mixture of boredom and disdain. I stepped out of the cab into a blast of cold, midnight air. The street was quiet, the frantic energy of Midtown replaced by the hushed, expensive stillness of the elite. I adjusted the strap of my bag, feeling the weight of the portfolio inside. It felt like I was carrying the only piece of solid ground I had left. The doorman, dressed in a coat that probably cost more than my first car, gave me a look that was polite but razor sharp. He was looking for the brand of my shoes, the cut of my coat, the way I held my chin. I'm here to see Lorenzo Valenti, I said. My voice was steady, despite the way my heart was trying to kick its way out of my ribs. Is Mr. Valenti expecting you, miss? He doesn't know he is, I replied. But he's leaving at 6 a.m., and if I don't speak to him now, he's going to lose the chance to see his family's legacy woven into the finest building in Manhattan. The doorman hesitated. In this world, confidence was a currency, and I was spending every last cent I had. One moment. He stepped into the lobby to consult a house phone. I stood on the sidewalk, the cold seeping through my coat, staring at my reflection in the dark windows of a parked limousine. I looked pale, tired, but there was a spark in my eyes that hadn't been there before. It was the spark of someone who had been pushed into a corner and had finally decided to bite back. Suite 902, the doorman said, returning. He has 10 minutes. The elevator ride was silent, the walls upholstered in blue velvet. I stepped out onto the 9th floor and followed the scent of strong espresso and expensive tobacco. Door 902 was open. Lorenzo Valenti was not what I expected. I expected a man in a sharp Italian suit, surrounded by lawyers. Instead, I found an older man with silver hair and hands that were thick and calloused, the hands of a weaver, not a CEO. He was sitting at a small table, a cup of coffee in front of him, staring at a swatch of midnight blue silk. He didn't look up as I entered. "You are from Blackwood," he said. His English was accented, heavy with the sounds of northern Italy. "Your boss is a man who thinks the world is made of numbers. He sent a girl to tell me my silk is too expensive." "He didn't send me," I said, walking toward the table. "I came because I'm the one who chose your silk, and I'm the only one who knows why it's worth more than the numbers he's offering." Valenti looked up then. His eyes were dark, shrewd, and tired. "Sit, you have 9 minutes now." I sat. I didn't open the portfolio yet. I looked at the swatch on the table. "That's the 1924 weave," I said softly. "The one your grandfather developed after the war. It's a triple twist silk. It doesn't just reflect light, it absorbs it." Valenti's eyebrows shot up. "You know the weave?" "I spent 6 hours in the Blackwood archives today, and 4 hours before that looking at the history of your mill in Como. You don't make this for money, Mr. Valenti. You make it because if you stop, the technique dies, and the world becomes a little more shallow." He leaned back, his gaze intensifying. "The world is already shallow, Signorina. Blackwood wants 30% off my price. He wants me to sell my soul at a discount so he can put it in a hotel for people who won't even notice the difference." "They will notice," I countered. I opened my portfolio and pulled out the render of the signature suite, the dark, shadowed sanctuary. "Look at this. This isn't a room for people who want to be seen. It's a room for people who want to feel. The walls, they need to breathe. They need your silk. Not because it's a status symbol, but because it's the only thing that can hold the shadows correctly." Valenti took the render. He studied it in silence. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchenette, the distant sound of a siren on Madison Avenue. "It is dark," he murmured. "It's a secret," I said. "And secrets are expensive. I'm not here to tell you your silk is too dear. I'm here to tell you that Blackwood Industries is the only company bold enough to use it the way it was meant to be used, as art, not as wallpaper." "And the 30%. "The 30% is the cost of the gamble," I said, leaning forward. "Give us the discount for the first 10 suites. In return, I will ensure your family's name is woven into the branding. It won't be Blackwood silk. It will be Valenti for Blackwood. Your legacy won't be a line item in a budget. It will be the soul of the brand." Valenti was quiet for a long time. He looked at the render, then at the swatch of silk, then at me. "You have the same look in your eyes as my daughter," he said, his voice softening. "The look of someone who thinks they can change the world with a piece of fabric." "I just want to build something that lasts," I whispered. He picked up a pen from the table. He didn't call a lawyer. He didn't ask for a contract revision. He simply wrote a number on a piece of paper and pushed it toward me. It wasn't 30%. It was 25. "This is my final offer," he said. "If Adrian Blackwood does not like it, he can buy his silk from a factory in China. But if he accepts, I want you to be the one who oversees the looms in Como." I looked at the number. It was close enough. It was a victory. "Thank you, Mr. Valenti." "Don't thank me, Signorina. Thank the shadows. They are very convincing." I walked out of the Carlyle at 2 a.m., the paper clutched in my hand. I felt like I was floating. I had done it. I had saved the project. I had saved my career. I didn't call a cab. I started walking toward my apartment. The cold air felt good against my heated skin. I wanted to scream. I wanted to laugh. But as I turned the corner onto my block, the floating feeling vanished. A black Maybach was idling in front of my building. The door opened and Adrian stepped out. He wasn't wearing a coat. He stood under the orange glow of the street lamp, his silhouette sharp and imposing. He looked like he had been waiting for a long time. Lena. His voice was a low vibration in the quiet street. I stopped a few feet away, the adrenaline from the negotiation suddenly turning into a different, more dangerous kind of energy. "It's 2 in the morning, Adrian," I said. "Strictly professional, remember. I believe the CEO shouldn't be lurking outside an employee's apartment in the middle of the night." "Did you get it?" I held up the piece of paper. 25%, and he wants his name on the brand. Adrian walked toward me. He didn't look happy. He didn't look relieved. He looked haunted. He stopped so close I could feel the coldness of his skin, the scent of the night air clinging to his suit. 25%, he repeated, taking the paper from my hand. He didn't even look at the number. He looked at me. "You did the impossible." "I did my job." "You did more than that," he murmured. He reached out, his fingers brushing against my cheek. I should have pulled away. I should have reminded him of the rule, of the scandal, of the machine, but I couldn't move. "I saw the news tonight," he said, his voice dropping to a rough whisper. "The board wants a public statement. They want me to distance myself from you." "And are you going to?" Adrian's hand slid into my hair, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw with a desperate, heavy pressure. "I tried," he breathed. "I sat in that office for 5 hours trying to draft a memo that would end this. I tried to convince myself that you were just a tool, a mistake. And I realized that I don't give a damn about the board," he said. Before I could speak, he leaned down and captured my lips. This wasn't like the garden. There was no theater here, no audience. It was a collision of hunger and frustration. He kissed me with a ruthlessness that took my breath away, his hands gripping my waist as if he were trying to pull me into his very bones. I was lost. I was drowning. I reached up, my fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer, needing the fire he was igniting to burn away the cold of the last few days. He pulled back just an inch, his forehead resting against mine. We were both breathing hard, our breath blooming in white clouds in the freezing air. "This is a mistake," I whispered. "I know," he said, his eyes dark with a terrifying intensity. "The scandal, the project, it will all fall apart." "Let it," Adrian growled. He scooped me up into his arms, his strength effortless. He didn't ask, he didn't decide, he simply took. He carried me into the building, past the night doorman who wisely looked the other way. He carried me into the elevator, the silence between us vibrating with an electric, undeniable truth. The strictly professional rule was dead. And as the elevator rose toward the 20th floor, I realized that I wasn't just his employee or his secret. I was his weakness. And in Adrian Blackwood's world, weakness was the only thing more dangerous than a lie. The apartment door clicked shut. Adrian didn't turn on the lights. The only illumination came from the city outside, casting long, blue-gray shadows across the floor. He set me down, but he didn't let go. His hands were everywhere, on my neck, my waist, my hair, as if he were trying to memorize the feel of me before the world tore us apart. "You're not going back to that office tomorrow as a junior director," he murmured, his lips brushing against my throat. "What am I going back as?" "As the woman who owns the man who owns the building," he whispered. It was a dangerous ultimatum. It was a deal I hadn't signed, but one I was already making. I looked at the man in the shadows, the cold, ruthless billionaire who had finally found something he couldn't control. "No contracts, Adrian," I said, my voice steady. "No deals. If we do this, it's because we chose it." "I chose you the moment you walked into that gala, Lena," he said. He pulled me back into his arms, and as the city watched from behind the glass, the last of the boundaries crumbled. The consequences were coming. The pain, the secrets, the irreversible truths, they were all waiting in the wings, but for tonight there were no numbers. There were no margins. There was only the silk, the shadows, and the man who was finally learning what it felt like to breathe. Chapter 13. The Fragile Mask. The sun didn't rise over New York the next morning. It glared. I woke up to a room flooded with light, the kind of aggressive brightness that made it impossible to hide. The sheets beside me were cold. I didn't even have to reach out to know he was gone. Adrian Blackwood wasn't the kind of man who lingered over coffee and conversation in the quiet hours of the dawn. He was a man of momentum. He was a man who had already reclaimed his armor and returned to his tower before the rest of the world had even hit the snooze button. I sat up, pulling the silk duvet to my chest. My body felt heavy, marked. The memory of his hands, his voice, the way he had whispered that I was his weakness, it all felt like a fever dream that the daylight was trying to burn away. On the nightstand, next to the gold key, sat a single cup of espresso. It was still steaming. He had been here minutes ago. I looked at the dark liquid, the scent of it rich and bitter. There was no note, no thank you, no see you at 9. In his world, the espresso was the message. It meant wake up. The night is over. The work remains. I drank the coffee in 3 long gulps. It burned my throat, but it anchored me. I needed to be anchored. Because today, I wasn't just walking into an office. I was walking into a lion's den where everyone already knew I had spent the night with the king. The atmosphere on the 42nd floor had shifted from a simmer to a boil. The news of the Valenti deal had hit the internal servers at 6 a.m. by the time I walked through the glass doors at 9. The scandal had been overshadowed by a miracle. But in a building built on competition, a miracle was often more dangerous than a mistake. I could feel the silence following me. It wasn't the hostile silence of yesterday. It was a pressurized, expectant quiet. 25%, Sarah said, appearing in my doorway before I had even put my bag down. She wasn't holding coffee today. She was holding a stack of legal documents. Adrian sent over the final contracts 10 minutes ago. He wants them signed, notarized, and on his desk by noon. Good morning to you too, Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice light. She didn't smile. She stepped into the office and closed the door behind her. You did the impossible, Lena. Valenti has never budged for anyone. Not for the Italians, not for the French, and certainly not for Blackwood. She leaned against the desk, her eyes searching mine. Everyone is wondering how you did it. Everyone is wondering what you said to him in that hotel room at 2 in the morning. I told him the truth, I said, meeting her gaze. I told him his work was art, and I told him we were the only ones who knew how to display it. Is that all you told him? That's all that matters to the company. Sarah let out a short, dry laugh. You're learning, I'll give you that. The no comment look suits you, but be careful, Lena. Adrian is in a state. He's fired 2 analysts this morning and canceled the quarterly board review. He's on a warpath. My heart did a slow, painful roll. Why? Because he hates things he can't control, she whispered. And right now, the press is having a field day with those garden photos. The board is breathing down his neck, demanding he terminate your contract to protect the brand. And instead of firing you, he just gave you the biggest win of the year. She straightened her blazer, her expression turning professional again. He's testing the limits, Lena, yours and theirs. Just make sure you don't get crushed in the middle. At 11:30, I swiped my card for the executive elevator. I had the Valenti contracts in a leather folder. My hands were steady, but my mind was a chaotic loop of the night before. I kept seeing him in the shadows of my apartment. I kept feeling the way he had carried me. The elevator doors opened. The top floor was silent. The air felt colder here, as if the air conditioning were struggling to keep up with the tension radiating from the corner office. Marcus was standing by the frosted doors, his expression more guarded than usual. "He's in a meeting, Miss Carter," Marcus said. "He told Sarah he wanted these by noon." "He's in a meeting with the board of directors," Marcus clarified. "It's heated." As if on cue, the heavy glass doors swung open. 3 men in charcoal suits marched out. They were older, their faces flushed with a mixture of indignation and shock. They didn't even look at me as they stormed toward the elevators, their whispers echoing in the hallway. Unprecedented. Letting a girl dictate policy. Liability we can't afford. I stood my ground, waiting for them to pass. Once they were gone, Marcus gave me a small, almost imperceptible nod. "You can go in." I pushed the doors open. The office was a mess. It was the first time I had ever seen Adrian's space look anything other than perfect. Papers were scattered across the obsidian desk. A chair had been knocked over. Adrian was standing by the window, his hands braced against the glass, staring out at the city. He didn't have his jacket on. His tie was loosened, and his white shirt was wrinkled at the sleeves. He looked like a man who had just finished a physical fight. "The contracts are here," I said softly. He didn't turn around. "Put them on the desk." His voice was a low, jagged growl. It sent a shiver of apprehension and something else down my spine. I walked to the desk and set the folder down. I should have turned around and left. That was what a strictly professional employee would do, but I wasn't just an employee anymore. "Adrian." "I told you to put them on the desk, Lena." "I did." I took a step toward him. "Sarah said it was a difficult morning. The board, they want me gone, don't they?" He turned then. His face was a mask of cold, controlled fury. His eyes were so dark they were almost black, the icy blue replaced by a storm. "The board wants a lot of things," he said, walking toward me. His steps were slow, deliberate. "They want stability. They want predictability. They want a CEO who doesn't make headlines for anything other than profit margins." "I can resign," I said, the words tasting like ash. "If it saves the project, I'll go." Adrian stopped in front of me. He was so close I could feel the heat radiating from him, the scent of the morning's espresso, and the lingering sandalwood of his skin. He reached out, his hand gripping my chin, forcing me to look up at him. "You think I'm doing this for the project?" He hissed. "Aren't you?" "I don't care about the silk, Lena. I don't care about the suite. I could burn this whole building to the ground and start over tomorrow." His grip on my jaw tightened, not enough to hurt, but enough to let me know he was losing his grip on his restraint. "I'm doing this because I told them no, and no one tells me who I can and cannot have in my world. I'm not an it, Adrian. I'm a person." "You are a distraction," he snapped, his gaze dropping to my lips. "You are the first thing in 10 years that has made me lose my focus." I sat in that meeting for 2 hours, and all I could think about was the way you looked in the moonlight last night. All I could think about was the fact that you're sitting 40 floors below me, and I can't breathe because you're in the same building. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Then fire me, end the distraction." "I can't," he breathed. He let go of my jaw, but only to slide his hand into my hair. He pulled me toward him, his forehead crashing against mine. "I tried to be the boss today," he whispered. "I tried to be the machine, but you've ruined it, Lena. You've broken the system." "So what happens now?" "Now," he said, his voice dropping to a low, seductive purr, "we see who breaks first." He didn't kiss me. He did something worse. He stepped back, the coldness rushing in to fill the gap between us. He walked back to his desk and sat down, his expression snapping back into a mask of iron-hard professionalism so fast it made my head spin. "The board has issued a challenge," he said, picking up a pen. "They've agreed to keep you on as the lead for the signature suite, but with a condition. The prototype room must be completed and staged for a private viewing in 7 days. If the lead investor, a man named Harrison Thorne, isn't impressed, the project is canceled, and you are terminated with cause." I stared at him. 7 days. Adrian, the silk, hasn't even arrived from Italy. The construction crew needs at least 3 weeks for the stone work. "Thorne is old school," Adrian said, not looking at me. "He thinks the secret project is a gimmick. He wants to see the soul you promised. You have 7 days to make him feel something, Lena, or you're out. And the crew, the materials." "That's your problem," he said. "I'm the CEO. I don't manage timelines. I manage results." He looked up then, his eyes cold and distant. "You wanted to be treated like a professional, Lena. Here it is. This is the ruthlessness of the deal. I've held the board off, but I won't hold your hand. If you want to stay in my world, you have to prove you're strong enough to build it." I looked at the man across the desk. The man who had held me so tenderly just hours ago was gone. In his place was the ruthless billionaire, the man who used people as whetstones to sharpen his own ambition. "Fine," I said, my voice cold. 7 days. 7 days, he repeated. I turned and walked toward the door. I didn't look back. I didn't want him to see the way my hands were shaking. I reached the glass doors and pushed them open. "Lena." I stopped, but I didn't turn around. "Yes, Mr. Blackwood." "Don't go home tonight," he said. "The construction site at the hotel. I've had a mobile office set up for you there. You'll stay on site until the room is finished. I don't want you leaving that building for anything other than coffee." "You're locking me in." "I'm ensuring your success," he said, "and I'm ensuring my focus. If you're at the site, I can work. If you're in my head, I can't." The doors clicked shut behind me. I stood in the hallway, the silence of the executive floor pressing against my ears. He wasn't just testing my talent anymore. He was testing my endurance. He was trying to push me away by pulling me closer to the work. He was trying to cage the distraction. But as I rode the elevator down to the lobby, I realized that Adrian Blackwood had made a mistake. He thought that by locking me in a construction site, he was regaining control. He didn't realize that I was at my most dangerous when I had nothing left to lose. 7 days. The war had moved from the bedroom to the boardroom, and now it was moving to the very heart of the empire. I wasn't going to just build a room. I was going to build a sanctuary that even he couldn't ignore. And if the system was going to break, I was going to make sure I was the one holding the hammer. Chapter 14, Dust and Diamonds. The Blackwood Hotel on 57th Street was a skeleton of steel and concrete, a jagged ribcage rising out of the Manhattan sidewalk. During the day, it was a hive of noise. The scream of circular saws, the rhythmic thud of jackhammers, and the shouting of men in neon vests. But at night, when the shifts ended and the city's hum settled into a low growl, the building became something else. It became a tomb. Cold, dark, and smelling of damp cement and raw timber. I arrived at 9 p.m. with 2 suitcases and a heart full of reckless defiance. Adrian had kept his word. A mobile office, a sleek, black shipping container modified with floor-to-ceiling glass, had been dropped into the center of the unfinished lobby. It was surrounded by scaffolding and stacks of Italian marble, a tiny bubble of luxury in a wasteland of construction. You're the one, then. I turned. A man in a battered hard hat and a reflective vest was leaning against a concrete pillar, chewing on a toothpick. He looked at my designer coat and my polished boots with a mixture of amusement and pity. I'm Lena Carter, I said, extending a hand. The creative director. I'm Joe, site foreman. He didn't take my hand. He just nodded toward the container. The boss said you're staying until the signature suite is done. He didn't mention you'd be doing it in a building with no heat and half a roof. I don't mind the cold, Joe. I just mind delays. Are the cedar panels from the Northwest on site? Joe spat out his toothpick. In the basement, but my guys don't start the install until Monday. We've got a schedule, Ms. Carter, a union schedule. The schedule changed, I said, walking toward him. I felt the familiar weight of Adrian's influence pressing into my back. If I wanted to survive this week, I had to stop being the girl who asked and start being the woman who decided. The install starts tonight. I'll be here to oversee it. If your guys want overtime, they can have it. If they want to go home, they can explain to Adrian Blackwood why his project is behind. Joe straightened up, his eyes narrowing. He looked at me for a long beat, searching for the weakness everyone said I had. You're as ruthless as he is, aren't you? I'm just a girl with a deadline, Joe. Let's get to work. For the next 4 hours, I was everywhere. I was in the basement, checking the grain of the cedar by the light of a flashlight. I was on the 20th floor, marking the walls where the indirect lighting would be recessed into the stone. I was back in the lobby, arguing with the stonemasons about the matte finish of the black river rock. My coat was soon covered in a fine layer of gray dust. My boots were scuffed. My bun had fallen apart, my dark hair clinging to my neck in the damp air. I didn't care. For the first time since I'd walked into that gala, I felt like I was in control. Not because of a billionaire's favor, but because of my own hands. I was building the secret. I was turning my soul into a physical space. At 2 a.m., I retreated to the mobile office. It was the only place with power and heat. I sat at the small desk, my laptop glowing in the dark, and began to review the revised lighting schematics. The silence of the building was profound. Then I heard it. The heavy, rhythmic sound of footsteps on the plywood floor of the lobby. It wasn't Joe. Joe walked with a heavy, dragging gait. These steps were sharp, precise, and carried the weight of absolute authority. I didn't look up. I knew the vibration of that walk. It was carved into my skin. The door to the container slid open. A gust of cold, gritty air rushed in, followed by the scent of sandalwood and winter. You're still awake, Adrian said. I looked up then. He was standing in the doorway, framed by the skeletal remains of the lobby. He wasn't in a tuxedo. He was wearing a black wool overcoat, his hair slightly windblown, his blue eyes scanning the room until they landed on me. I have 6 days left, I said, leaning back in my chair. Sleep is a luxury I can't afford. Is there a reason you're here, Mr. Blackwood? Or did you just come to check the locks on my cage? Adrian stepped inside and closed the door. The space was tiny, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet. With him in it, the walls seemed to shrink. He looked at the dust on my face, the scuffed boots, the wild hair. He didn't look disgusted. He looked transfixed. I came to see if you had broken yet, he murmured, walking toward the desk. You'll be waiting a long time. He stopped just inches from me. He reached out, his fingers brushing a smudge of drywall dust from my cheek. His touch was electric, a searing heat against my skin that made my breath hitch. The foreman says you're a tyrant, Adrian said, his voice dropping to a low, seductive hum. He says you've got 20 men working through the night on triple pay. He says you're making them measure the gaps between the stones with a ruler. If the gaps aren't perfect, the shadows won't fall correctly, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You wanted a secret, Adrian. Secrets require precision. You look like a mess, Lena. I look like I'm doing my job. He reached down, his hands grasping the arms of my chair. He leaned in, trapping me just as he had in the office, but this was different. The raw, unfinished building around us made everything feel more primal, more urgent. I told the board I'd keep my distance, he whispered, his face inches from mine. I told myself that if I put you here, in the dirt and the noise, I'd stop seeing the girl in the emerald dress. I thought the machine would take back over. And I spent 3 hours in my penthouse staring at the wall because I couldn't stop wondering if you were cold, he growled. He moved his hand from the chair to the back of my neck, his fingers tangling in my messy hair. He pulled me up, forcing me to stand. I was pressed against him, the rough wool of his coat scratching against my blouse, the heat of his body overwhelming. You're a disaster, Lena Carter, he breathed against my lips. You've ruined my schedule, you've ruined my board, you've ruined my peace of mind. And then let me go, I whispered. No. He kissed me then. It wasn't the kiss of a lover. It was the kiss of a man who was losing a war. It was hard, desperate, and tasted of the grit and salt of the construction site. I reached up, my dusty hands staining his black coat, pulling him closer, needing the solid, unyielding weight of him to stop the world from spinning. He backed me into the glass wall of the office. The coldness of the glass against my back and the heat of his body in front of me was too much. I let out a low, broken sound, my fingers digging into his shoulders. Adrian pulled back, his forehead resting against mine. He was breathing hard, his pupils so blown they swallowed the blue of his eyes. This has to stop, he whispered, though he didn't move away. You're the one who came here, Adrian. You're the one who issued the ultimatum. I know. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver flask. He took a drink and handed it to me. It was the same scotch from the gala, smoky, dark, and expensive. I came to tell you that Harrison Thorne is moving the viewing up. I choked on the scotch. When? 48 hours, Adrian said, his expression snapping back into that mask of iron-hard ruthlessness. Thorne is flying to London on Thursday. He wants to see the room Wednesday morning. If it's not ready, he pulls the funding for the entire hotel line. That's impossible. We haven't even finished the wiring. I don't care about impossible, Lena. I care about results. He stepped back, the coldness of the room rushing back in to fill the space between us. You have 36 hours to make a miracle happen in the dark. If you do, you're a legend. If you don't, you're a memory. I stared at him, my heart pounding with a mix of fury and terror. He had just kissed me like I was the only thing that mattered, and now he was throwing me back into the fire. You're a monster, I said. I'm a billionaire, Lena. There's no difference. He turned and walked toward the door. He stopped with his hand on the handle, looking back at me over his shoulder. The cedar panels look good in the basement, by the way, he said. The grain is perfect. He stepped out into the dark lobby, his footsteps echoing until they were swallowed by the city. I stood in the center of the mobile office, the taste of scotch and Adrian Blackwood still lingering on my lips. I looked at the laptop, at the lighting schematics, at the dust on my hands. 36 hours. The machine was back in control. But as I grabbed my flashlight and headed back toward the elevator shafts, I realized that I wasn't afraid of the deadline. I wasn't even afraid of Harrison Thorne. I was afraid of the fact that I would do anything, build anything, sacrifice anything, just to see that look of transfixed wonder in Adrian's eyes one more time. The secret was no longer just a room. It was my survival. And as the first sounds of the morning shift began to rumble in the street below, I knew that the next 36 hours would either make me or break me forever. Chapter 15: The Miracle in the Dark. 36 hours. In the world of high-stakes construction, 36 hours is the blink of an eye. It is a rounding error. It is the time it takes for a single coat of high-end paint to properly cure. But in the world of Adrian Blackwood, 36 hours was the distance between a career and a memory. I stood in the center of the unfinished signature suite on the 20th floor. The air was thick with the scent of sawdust and the ozone smell of active electrical wiring. My eyes were burning, the edges of my vision starting to fray with the early signs of exhaustion. "Joe," I shouted over the whine of a miter saw. The foreman appeared from the hallway, his face smeared with grease. He looked like he'd been through a war, and we were only 6 hours into the final sprint. "Tell me the recessed lighting is in," I said, not looking at him, my eyes fixed on the black Riverrock wall. "The strips are in, Ms. Carter, but the dimmers are acting up. The voltage from the main grid is fluctuating. If we turn them on now, we might pop the whole circuit." "Fix it," I said, my voice cold. "I don't care if you have to run a dedicated line to the street. Harrison Thorne arrives in 30 hours. If those shadows aren't perfect, we don't have a room, we have a closet." Joe sighed, but he didn't argue. He'd seen me work. He'd seen me haul cedar planks when the elevator went down. He'd seen me stay on my feet when the rest of the crew took their breaks. I wasn't the girl in the emerald dress anymore. I was a ghost in the machine, fueled by caffeine and a desperate, burning need to prove that I was more than a billionaire's obsession. Hour 24. The Italian silk arrived. It came in 3 climate-controlled crates, escorted by 2 security guards as if it were the crown jewels. I watched as the workers opened the first crate. Even in the harsh, flickering light of the construction lamps, the silk was breathtaking. It was a deep, midnight blue, the color of the sky just before the stars come out. "Gloves!" I yelled as a worker reached for a roll. Nobody touches this fabric without white cotton gloves. If I see a single fingerprint on this silk, you're off the site. I felt like a conductor leading a symphony of chaos. I moved from the bedroom to the bathroom, checking the placement of the moss walls, ensuring the humidity sensors were calibrated. I was a blur of movement, a dervish of grit and determination. I didn't see Adrian. I didn't expect to. He had given me the ultimatum. He had set the fire, and now he was waiting to see if I'd burn or if I'd walk through the flames. But I felt him. Every time the elevator chimed, every time a new set of footsteps echoed in the hallway, my skin would prickle. I could feel the gravity of him, even from 40 floors away. It was a phantom weight, a silent pressure that kept me moving when my legs wanted to give out. Hour 12. The lighting crisis hit. It happened at 3 in the morning. The room was nearly finished. The cedar panels were up, the silk was being stretched over the feature wall, and the black stone floor was being polished to a mirror finish. Then the lights went out, not just the room lights. The entire floor went black. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the suite. I stood in the darkness, the only sound the frantic thrumming of my own heart. "Joe," I whispered. "The main transformer blew." Joe's voice came from the darkness, sounding defeated. "The whole block is out. Con Ed says it'll be 4 hours before they can get a crew out here." "We don't have 4 hours," I snapped. I fumbled for my phone, the screen light blinding me. "Get the backup generators, now." There for the emergency elevators and the fire systems, Lena. We can't tap into them for decorative lighting. Watch me. I didn't wait for him. I ran for the stairs, my boots thudding against the concrete. I didn't think about the risk. I didn't think about the union rules. I only thought about the secret. I found the electrical room on the mezzanine, a cavern of humming machines and high-voltage warnings. I didn't know how to wire a generator, but I knew how to read a schematic. I spent the next hour in a haze of copper wire and wire strippers, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I was working by the light of my phone held between my teeth. When the first flicker of indirect light finally bled through the gaps in the cedar panels back on the 20th floor, I slumped against the cold concrete wall and cried. They weren't tears of sadness. They were the tears of a woman who had finally realized she was stronger than the world that was trying to break her. Hour 0. The sun was rising over the East River, a pale, cold gold that made the construction dust in the air look like floating diamonds. I stood in the center of the finished signature suite. It was perfect. The cedar walls smelled of old forests and rain. The midnight silk absorbed the light, creating a depth that made the room feel as if it were expanding into the infinite. The indirect lighting cast long, poetic shadows that blurred the corners, turning the suite into a sanctuary of shadow and light. It didn't look like a hotel room. It looked like a dream you didn't want to wake up from. I was a mess. My clothes were stained with stone dust and sweat. There was a smudge of grease on my forehead, and my eyes were bloodshot. I looked like I had been pulled through a hedge backward. The elevator chimed. I stood up straight, smoothing down my dusty trousers. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and took a deep breath. The doors opened. Harrison Thorne stepped out first. He was a man made of old money and iron, white hair, a bespoke gray suit, and eyes that had seen 1,000 miracles and had been impressed by none of them. Behind him walked Adrian. He was back in his armor, a dark charcoal suit, a white shirt, a silk tie. He looked impeccable. He looked cold. But as his gaze swept over the room, I saw it. For a fraction of a second, his mask shattered. His eyes widened and he stopped mid-stride. He didn't look at Thorne. He didn't look at the silk. He looked at me. Harrison Thorne walked into the center of the room. He didn't say a word. He walked to the window, then to the silk-covered wall. He reached out, without gloves, and ran a hand over the fabric. I held my breath. My heart was a lead weight in my chest. Thorne turned to the bathroom, looking at the stone tub and the living moss walls. He stood there for a long time, the silence in the suite growing heavier with every passing second. Finally, he turned back to Adrian. "It's not a hotel room, Adrian," Thorne said. His voice was a low, gravelly rasp. My heart sank. He hates it, I thought. It's over. "It's a confession," Thorne continued. He looked at me, his sharp eyes softening just a fraction. "I've spent 40 years staying in the finest suites in the world. I've slept in palaces. I've slept in gold-leafed villas, but I've never been in a room that felt like it was waiting for me." Thorne turned back to the window, looking out at the city. "The deal stands," he said. "In fact, double the investment. I want this design in every flagship Blackwood hotel from London to Tokyo. And I want this woman overseeing every single one of them." Thorne walked toward the elevator without another word, his assistant scurrying after him. I stood there, frozen. I had won. I had actually won. Adrian stayed behind. He didn't move. He stood by the cedar feature wall, the shadows of my design falling across his face. He looked like a man who had seen a ghost. "He liked it," I whispered, my voice cracking. "He didn't just like it, Lena," Adrian said. He walked toward me, his steps silent on the black stone. He was moved by it. And Harrison Thorne hasn't been moved by anything since the fall of the Berlin Wall. He stopped in front of me. The air between us was electric, charged with the relief of the victory and the lingering heat of the ultimatum. He reached out, his thumb brushing the smudge of grease from my forehead. "You did it," he murmured. "You built a miracle in the dark." "I did it because you told me I couldn't," I said, looking up at him. "I did it to prove that you don't own the air I breathe, Adrian. I built this room to show you that I have a soul that your money can't buy." Adrian's eyes darkened. He reached out, his hand sliding into my tangled hair, pulling me toward him. "I know," he whispered against my lips, "and that's why I can't let you go." He kissed me then, and it wasn't a challenge. It wasn't a deal. It was a surrender. He kissed me with a hunger that was raw and honest, his hands gripping my waist as if he were trying to anchor himself to me. But as I kissed him back, I felt a sudden, sharp pang of reality. The project was saved. My career was a legend. But the secret was no longer just a room. It was us. And as the sun rose higher, flooding the room with a brilliant, unforgiving light, I realized that the hardest part of the deal wasn't the building. It was the aftermath. Because Harrison Thorne had been right, the room was a confession. And now that the world knew what I was capable of, they would never stop looking for the truth behind the shadows. The miracle was finished, but the consequences were only just beginning. Chapter 16, The Gilded Isolation. The exhaustion didn't hit me all at once. It seeped in like a slow-acting poison. After Harrison, Thorne left and Adrian had surrendered to that one, bone-deep kiss in the shadows of the suite, the adrenaline that had been keeping me upright for 72 hours simply evaporated. I remember the ride back to my apartment in a blur of gray streets and the hum of the Maybach's engine. I remember the way the gold key felt heavy in my hand as I opened the door. I didn't even make it to the bedroom. I collapsed onto the sofa, my boots still covered in the dust of the secret, and fell into a sleep so deep it felt like drowning. When I finally woke up, the sun was setting. My body felt like it had been put through a stone crusher. Every muscle ached, and my throat was raw from the dust and the shouting. But as I sat up and looked at my phone, the world had changed. I had 47 missed calls, over 100 emails. The news had broken. Harrison Thorne hadn't just doubled the investment. He had gone on record with the Wall Street Journal calling the Blackwood Signature Suite the most significant architectural shift in luxury hospitality in a decade. And he had mentioned my name. Lena Carter, the article read, the enigmatic new vision behind the Blackwood Empire. I stared at the screen, a strange, hollow feeling in my chest. I had wanted success. I had wanted to belong. But looking at my name in the digital ink, I realized that I hadn't just joined the world of the elite. I had become their latest curiosity. I wasn't the girl who was between things anymore. I was a brand. Walking into the Blackwood Tower on Monday morning felt like walking into a cathedral where I was the accidental saint. The security guards didn't just nod, they stood a little straighter as I passed. The receptionist, the woman who had once looked at me with clinical indifference, offered a wide, practiced smile. "Good morning, Director Carter," she said. Director. The title felt like a weight. I headed for the 42nd floor, my heart doing a slow, rhythmic thud against my ribs. I was wearing a new suit, a sharp, midnight blue velvet that echoed the silk of the suite. It was expensive. It was powerful. It was armor. When the elevator doors opened, the creative department went silent. It wasn't the hostile silence from before. It was something worse. It was the silence of people who were afraid of me. Or perhaps people who were waiting for me to fail so they could say they knew it all along. I walked toward my office, but a figure blocked my path. Sarah. She looked different. Her sharp edges seemed even sharper, her professional mask polished to a mirror finish. She held a black leather folder in her hands, her knuckles white. "The board of directors has finalized your promotion," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the weary sympathy she had shown me at the construction site. "You are now the global creative lead for the signature line. You report directly to Adrian. No more intermediaries. No more oversight from me." "Sarah, I didn't ask for you to be cut out." "It doesn't matter what you asked for, Lena," she interrupted, her eyes flashing with a cold, suppressed anger. "This is Adrian's world. He doesn't believe in layers. He believes in direct lines of control. You're his direct line now." She shoved the folder into my hands. "Your new office is on the 44th floor, right below his. They moved your things over the weekend." "The 44th floor. That's executive row." "That's exactly what it is," Sarah said, stepping aside. "Welcome to the top, Lena. I hope you like the view. It's very lonely up there." She turned and walked back toward the design pool, leaving me standing in the hallway with the weight of the promotion in my hands. I looked at the designers, the people I was supposed to lead, and saw the rift that had opened between us. I was no longer one of them. I was a favorite of the king, and in a corporate empire, a favorite is always a target. The new office was a masterpiece of glass and obsidian. It was twice the size of my old one, with a private lounge, a wet bar, and a view that made the rest of Manhattan look like a toy set. But as I sat behind the massive desk, the silence was deafening. There were no designers popping in to ask about color swatches. There was no hum of creative energy. There was only the ticking of a high-end clock on the wall and the distant, muffled sound of the city. I tried to work. I pulled up the schematics for the London flagship, but the pixels on the screen seemed to blur. Every time I heard the elevator chime in the hallway, my breath hitched. I was waiting for him. I was waiting for the man who had kissed me in the dark and told me I was his weakness. By 3 p.m., the tension was a physical ache in my temples. I couldn't sit there any longer. I stood up, grabbed the project files, and headed for the executive elevator. I didn't swipe for the 44th floor. I swiped for the top. I didn't wait for Marcus to announce me. I didn't care about the rules or the strictly professional mask. I pushed through the frosted glass doors of Adrian's office, ready to demand. What? An explanation, a confession, a moment of honesty in a building made of glass. The office was empty. The sun was streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long, sharp shadows across the obsidian desk. I stood in the center of the room, feeling foolish. I turned to leave, but then I saw it. On his desk, sitting right in the center, was a small, framed photo. It wasn't a photo of his family. It wasn't a photo of his empire. It was a candid shot of me. I was at the construction site, my hair wild, my face smudged with dust, laughing at something Joe had said. I didn't even remember anyone taking the photo. I looked raw. I looked real. I looked like a person, not a brand. I reached out, my fingers hovering over the frame. "It's a good likeness." I jumped, spinning around. Adrian was standing in the private doorway that led to his personal suite. He had discarded his jacket, his white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled up. He looked tired, but his eyes were as sharp and piercing as ever. "Adrian," I breathed. I was looking for you. Sarah told me about the promotion." He walked toward me, his movements slow and effortless. He didn't stop until he was standing just inches away. I could smell the sandalwood and the cold air of the executive floor. "You don't like the new office?" He asked, his voice a low, vibrating hum. "It's a cage, Adrian. A beautiful glass cage on the 44th floor. I'm isolated. My team won't speak to me, and Sarah looks at me like I'm a traitor." Isolation is the price of power, Lena. I thought you understood that by now. I don't want power. I want to build things. I want to be part of something. "You are part of something," he said, stepping into my space. He reached out, his thumb brushing against my lower lip, a gesture that was becoming dangerously familiar. "You are the face of the Blackwood future. You are the only person in this building who has seen the man behind the machine. That makes you dangerous, and it makes you mine." "I am not yours, Adrian," I whispered, though my heart was betraying me, racing with a frantic electric speed. "I am an employee, a director. We had a deal." "The deal changed the moment Thorne signed that contract," Adrian murmured. He leaned in, his face inches from mine. "The board is satisfied. The investors are happy. The machine is running perfectly. But I—" He trailed off, his gaze dropping to my lips. But you what?" "I find that I can't stay on my floor when I know you're only 2 floors below me," he growled. He didn't kiss me. He did something worse. He reached out and took the project files from my hand, setting them on the desk without looking at them. He then took my hand, his fingers lacing with mine. His grip was firm, possessive. The office tension, the whispers, the jealousy, it's all noise, Lena. Ignore it. You have work to do. We have a flight to London tonight. Tonight, Adrian, I have a dozen meetings tomorrow. Cancel them, he said, his voice returning to its iron-hard, commanding tone. The London site is a mess. I want you to see the space. I want you to tell me where the shadows should fall. He let go of my hand and walked back to his desk, the strictly professional mask snapping back into place so fast it made my head spin. "Be at the private terminal at 8 p.m. Bring the cedar samples. And Lena." I looked at him, my hand on the door handle. "Yes, Mr. Blackwood." "The blue suit," he said, his eyes scanning me with a dark, appreciative hunger. "It suits the new director, but don't get too comfortable in it. In London, the rules will be different." I walked out of the office, the door clicking shut behind me. The air in the hallway felt thin. I headed for the elevators, my mind a chaotic storm of London, cedar samples, and the look in Adrian's eyes. He was pushing me. He was pulling me. He was weaving a web around me that was made of promotions and private jets and midnight confessions. The office tension wasn't just electric. It was a warning. I was rising higher and higher in the Blackwood empire, but as the elevator plummeted toward the 44th floor, I realized that the higher I went, the further I had to fall. And Adrian Blackwood wasn't a man who caught people when they fell. He was the man who pushed them. Chapter 17. The Altitude of Desire. The private terminal at Teterboro was a cathedral of silver and silence. Outside, the rain was turning into a mist that clung to the wings of the Gulfstream G650 like a damp shroud. Inside, the air smelled of jet fuel, expensive leather, and the looming weight of things left unsaid. I stood by the window, clutching the leather case containing the London cedar samples. I had changed into a simpler traveling suit, black cashmere and silk, but I still felt the phantom weight of the blue velvet from the office. I felt like I was shedding skins, one after the other, trying to find the one that wouldn't burn when Adrian touched me. "The flight plan is filed, Ms. Carter. We're just waiting for the CEO. The flight attendant was a young woman with a polite, frozen smile. She looked at me with that same curious, guarded expression I was seeing everywhere now. To her, I was just another variable in Adrian Blackwood's orbit. Then, the doors to the terminal hissed open. Adrian didn't walk in, he invaded. He was wearing a long, dark overcoat over his suit, his stride long and relentless. Marcus followed behind him, whispering something into a phone, but Adrian wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on me. "On board," he commanded as he passed. He didn't wait for a greeting. He didn't offer a smile. He was the machine again, moving toward the next objective. I followed him up the air stairs. The interior of the jet was a masterpiece of masculine luxury. Cream leather, dark walnut, and indirect lighting that made the cabin feel like a floating version of the secret suite. It was quiet, the sound of the world outside dampened by layers of soundproofing and money. "Sit," Adrian said, gesturing to the wide leather chair opposite his. I sat. I placed the cedar samples on the table between us. I wanted to look professional. I wanted to focus on the grain of the wood and the square footage of the London flagship. I wanted to pretend that we were just two colleagues on a business trip. The engines roared to life, a low, powerful vibration that resonated in the marrow of my bones. We began to taxi, the lights of the runway blurring into long, yellow streaks against the rain-slicked window. As we lifted off, the pressure in the cabin shifted. We were climbing, leaving the city, the scandal, and the office drama 40,000 feet below us. Adrian discarded his overcoat and leaned back, watching me. He didn't open his laptop. He didn't look at the folders Marcus had left on the side table. He just watched me with that steady, predatory intensity that made the air in the cabin feel too thin to breathe. "You're quiet, Lena," he noted. "I'm thinking about London," I said, opening the case of samples. "The site on Bond Street is historic. The masonry is different from the New York project. We'll need to adjust the lighting temperature to account for the gray light of the city." "London is 5 hours away," he said, his voice a low, gravelly hum. "The masonry can wait. Put the wood away." "Adrian, you told me to bring the samples. You said we had work to do." I lied. I stopped, my hand hovering over a piece of dark, aromatic cedar. I looked up at him. He was watching me with a look that wasn't strictly professional. It was the look of the man in the garden. It was the look of the man who had carried me into my apartment. "You're the CEO," I said, my voice shaking. "You're not supposed to lie about work." "In the air, I am whatever I want to be," he murmured. He reached across the small table and took the sample from my hand, setting it aside. He then took my hand, his fingers tracing the pulse point at my wrist. "In New York, we are the brand, we are the directors, we are the targets, but up here, there is no audience. There is Marcus, there is the flight crew. Marcus is in the forward cabin, the crew is in the cockpit. We are alone, Lena, in the dark between worlds." He stood up, but he didn't move away. He leaned over the table, his presence closing in on me. The cabin lights were dimmed, the only illumination coming from the small reading lamps that cast long, poetic shadows across his face. "You said the rules would be different in London," I whispered. "They are," he said. He reached out, his hand sliding into my hair at the base of my neck. He pulled my head back gently, forcing me to look at him. "In New York, the rule is survival. In London, the rule is honesty." "I've been honest with you, Adrian." "Have you?" He leaned closer, his breath warm against my lips. "Then tell me, Lena, when you look at me across that obsidian desk, do you see a boss? Or do you see the man who ruined your peace of mind?" My heart was thumping a frantic, irregular rhythm. I wanted to lie. I wanted to tell him that I only saw the CEO. But the way he was looking at me, it was like he was reading the truth written in the dilation of my pupils. "I see both," I breathed. And that's the problem. It's only a problem if you fight it, he murmured. He moved around the table and sat on the edge of my oversized chair. The space was suddenly non-existent. I was pressed back against the leather, his body a solid wall of heat and power in front of me. He reached out and traced the line of my jaw, his thumb lingering on my lower lip. "You're shaking," he noted. "Because I'm terrified of you," I admitted. "Good, you should be." He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear. "I am a ruthless man, Lena. I have spent my life taking what I want and discarding what I don't need. But with you, I find myself wanting things I can't even name." "And like what?" "Like the way you look when you're defending a design. The way your eyes go dark when you're stubborn. The way you taste when the world isn't watching." He captured my lips then. It wasn't a slow kiss. It was an explosion. It was the release of all the tension from the office, all the suppressed hunger of the last 48 hours. I reached up, my fingers digging into the silk of his tie, pulling him closer, needing the gravity of him to keep me from floating away into the night sky. The cabin felt like it was spinning. The hum of the engines, the darkness outside, the sheer altitude, it all blended into a single, overwhelming sensation of surrender. Adrian's hand slid from my neck to my waist, his grip possessive and hard. He pulled me into his lap, his strength effortless. I felt the rough texture of his suit against my skin, the heat of his body scorching through my cashmere. "London is a cold city, Lena," he whispered against my throat, his kisses leaving a trail of fire. "But in my house, it will be different." "Your house?" "I don't stay in hotels in London," he murmured. "I have a townhouse in Mayfair, private, secure, no reporters, no board members, just us." I pulled back just an inch, looking into his eyes. They were dark, the icy blue replaced by a storm of desire and something that looked dangerously like obsession. "Adrian, if we do this, there's no going back to strictly professional. The board will find out. Sarah will know. It will be the end of the secret." "Let them know," he growled. "I'm tired of playing the machine. I'm tired of watching you from 40 floors away." He leaned in to kiss me again, but the intercom suddenly buzzed, a sharp, mechanical intrusion. "Mr. Blackwood, we've hit some turbulence over the Atlantic. The captain requests that all passengers return to their seats and fasten their belts." Adrian let out a low, frustrated sound against my skin. He stayed there for a heartbeat, his forehead resting against mine, his breath ragged. "The world is always trying to pull us apart, isn't it?" He whispered. "Maybe it's a warning," I said, though I didn't want to move. He pulled back, his expression snapping back into that mask of iron-hard control, though his eyes were still smoldering. He helped me back into my seat and buckled his own belt as the jet began to shudder, caught in the invisible currents of the storm outside. "I don't believe in warnings," he said, looking out the window at the darkness. "I only believe in outcomes." We spent the rest of the flight in a heavy, charged silence. The turbulence was violent, the jet tossing and turning in the night sky, but inside the cabin the tension was even greater. I sat with my hands folded in my lap, staring at the cedar samples. The rules were different now. The line hadn't just been crossed, it had been incinerated. By the time the wheels touched down on the rain-slicked runway at Heathrow, the sun was just beginning to peek through the thick London fog. The city looked gray, old, and unforgiving. As we stepped off the jet and into the waiting Bentley, Adrian took my hand. His grip was firm. Final. "Welcome to London, Lena," he said, his voice cold and professional for the benefit of the driver, but his eyes promised something else entirely. "Let's go see the site, and then we'll see about that honesty." I looked out at the damp streets of Mayfair, the historic buildings looming like giants in the mist. I had come here to build a hotel. I had come here to save a project. But as Adrian pulled me closer to his side in the back of the car, I realized that I was no longer the architect of my own fate. The boss had brought me to his city. And in the shadows of the London fog, I had the sinking feeling that the ruthless deal was about to become a permanent contract. Chapter 18: The Bond Street ULTATUM. The Mayfair townhouse didn't look like a home. It looked like a fortress. It was a tall, narrow building of white Portland stone, its black iron railings slick with the morning mist. While Adrian's New York penthouse was a glass cage in the sky, this place was rooted in the heavy, dark soil of history. As the Bentley pulled to the curb, a man in a quiet, gray suit stepped out of the shadows to open the door. "Welcome back, Mr. Blackwood," the man said, his voice as neutral as the London sky. Adrian didn't answer. He stepped out and reached back for my hand, his grip firm and cool. I followed him into the foyer, where the air smelled of floor wax, old books, and the damp chill that seemed to permeate every corner of the city. "You have 2 hours to refresh, Lena," Adrian said, checking a heavy silver watch. He didn't look at me. He was already scanning a stack of mail that had been left on a marble side table. "A car will take us to the Bond Street site at 10. The UK team is expecting a progress report. Do not make them wait." I stood in the center of the foyer, my boots echoing on the checkered marble. "Is that it? We're back to the schedule." Adrian stopped. He turned slowly, the light from a high, arched window catching the hardness in his eyes. He looked impeccable, as if the cross-Atlantic flight and the turbulence had never happened. The man who had whispered against my skin in the dark was gone, replaced by the CEO who calculated every breath. "The schedule is all that matters, Lena," he said. His voice was a flat, low vibration. "In this house, you are a guest. At the site, you are the lead. Learn to separate the two, or you won't survive the week." He turned and walked up the sweeping mahogany staircase, leaving me alone in the echoing hall. The Bond Street site was a disaster of a different kind. If New York was about the future, London was a battle with the past. The building was an old Edwardian structure that had once been a bank. The walls were thick, the ceilings were low, and the air was thick with the dust of a century. As we walked onto the site, the noise was deafening. But it was the silence of the people that hit me harder. The UK design team was waiting for us in a makeshift boardroom on the 3rd floor. They were men in their 50s, dressed in tweed and expensive wool, their expressions as cold as the stone walls. They looked at me, a 24-year-old American woman with no pedigree and a scandalous reputation, and I could practically hear their thoughts. "Mr. Blackwood," the lead architect, a man named Alastair, said. He gave a stiff nod. "And this must be Ms. Carter. We've read the reports from New York. Quite ambitious." "Ambitious is a polite word for it, Alastair," Adrian said, taking a seat at the head of the table. He didn't look at me. He didn't offer a seat. He let me stand at the edge of the circle, my portfolio clutched to my chest. "Ms. Carter is here to ensure the London flagship follows the signature line's direction. She has the final say on all aesthetic materials." Alastair's face went pale, then a mottled red. "With all due respect, sir, this building is a Grade II listed structure. We cannot simply rip out the paneling to install. What was it? Dark cedar and raw silk. It's garish. It's un-British." "It's the future of this brand," Adrian snapped. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "The market doesn't want British. They want Blackwood, Ms. Carter." I stepped forward. My hands were cold, but my voice was steady. I had built the miracle in the dark in New York. I could do it here. The Edwardian architecture is a strength, not a weakness, I said, laying out the floor plans. We're not ripping anything out. We're layering. We use the existing stone as a frame for the shadows. The silk isn't garish. It's an acoustic dampener. It creates a silence that you can't find anywhere else in this city. It's a gimmick, another man muttered. I turned to him. It was a gimmick that doubled Harrison Thorne's investment last week. Unless you have a better way to secure 40 million pounds, I suggest you look at the schematics. Adrian leaned back, a small, dark smile touching the corner of his mouth. It wasn't a smile of support. It was the look of a man watching a wolf find its teeth. The meeting lasted 3 hours. It was a war of inches. Every time I proposed a change, they cited a regulation. Every time I explained a texture, they mentioned heritage. But I didn't back down. I used the iron-hard logic Adrian had taught me. I didn't ask for their approval. I demanded their results. By the time we walked out onto the street, the fog had turned into a steady, freezing rain. You held your own, Adrian said as the Bentley pulled up. He sounded almost bored, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. They hate me, I said, pulling my coat tighter around me. They fear you. It's more effective. He opened the door for me, but he didn't get in. He stood on the sidewalk, the rain darkening the wool of his coat. I have a meeting at the Lloyd's building. The car will take you back to the townhouse. I've had dinner arranged for 8. Are you coming? That depends, Lena, he said. He stepped closer, the scent of rain and tobacco clinging to him. He lowered his voice so the driver couldn't hear. It depends on whether you're ready to stop playing the victim and start playing the lead. You did well today, but you're still looking to me for protection. In London, I don't protect, I only provide. He turned and walked away into the gray mist, leaving me with a hollow feeling in the pit of my stomach. The townhouse at 8 p.m. was a labyrinth of shadows. The staff had disappeared, leaving only a single candle-lit table in the dining room. The walls were covered in dark silk, not the raw silk of my designs, but a heavy, old-world damask that seemed to swallow the light. I had changed into a simple black slip dress, my hair damp from the rain. I felt small in the massive house. I felt like an intruder. I heard the front door close, the heavy thud of his footsteps. Adrian walked into the dining room. He had discarded his tie, his shirt unbuttoned halfway down his chest. He looked exhausted, but there was a sharp, dangerous energy radiating from him. He walked to the sideboard and poured 2 glasses of dark, red wine. To the shadows, he said, handing me a glass. We ate in silence. The food was rich, but I barely tasted it. The air in the room was thick, charged with the same electricity that had nearly burned us on the flight. Every time his fork hit the china, it sounded like a gunshot. Finally, he set his glass down. He looked at me across the flickering candles. I received a call from New York this afternoon, he said. His voice was low, jagged. A rival firm, Vane Logistics, is making a play for the London site. They've been talking to the Historical Society, trying to block our permits. Sela's Vane, I asked, remembering the shark-like man from the gala. Sela's is a scavenger. He knows he can't beat me on design, so he's trying to beat me on bureaucracy. He's using the scandal, Lena. He's using you. I felt the blood drain from my face. What is he saying? He's saying that Blackwood Industries has lost its way, that the CEO is making decisions based on personal interests. He's calling for a board review of your contract. Again. Adrian, I'll leave. I'll go back to New York or I'll resign. I won't let him ruin the project. Adrian stood up. He walked around the table, his shadow looming over me. He stopped behind my chair, his hands resting on my shoulders. His touch was heavy, possessive. "You don't understand," he whispered, his breath warm against my neck. "I don't care about Sela's vein, and I don't care about the board, but I do care about loyalty." He moved his hands from my shoulders to my throat, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw. It wasn't a caress, it was a claim. "I'm going to make you an offer, Lena, an ultimatum." I looked up at him, my heart hammering. "What kind of offer?" "Stay in London, not as a guest, not as a temporary lead. I want you to take over the entire European expansion. You'll live here. You'll work here. You'll be the face of Blackwood on this side of the Atlantic." "And the catch." Adrian leaned down, his face inches from mine. His eyes were dark, the icy blue replaced by a terrifying, absolute hunger. "The catch is that you sign a new contract, a private one. No more secrets, no more strictly professional lies. You stay by my side, in my bed, and in my world, entirely. You give up the girl who walked into that gala, and you become the woman I've made you. And if I say no?" "Then you go back to New York tomorrow," he said, his voice dropping to a low, cold hum. "I'll pay out your contract. You'll have enough money to never work again, but you'll never see me again. You'll be just another mistake I decided to fix." He let go of my throat and stepped back. He stood in the shadows, waiting. "You have until morning to decide, Lena. You can have the empire, or you can have your freedom, but you cannot have both." He turned and walked out of the room, the sound of his footsteps echoing up the mahogany stairs. I sat alone in the candlelight, the dark red wine tasting like iron in my mouth. The choice was clear. The empire, the power, the man who looked at me like I was the only thing that mattered, or the rain, the grit, and the quiet life I had left behind. I looked at the shadows on the wall, the secret I had built for him. The ruthless deal was no longer about money. It was about my soul. And as the candles began to flicker out, I realized that I already knew the answer. The lion had finally closed the cage, and I was the one holding the key. Chapter 19, The Darkest Contract. The candles had guttered out, leaving the dining room in a thick, charcoal-colored gloom. I sat there for a long time, my fingers tracing the rim of the wine glass. The wine was cold now, its scent of dark berries and oak lingering in the air like a phantom. I looked at my hands. They were clean, no more drywall dust, no more grease from the generators. My nails were manicured, my skin soft. I was dressed in silk that cost more than my father had made in a year. Adrian's ultimatum echoed in the silence of the townhouse. The empire, or freedom, if I walked away, I would be rich. I could start my own firm. I could live a quiet, safe life where no one watched my every move, where no one whispered my name in the hallways of power. I could find a man who wanted a partner, not an asset, a man who would ask, not command. But as I looked into the shadows of the room, I realized that freedom felt like a desert. The girl who had pinned her dress together in a drafty apartment was gone. She had been consumed by the fire of the last few weeks. I had tasted the air at the top of the tower. I had built a miracle in the dark. I had seen the man behind the machine, and he had looked at me with a hunger that made the rest of the world feel gray and lifeless. I couldn't go back to the ordinary. I didn't want a life without the electricity, without the stakes, without him. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor, a lonely, jarring sound in the massive house. I didn't go to the guest room. I didn't pack my bags. I walked toward the mahogany staircase, my bare feet silent on the cold wood. The house felt like it was watching me. The portraits of long-dead aristocrats on the walls seemed to sneer as I passed. "Who are you? They seemed to ask, just a little thief in a silk dress. I reached the top of the stairs. The hallway was long and narrow, lit only by a single dim wall sconce. At the very end was a set of heavy double doors. Adrian's room. I didn't knock. I pushed the doors open. The room was vast, dominated by a four-poster bed draped in charcoal velvet. The only light came from the fireplace, where the last of the embers were glowing a deep, angry orange. Adrian was standing by the window, staring out at the rain-slicked streets of Mayfair. He had changed into a dark silk robe. He didn't turn around when I entered, but I saw his shoulders stiffen. He knew. "The sun hasn't risen yet, Lena," he said. His voice was a low, jagged rasp that seemed to vibrate in the very floorboards. "You still have time to change your mind. The car is on standby. The pilot is waiting." "I don't want the car," I said. My voice was steady, clearer than it had ever been. "And I don't want the payout." Adrian turned slowly. The orange light of the fire caught the sharp angle of his jaw, the hollows of his cheeks. He looked like a man who had been hollowed out by his own ambition. He looked like a man who was terrified of the answer he was about to receive. "Then, why are you here?" I walked toward him, stopping only when the heat from his body began to mingle with the cool air of the room. "I'm here to sign the contract," I whispered. Adrian's eyes darkened, the icy blue turning into a storm of something I couldn't name. He reached out, his hand grasping my waist, pulling me flush against him. His grip was hard, almost painful, a physical manifestation of the obsession he had been trying to hide. "Do you understand what you're signing, Lena?" He breathed against my lips. "This isn't a project. This isn't a job. If you stay, you are mine. I will dictate your schedule. I will manage your image. I will be the sun your world revolves around. There is no strictly professional left. There is only us, and I am a ruthless man." "I know what you are," I said, my hand sliding up to the back of his neck, my fingers tangling in the dark hair. "You're a man who thinks he can buy the soul of the world. You're a man who builds cages and calls them sanctuaries. And yet you're staying." "I'm staying because I'm the only one who can see through the gold," I said. "You want me to be the face of your empire. Fine, you want me in your bed. Fine, but here is my condition, Adrian, the only deal I will sign." He tilted his head, a flicker of curiosity breaking through the storm in his eyes. "You're in no position to bargain, Lena." "I'm the only one in a position to bargain. Because you're the one who can't breathe when I'm 40 floors away. You're the one who stares at a photo of a dusty girl in a construction site because you've forgotten what it feels like to be real." I leaned in, my lips brushing his. "I will stay. I will be your director. I will be your partner. But you will never look at me as a tool again. You will never treat me as an asset. If we do this, you have to be the man, not the machine. Can you do that, Adrian? Can you let someone in without trying to own them?" The silence in the room was absolute. The only sound was the crackle of the dying fire and the rhythmic drumming of my heart. Adrian stared at me for a long time. I saw the struggle in his face, the decades of control battling with the raw, terrifying vulnerability of the moment. He was a man who had built an empire on leverage, and I had just taken it all away. "I don't know if I can," he whispered. It was the first honest thing he had ever said to me. "Then let's find out together," I said. I kissed him then. It wasn't a surrender. It was a claim. I kissed him with all the fire of the last few weeks, with all the grit of the construction site and all the elegance of the emerald dress. I pulled him toward the bed, the velvet drapes swallowing us as the world outside, the board, the scandal, the rivals faded into nothingness. In the dark of the London townhouse, the contract was signed. Not with ink, but with skin and breath, and the reckless promise of a future that had no rules. I woke up hours later to the sound of the London foghorns in the distance. The room was gray, the morning light filtered through the heavy mist. Adrian was still there. He was lying on his side, watching me. He looked younger in the morning light, the lines of stress around his eyes softened by sleep. He reached out and traced the line of my collarbone, his touch slow and deliberate. "It's official," he said. His voice was a low, intimate hum. "The announcement went out to the London team an hour ago. You are the European lead, effective immediately." "You didn't wait for the sun to come up?" I asked, a small smile touching my lips. "I told you I'm a man of momentum." He leaned in and kissed my forehead. "There's a car waiting to take us to the airport. We have a meeting in Paris at 2. Paris. The expansion doesn't wait for the honeymoon, Lena." He stood up and walked toward the bathroom, his movements effortless and powerful. He stopped at the door and looked back at me. "And Lena." "Yes." "Sela's vein called this morning. He's retracting his complaint to the board. It seems he's had a sudden change of heart about the signature line." I frowned. "What did you do, Adrian?" "I reminded him that I own the shipping lanes his company uses," Adrian said, his expression snapping back into the cold, ruthless mask of the CEO. "And I reminded him that anyone who touches what is mine ends up at the bottom of the ocean." He disappeared into the bathroom, the sound of the shower turning on. I lay there in the gray light, the charcoal velvet sheets pulled to my chin. I had the empire. I had the man. I had the life I had dreamed of in that drafty apartment. But as I looked at the gold key sitting on the nightstand, I realized that Sela's vein wasn't the only one who had been reminded of Adrian's power. The deal was done. The contract was signed. But as the London fog pressed against the windows, I realized that I wasn't just his partner. I was his most valuable asset, and Adrian Blackwood never let go of his assets. The ruthless deal had become my reality, and as I stood up to get ready for Paris, I knew that the hardest part wasn't winning the empire. It was surviving the man who ran it. Chapter 20. The Bridge of SIGHS. The London fog didn't lift the morning I made my choice. It simply grew heavier, a white, opaque wall that pressed against the windows of the Mayfair townhouse. I stood in the center of the master suite, watching the steam rise from the black coffee Adrian had left for me. My heart felt like it had been recalibrated. The girl who had walked into the Blackwood Gala weeks ago, the one who was terrified of an eviction notice, was officially dead. In her place was a woman who had just signed away her freedom for a seat at the right hand of a king. I looked at the gold key on the nightstand. It wasn't just for an apartment anymore. It was for a life. A knock at the door, sharp and rhythmic, pulled me out of my thoughts. "Come in," I said. Marcus entered. He looked the same as he always did, perfectly tailored, expressionless, the ultimate gatekeeper. But there was a new glint in his eyes when he looked at me. It wasn't respect, not yet. It was the look of a man acknowledging a new, permanent fixture in the machine. "The car for Heathrow leaves in 30 minutes, Director Carter," Marcus said. Director Carter. He had used my title, but the weight of the word felt different now. "Mr. Blackwood is already in the study with the London legal team," Marcus continued. "He requested that you join him before we depart. There are transition documents to review." "Transition documents?" I asked, setting the coffee down. I thought the appointment was already finalized. "In Mr. Blackwood's world, nothing is finalized until it is reinforced," Marcus replied. I smoothed down my black traveling suit and followed him. The townhouse felt different this morning. The shadows I had found so intimidating the night before now felt like they belonged to me. I was no longer a guest. I was an inhabitant. The study was a cavern of dark oak and the scent of old parchment. Adrian was standing behind a massive desk, surrounded by 3 men in charcoal suits. They were the architects of his legal empire, the men who made sure that every deal he made was airtight. Adrian looked up as I entered. The ruthless mask was firmly in place, but for a split second I saw a flicker of the heat from the night before, a memory of the surrender we had found in the dark. "Lena," he said. His voice was a low, professional drone. "These are the NDAs and the European Lead Agreement. My team has drafted them to ensure that your authority in the London and Paris branches is absolute. No one, not even the board, can override your creative decisions on the signature line." I walked to the desk, the 3 lawyers stepping back to make room for me. I looked at the papers. They weren't just job descriptions, they were a fortification. Adrian wasn't just giving me a promotion, he was building a wall around me. "And the board?" I asked, looking him in the eye. "You told me Sela's vein was handled, but the board is still looking for a reason to doubt us." "The board responds to power, Lena. And today, we are showing them a united front." He handed me a pen. It was heavy, silver, and cold. "Sign the agreements. Once you do, we leave for Paris. By the time we land, the world will know that you are not just a protege. You are the second in command of the Blackwood expansion." I took the pen. I felt the eyes of the lawyers on me, the silent witnesses to my transformation. I signed my name, the ink sharp and black on the page. Each stroke felt like a stitch, sewing me into the fabric of his life. The drive to Heathrow was a blur of gray rain and silent tension. Adrian was on a conference call for the entire journey, his voice a rhythmic, commanding hum that filled the back of the Bentley. He was arguing with the Tokyo office about land rights, his mind already thousands of miles away, but his hand stayed on mine. He didn't look at me, but his fingers were laced with mine, his grip firm and possessive. It was the only sign that the man who had held me in the dark was still there. To the world, we were the CEO and his director. But in the small, leather-scented space of the car, we were something much more dangerous. We reached the private terminal. As the car slowed, Adrian finally ended the call. He turned to me, his expression unreadable. "The plane is ready," he said, "but before we board, there is one more thing." He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a small, black velvet box. My heart skipped a beat. Surely he wasn't. Not here, not now. He opened the box. Inside wasn't a ring. It was a brooch, a vintage piece of platinum and onyx, shaped like a hawk in mid-flight. "My grandmother wore this," Adrian said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate whisper. "She was the only person who ever understood that power is a burden, not a gift. I want you to wear it." He reached out and pinned the hawk to the lapel of my blazer. His fingers brushed against my chest, the contact making my breath hitch. "It's beautiful, Adrian, but why?" "Because in Paris, they will try to find the girl who sneaked into the gala," he said, his eyes locking onto mine. "The hawk reminds them that you have talons. It reminds them that you are a Blackwood now, in every way that matters." He stepped out of the car, and I followed, the silver hawk shimmering on my chest like a badge of war. The flight to Paris was short, but it was the longest 45 minutes of my life. We sat in the cabin of the Gulfstream, the silence between us heavy and expectant. Adrian didn't work. He sat across from me, watching the clouds through the window. "What are you thinking about?" I asked finally. "I'm thinking about the last time I was in Paris," he said. "I was 24, the same age as you." I had just taken over the company after my father's death. I went to Paris to close a deal that everyone said was impossible. I spent 3 nights without sleep, fighting a board of directors that wanted to see me fail. Did you win? I always win, Lena, but I realized something on that trip. I realized that the view from the top is only beautiful if you have someone to look at it with. I spent the next 10 years trying to convince myself that I didn't need that someone, that the machine was enough. He looked at me then, and the ruthlessness in his eyes was replaced by a raw, naked honesty that took my breath away. And now, I whispered, and now I'm going back to Paris to show them the woman who reminded me how to breathe. He reached across the table and touched my cheek. It was a gesture of such tenderness that it felt more intimate than anything that had happened in the bedroom. But remember the contract, Lena, he warned, his voice returning to its iron-hard tone as the pilot announced our descent. The world is going to try to tear us apart. They're going to look for every crack, every weakness. We have to be perfect. We have to be the machine. I can do it, Adrian. I know you can. The jet touched down at Le Bourget. The wheels hit the runway with a sharp jolt, a reminder that we were back on the ground, back in the world of rules and consequences. As the stairs lowered and the Parisian air rushed into the cabin, Adrian stood up. He smoothed his jacket and put on his sunglasses, the mask of the billionaire CEO snapping back into place with clinical precision. I stood beside him, the onyx hawk on my lapel catching the pale French sun. We walked down the stairs together. The photographers were already there, their flashes rhythmic and blinding. Adrian didn't hide me. He didn't shield me. He placed his hand on the small of my back and led me toward the waiting car. The choice was behind us. The bridge had been crossed. As we drove toward the heart of Paris, toward the office where the French team was waiting and the legal addendum was being prepared, I realized that my life would never be simple again. I was no longer Lena Carter, the girl who was between things. I was the partner of a ruthless man. I was the architect of an empire. And as the Eiffel Tower appeared on the horizon, glowing in the morning mist, I knew that the real war was only just beginning. Act II was over. The stage was set for Act III. And in this act, the only thing more dangerous than the deal was the love that was trying to survive it. Chapter 21, the TRMS and Conditions. Paris was supposed to be the city of light, the city of lovers, the city where the edges of the world softened into a blur of watercolor sunsets and accordion music. But as the private jet touched down at Le Bourget, Paris felt like a blueprint. It felt like another series of coordinates on Adrian Blackwood's global map of conquest. The transition from the velvet shadows of the London townhouse to the bright, clinical cabin of the jet had been jarring. Adrian had spent the short flight in a state of icy productivity. He had 3 phones on the table in front of him, and he navigated them like a grandmaster, playing 3 games of chess at once. He didn't look like the man who had whispered that he couldn't breathe without me. He looked like the machine that had built a billion-dollar empire out of the rubble of other people's failures. I sat across from him, sipping a coffee that had gone cold. I was wearing a new suit, cream wool this time, with sharp lapels and a skirt that hit just above the knee. I looked like a director. I looked like I was part of the elite. But inside, I felt like the ink was still wet on a deal I didn't fully understand. "We'll be at the office in 20 minutes, Adrian said, finally setting down his last phone. He didn't look tired. He looked sharpened, as if the night in London had been a whetstone for his ambition. The French team is skeptical. They've heard about Thorne's investment, but they think the secret aesthetic won't translate to the Parisian market. They think the French want heritage and gold. The French invented the concept of the boudoir, I said, my voice steady despite the flutter in my chest. They invented the idea of a private sanctuary. If anything, the London design was a tribute to them. I'm not worried about the team, Adrian. I am, he said, his gaze fixed on me. I'm worried about the distraction. You're still calling me that. I'm calling a fact by its name, Lena. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the walnut table. The jet was taxiing toward the terminal. The vibration of the engines hummed through the floor. In London, we spoke about honesty. We spoke about a partnership. But honesty is a volatile substance. It's hard to scale, and it's impossible to ensure. I frowned. What are you talking about? I'm talking about structure, he said. He reached into his leather briefcase and pulled out a thin, silver folder. He slid it across the table toward me. The board is quiet because Sela's vein is handled. Thorne is happy because the numbers look good, but if this, whatever this is between us, goes wrong, it won't just be a heartbreak, it will be a corporate disaster. I don't do disasters, Lena. I picked up the folder. It felt cold in my hand. I opened it and saw 20 pages of dense legal prose. What is this? The private addendum, Adrian said. His voice was flat, professional. It is a contract, not between you and Blackwood Industries, but between you and me. I started to read, my eyes scanning the headers. Non-disclosure, behavioral standards, conflict of interest mitigation, exit strategy. My blood began to simmer. An exit strategy? We haven't even had a first date, Adrian, and you've already had your lawyers draft a way out. It's not just a way out, he countered, his voice dropping to that low, dangerous hum. It's a way in. It defines the boundaries. It ensures that when we are in the office, you are the director. And when we are behind closed doors, we know exactly who we are to each other. I flipped through the pages. It was exhaustive. It dictated where we could be seen together, how we would handle public disagreements, and the exact nature of the discretionary fund that would be established for my personal expenses. You're trying to codify us, I said, my voice trembling with a mix of fury and disbelief. You're trying to turn a relationship into a merger. I am protecting what is mine, Adrian said. He stood up as the jet came to a halt. He didn't wait for my reaction. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. Read it on the way to the office. If you agree to the terms, sign it. If you don't, we can discuss the revisions tonight. But one way or another, Lena, the deal needs to be finalized. He stepped out into the Parisian air, leaving me alone in the cabin with 20 pages of terms and conditions. The drive to the Blackwood office in the 8th arrondissement was a blur of cobblestones and gray stone facades. I sat in the back of the Mercedes, the silver folder heavy on my lap. I was angry. I was insulted. But as I read through the clauses, a darker thought began to take root. He was afraid. Adrian Blackwood, the man who owned the skyline, the man who broke rivals for fun, was so terrified of what I did to his self-control that he had to hire a team of lawyers to build a cage for his feelings. The contract wasn't a slight. It was a white flag. He couldn't manage me with his heart, so he was trying to manage me with a pen. By the time we reached the office, I had reached the final page. There was a signature line for him, already signed in that sharp, aggressive script, and a blank space for me. I walked into the Parisian flagship with the folder tucked under my arm. The office was a masterpiece of Haussmann architecture, with soaring ceilings and ornate moldings. The French team was already gathered in the conference room, a group of men and women who looked like they had stepped out of a high-fashion magazine. Adrian was already at the head of the table. He looked up as I entered. His eyes searched mine, looking for the anger, looking for the refusal. I didn't give it to him. I walked to the table, sat in the chair to his right, and opened the folder. In front of the entire French executive team, I pulled a pen from my bag and signed my name on the bottom line. I didn't read the final clause. I didn't care about the exit strategy. I slid the folder back to him, my gaze locked on his. "The terms are accepted, Mr. Blackwood," I said, my voice echoing in the quiet room. "Now, shall we discuss the London masonry?" I saw the flicker of shock in his eyes. It was gone in a heartbeat, replaced by a dark, simmering heat that made my skin tingle. He took the folder, closed it, and handed it to Marcus without a word. "The floor is yours, Director Carter," Adrian said. I spent the next 3 hours tearing apart the French team's objections. I used the secret aesthetic like a blade, carving through their traditions and their fears. I told them that Paris didn't need another gold-leafed palace. It needed a place where the shadows were deep enough to hide the truth. I was brilliant. I was ruthless. I was everything Adrian had made me. By the time the meeting ended, the French team wasn't just convinced, they were inspired. They followed me out of the room, asking about silk suppliers and lighting temperatures. Adrian stayed behind. I walked back into the conference room after the last designer had left. The sun was setting over the Seine, casting long, orange bars of light across the obsidian table. Adrian was standing by the window, his hands in his pockets. "You signed it," he said. He didn't turn around. "I signed it because it's the only way you'll let yourself be human, Adrian. If you need a piece of paper to tell you that you're in control, then take it. But we both know the truth." He turned then. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the man from the London garden again. The machine was offline. "And what is the truth, Lena?" "The truth is that you can write as many clauses as you want," I said, walking toward him. "You can dictate the standards and the strategy and the funds, but you can't sign away the way you look at me when the doors are closed. You can't put a non-disclosure agreement on the way my name sounds when you say it in the dark." I stopped inches from him. I reached out and touched the silk of his tie, the same tie I had gripped on the jet. "The contract is just paper, Adrian. It's a ghost. I'm the reality." Adrian's hand shot out, grasping my waist and pulling me into him. His grip was desperate, his breath ragged. He looked down at me with a mixture of agony and adoration. "The contract is the only thing keeping me from losing my mind," he whispered. "Then lose it," I breathed. He kissed me then, and it was a violation of every behavioral standard he had just had me sign. It was messy, it was unprofessional, and it was absolutely honest. He backed me against the obsidian table, the cold stone a sharp contrast to the heat of his body. We were in the middle of a corporate office in the heart of Paris. Anyone could have walked in. Marcus, the janitors, the board members. But as Adrian's hands moved over me with a possessive, frantic energy, I realized that the contract hadn't built a cage. It had built a fortress. We were now legally, professionally, and personally bound to each other. The deal was no longer a mistake. It was a structure. We were the architects of a secret that the world would never be allowed to see. But as I pulled him closer, I felt a sudden, sharp chill of realization. I had signed the exit strategy. I had agreed to the terms of my own replacement if things went wrong. I had given him the power to erase me with a single signature. The contract was a cage, and I had just locked the door from the inside. "Welcome to the firm, Lena," Adrian murmured against my neck. I've been here all along, Adrian, I whispered. You're the one who's just arriving. The sun disappeared behind the Eiffel Tower, leaving the room in a deep, beautiful shadow. The secret was safe. The contract was signed, but as we stayed there in the dark of the Parisian office, I knew that the terms and conditions were only just beginning to take effect. Act I had begun, and in this act, the only rule was that there were no promises, only the deal. Chapter 22, The Parisian Facade. Paris didn't care about our contracts. The city moved with its own ancient, rhythmic pulse, indifferent to the silver folders and legal addendums that now dictated my life. I stood on the balcony of the Blackwood Suite at the Hotel Plaza Athénée, looking down at the Avenue Montaigne. The morning air was crisp, smelling of rain and fresh croissants from the patisserie on the corner. I looked down at the onyx hawk pinned to my cream-colored lapel. It felt heavier today. Beside it, on the bistro table, lay a copy of the private addendum. I had spent the night memorizing the clauses. Clause 4.2, public displays of affection or intimacy are strictly prohibited within professional environments. Clause 7.1, the director shall maintain a neutral, objective demeanor during all executive proceedings. It was a blueprint for a double life. We were building a fortress, but standing there in the pale French sunlight, I wondered if we were just building a more expensive cage. The car is downstairs, Lena. I didn't hear him come in. I never did. Adrian moved like a shadow through the world he owned. I turned to see him standing in the doorway, the light catching the sharp, perfectionist lines of his black suit. He was fastening his cufflinks, his movements precise and mechanical. You're wearing the hawk, he noted. His voice was low, a vibration that skipped across my skin like a stone on water. It reminded me I have talons, I said, echoing his words from London. I think I'll need them today. Adrian walked toward me, stopping just at the threshold of the balcony. He didn't touch me. He didn't even lean in. According to the contract, we were now in session. The professional mask was on, but his eyes, they were dark, tracing the line of my throat with a hunger that no lawyer could ever legislate. Jean-Luc is waiting at the Rue de Rivoli site, Adrian said. He's the most celebrated architect in France, and he's spent 30 years building monuments to his own ego. He won't like a 24-year-old American telling him his shadows are too shallow. Then I'll just have to be louder than his ego, I replied. Be more than loud, Lena, be undeniable. He turned on his heel and walked out. I followed a few paces behind, exactly as the behavioral standards suggested. The site at Rue de Rivoli was an 18th century hotel particulier, a sprawling limestone mansion that had once housed royalty. Now it was a hollowed-out shell, filled with scaffolding and the dust of 300 years of French history. Jean-Luc was exactly as Adrian had described, a man made of silk scarves, expensive glasses, and a profound sense of superiority. He stood in the center of the grand ballroom, gesturing wildly at the ornate, gold-leafed moldings. It is a crime. Jean-Luc's voice echoed against the bare stone walls. To cover this history with Le Secret, it is an American madness, Adrian. Paris is about the sun. It is about the glory of the Enlightenment. Adrian stood with his arms crossed, his face a mask of granite. He didn't defend me. He didn't speak. He just looked at me, waiting. This was the test. This was the absolute authority clause in action. I stepped forward, my heels clicking on the temporary plywood flooring. I didn't look at Adrian. I looked at the gold leaf Jean-Luc was so desperate to save. The Enlightenment is over, Jean-Luc, I said, my voice calm but carrying through the hollow room. The modern traveler doesn't want to be enlightened. They want to be shielded. They want a space where the world cannot find them. Jean-Luc turned to me, his lip curling in a polite Parisian sneer. And you think you can hide them with raw silk and cedar? In the middle of the first arrondissement. It is a child's dream, mademoiselle. It's a billionaire's sanctuary, I countered. I walked to a large window that overlooked the Tuileries garden. You see glory out there. I see exposure. I see 1,000 tourists with cameras. Our guests will pay 20,000 euros a night to not be seen. If you want to build a monument to yourself, do it in a museum. This is a Blackwood hotel, and here, the only glory that matters is the privacy we provide. I pulled a sample of the Italian silk from my bag the deep midnight blue Valentine had woven for us. I held it against the white limestone wall. This is the future of this room, I said. Every inch of this gold will be draped in shadow. We will leave the moldings, but we will paint them black. We will turn this ballroom into a confession. The silence that followed was heavy. Jean-Luc looked at the silk, then at Adrian, then back at me. He was looking for a crack in my confidence. He was looking for me to turn to the man behind me for approval. I didn't move. I didn't blink. Black. Jean-Luc whispered, as if the word were a curse. Matte black, I corrected, like the bottom of the Seine. Jean-Luc let out a long, dramatic sigh. He threw up his hands and muttered something in French that I didn't need a translator to understand. But he didn't leave. He walked over to the silk and touched it, his fingers lingering on the weave. It is a very fine silk, he admitted grudgingly. It is Valentine, I said, and it's non-negotiable. Adrian finally stepped forward. He didn't praise me. He didn't offer a smile. He simply looked at Jean-Luc. You have the orders, Jean-Luc. I want the first floor draped by Friday. If I see a single speck of gold left in this room, I'll find an architect who knows how to follow a vision. Adrian turned and walked toward the exit, his coat billowing behind him. I followed him out, my heart racing with the thrill of the confrontation. I had done it. I had exerted the authority. I had been the machine. But as we reached the car, a woman was standing by the door. She was tall, elegant, and looked like she had been carved out of the same limestone as the Parisian buildings. She was wearing a red coat that looked like a drop of blood against the gray street. When she saw Adrian, a brilliant, knowing smile broke across her face. Adrian, she purred. Her accent was thick, melodic, and dangerously familiar. I heard the lion was in Paris, but I didn't believe it until I saw the black cars. Adrian stopped. His posture changed instantly. The machine didn't break, but it pivoted. Camille, he said. His voice was polite, but there was an edge to it that I had never heard before. A history. He didn't introduce me. I stood 2 steps behind him, the director in the cream suit, feeling the onyx hawk on my lapel suddenly feel very small. Camille stepped forward and kissed Adrian on both cheeks. It was a standard French greeting, but she let her hands linger on his shoulders a second too long. Her eyes drifted to me, scanning me with a terrifying feminine precision. And this? Camille asked, her smile never faltering. Is this the American secret I have been reading about? This is Lena Carter, Adrian said, his voice flat. The creative director for the signature line. Lena, this is Camille Laurent. Her family owns the textiles we use for our European linens. Camille laughed, a light, silvery sound. Oh, Adrian, still so professional. Is that what we are calling it now? Creative direction. She looked at me, her eyes sharp as glass. Be careful, ma chérie. Adrian has a very specific taste for beautiful things, but he is a man who likes his treasures behind glass. Don't let him lock you away too soon." She patted Adrian's arm, whispered something in French that made his jaw tighten, and then disappeared into the Parisian crowd with a wave of her red-gloved hand. The silence in the car on the way back to the office was suffocating. The Parisian office was a labyrinth of tension. The meeting with the textiles board was a blur. I sat through 3 hours of discussions about thread counts and distribution costs, but my mind was stuck on the Rue de Rivoli. I was thinking about the way Camille had looked at Adrian. I was thinking about Clause 4.2 of the contract. Public displays of intimacy are strictly prohibited, but what about public displays of history? What about the women who had inhabited the shadows before I got there? By 6 p.m., the office was mostly empty. I was in my private study, staring at a floor plan of the Paris site when the door opened. Adrian walked in. He looked frustrated. He had discarded his jacket and loosened his tie, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He didn't look like a CEO. He looked like a man who was losing a battle with his own restraint. "Jean-Luc has already called," Adrian said. He stood by the window, the Eiffel Tower glowing in the distance. "He's complaining about the un-French nature of the matte black, but he's doing it. You broke him, Lena." "I didn't break him, I just gave him a new perspective." I didn't look up from the floor plans. Is that what Camille was? A new perspective? The air in the room seemed to freeze. Adrian turned slowly, his eyes narrowing. "Camille is a business associate. Her family is vital to our supply chain." "She looked like more than an associate, Adrian. She looked like someone who knew exactly where the glass was in your penthouse." Adrian walked toward the desk, his presence filling the small room until I felt like I was back in the construction container. He leaned down, resting his hands on the mahogany surface, trapping me in his gaze. "The contract, Lena," he whispered. "Remember the contract. We don't discuss personal histories in the office. We don't allow jealousy to dictate the brand." "I'm not jealous," I lied, my voice shaking. "I'm just realizing that the secret aesthetic isn't new to you. You've been hiding women in shadows for years. I'm just the first one you gave a title to." Adrian let out a low, dangerous growl. He reached out and gripped the arms of my chair, spinning me around so I was facing him. "You are the only one I ever brought into the light," he hissed. "You are the only one who ever made me want to burn the shadows down. Don't you dare compare yourself to Camille or any other ghost in my past." "Then why didn't you introduce me?" I demanded, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Why did you stand there and let her treat me like a treasure behind glass?" "Because of the contract." He shouted. He stood up straight, pacing the small room like a caged animal. "Because the world is waiting for a reason to call you a fraud. If I had reached out to you, if I had defended you as anything other than a director, Sela's vein would have had a quote in the Tribune before the sun went down." He stopped and looked at me, his eyes full of a raw, jagged pain. "I am trying to protect you, Lena. I am trying to build a world where you can be powerful and brilliant and mine all at the same time. But it requires discipline. It requires the mask." "I'm tired of the mask, Adrian." "We've only been in Paris for 12 hours, he said, his voice dropping to a low, seductive hum. "The night is just beginning." He walked back to the desk and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small, silver key, not the gold one from New York, but a new one. "There is a private residence in the Marais," he whispered. "It's not a hotel. It's not an office. It's a home. Go there, now Marcus will take you." "And you." I have to finalize the textile contract with Camille's father, he said, his expression snapping back into the cold, ruthless mask of the CEO. I will be there at midnight, and Lena. I looked at him, my hand on the handle of the silver folder. Clause 10.4, he murmured. The private sphere is exempt from all professional standards. He turned and walked back to his monitors, the conversation over. I stood in the hallway of the Parisian office, the hum of the city outside muffled by the thick stone walls. I looked at the silver key in my palm. The office tension was a physical weight, a silk shackle that I had agreed to wear. I was building his empire by day and hiding in his shadows by night. I was the director. I was the secret. And as I walked toward the elevator, I realized that the Parisian facade was the most beautiful lie I had ever told. The contract was a fortress, yes, but as the doors closed, I felt the first cracks in the foundation. Adrian Blackwood was a man of momentum, but momentum in the dark always leads to a collision. And in the city of light, I was starting to realize that the hardest thing to hide was the truth. Chapter 23, The Marais Confession. The Marais at midnight is a place of whispers. It is the oldest heart of Paris, a labyrinth of narrow, winding streets and hidden courtyards where the cobblestones seem to hum with the secrets of kings and revolutionaries. Marcus dropped me off in front of a heavy, weather-worn oak door that looked like it hadn't been opened since the French Revolution. There was no sign, no brass plaque, no indication that one of the most powerful men in the world kept a home behind these stones. I turned the silver key in the lock. It moved with a smooth, oiled precision, a Blackwood touch in an ancient world. The door groaned open, revealing a private courtyard. The air inside was still, smelling of wet slate and the faint, sweet scent of jasmine climbing the limestone walls. I walked across the courtyard, my heels sounding like a heartbeat on the stone, and entered the main house. If the New York penthouse was a glass cage and the London townhouse was a fortress, this was a sanctuary. The interior was a study in restraint. The floors were dark, reclaimed oak. The walls were a soft, unpainted plaster that caught the moonlight in shades of velvet gray. There was no gold here, no crystal, just heavy linen drapes, oversized furniture, and the kind of deep, profound silence that you can only find in a house that has seen centuries of life. I walked through the darkened rooms, my hand trailing over the backs of the chairs. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to see the edges of this world. I wanted to feel the shadows. In the library, I found the only light in the house, a low, green-shaded lamp on a desk in the corner. I walked over and saw a stack of architectural sketches. They weren't mine. They were older, the paper yellowed at the edges. I looked closer. They were designs for a garden, a sanctuary hidden in the heart of a city. My mother drew those. The voice came from the doorway, low and jagged. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Adrian was leaning against the frame, his silhouette dark against the dim light of the hallway. He hadn't changed. He was still in the white shirt from the office, the collar open, his sleeves rolled up. He looked like a man who had been fighting a storm and had finally found land. "Adrian," I breathed, "I didn't hear you come in." "I told you, I move with the shadows." He walked into the room, his eyes fixed on the sketches on the desk. She wanted to build a place where the world couldn't find her. She hated the noise of the Blackwood name. She spent 20 years trying to design a way out. Did she ever find it? "She found this house," Adrian said, stopping by the desk. He didn't look at me, he looked at the yellowed paper. "She died before the garden was finished. My father turned the rest of the rooms into a museum of his own success. but I kept this room exactly as she left it. He finally looked at me, and the icy blue of his eyes was gone, replaced by a dark, swirling grief that he usually kept locked behind 100 layers of iron. You're the only person I've ever brought here, Lena. The air in the library seemed to thicken. The secret wasn't just a design anymore. It was this house, this history, this man stripped of his obsidian desk and his corporate armor. Why? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Why show me this now? Because of Camille, he said. He walked toward me, his steps slow and deliberate. Because today, in that street, I saw the look in your eyes. You thought she was part of the machine. You thought she was another ghost I was hiding in the shadows. Was she? Camille is the daughter of the man who owns the textiles, he said, stopping inches from me. He reached out and traced the line of my jaw, his thumb lingering on my lower lip. She is a memory of a time when I thought I could be like my father, a time when I thought that love was just another contract to be negotiated. But she was never the secret, Lena. She was just a facade. He leaned down, his forehead resting against mine. I could smell the scotch, the Parisian rain, and the deep, underlying scent of him. You are the secret, he whispered. You are the one who actually found the garden. I reached up and wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer. The tension from the office, the jealousy of the afternoon, the weight of the contract, it all began to dissolve in the heat of his presence. I'm tired of the rules, Adrian, I said into his chest. I'm tired of clause 4.2 and the behavioral standards. I don't want to be a director right now. I just want to be here, with you. Then be here, he growled. He picked me up, his strength effortless, and carried me toward the back of the house. He didn't take me to a grand bedroom. He took me to a room that overlooked the unfinished garden, a space of wild vines and moonlight. He set me down on the bed, his hands moving over me with a desperate, frantic energy. This wasn't the kiss of a boss. This was the kiss of a man who was starving for something real. He tasted of confession, of relief, and of a hunger that went deeper than skin. Adrian, I breathed as his lips found the pulse point at my neck. Don't speak, he murmured. There are no words for this, not in the contract, not in the world. The night in the Marais was a battlefield, but it wasn't fought with lawyers or board members. It was a battle of two souls trying to find the light in a world they had built out of shadows. Every touch was an answer. Every breath was a promise. But as the moon began to set over the rooftops of Paris, casting long, silver bars across the floor, the reality of the morning began to creep in. Adrian was lying on his side, his hand resting on my waist. He was watching me, with a look of such intensity it made my chest ache. We leave for New York tomorrow, he said. Back to the office, back to the mask. The prototype room is being unveiled to the full board on Monday, Adrian said, his voice returning to its professional cadence, though his eyes remained dark. The London and Paris results have bought us time, but the board still wants blood. They're going to use the private addendum to try and find a loophole to remove you. I sat up, pulling the linen sheet to my chest. How can they use the contract against me? I signed it. I've followed every rule. They'll look for the cracks, Lena. They'll look for the one moment the mask slipped, and if they find it, they'll use it to prove that I've lost my objectivity. They'll claim I'm making decisions based on emotion, not profit. And what if you are? Adrian stood up and walked to the window. He stood in the gray light of the dawn, his silhouette sharp and unforgiving. In my world, emotion is a liability, he said. If the board thinks I'm compromised, they can call for a vote of no confidence. They can strip me of the CEO chair. They can take the empire. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. You'd lose everything because of me. No, he said, turning to look at me. Because of us, but I won't let that happen. The contract isn't just a cage, Lena. It's a weapon, and on Monday, we're going to use it to finish this. He walked back to the bed and leaned down, kissing me with a ruthlessness that took my breath away. Get dressed. The jet is waiting, and Lena. Yes. Put the hawk back on. The board needs to see the talons. The flight back to New York was a different kind of silence. The jet was a war room. Adrian was on the satellite phone for 6 hours, barking orders to the legal team in Manhattan. He didn't look at me. He didn't touch my hand. The Marais was gone, hidden away in a private corner of his mind where the world wasn't allowed to see. I sat across from him, staring at the blueprints for the New York flagship. I felt the onyx hawk on my lapel, its sharp beak a reminder of the deal I had made. We were the architects of a secret, yes, but secrets have a way of becoming burdens. And as the skyline of Manhattan appeared through the clouds, a jagged silver crown in the midday sun, I realized that the battlefield was no longer in Paris. The ruthless deal was coming home, and as we prepared to land, I looked at Adrian, the cold, dominant billionaire who had just shown me his mother's sketches, and I wondered if the man I had loved in the Marais could survive the machine he was about to step back into. Are you ready, Director Carter? He asked, his sunglasses shielding his eyes as the wheels touched the tarmac. I was born ready, Mr. Blackwood, I replied. The door opened. The noise of New York rushed in, the sirens, the wind, the scent of exhaust and ambition. The contract was about to be tested, and as I walked down the stairs, I knew that by Monday. The world would either be at our feet or we would be buried under the weight of our own shadows. Chapter 24, The Glass Gallows. New York didn't welcome us back with open arms. It welcomed us with a cold, sharpening wind and the relentless, mechanical roar of the city that never stops to ask for permission. As the car pulled up to the Blackwood Tower, I looked up at the summit of the building. It pierced the low-hanging gray clouds like a needle. Somewhere up there, on the 44th and 45th floors, the machine was waiting. The Marais felt like a dream, a soft, hazy memory of unpainted plaster and old sketches. Here, the world was made of glass and steel, and any softness was a crack in the armor. I stepped out of the car, my heels hitting the pavement with the precision of a soldier. I was wearing a tailored suit of charcoal wool, the onyx hawk pinned firmly to my lapel. My hair was pulled back into a sleek, severe bun. I looked like a woman who could manage a multi-million-dollar expansion. I looked like a woman who had never spent a night in a secret garden. Adrian was already moving. He didn't wait for me. He walked toward the revolving doors, his long overcoat billowing behind him like a cape of shadows. Director Carter, he said over his shoulder. His voice was the sound of a closing vault. No warmth, no trace of the man who had held me hours ago. The board is in the boardroom. We have 10 minutes to finalize the presentation files. Do not be late. Understood, Mr. Blackwood, I replied. The lobby was a gauntlet. The whispers had matured. They were no longer about the girl in the green dress. Now they were about the director who conquered London. But under the respect was a sharper, more dangerous envy. I felt the weight of 100 stairs as I rode the elevator up. When I reached the 44th floor, the atmosphere was funereal. Sarah was there, standing by the printer. She looked at me, and for the first time, she didn't look like an adversary. She looked like someone watching a person walk toward a cliff. They're waiting for you, Lena, she whispered as I passed. Sterling brought the lawyers. not just the company lawyers, his lawyers. Let them bring whoever they want, I said, not slowing down. I have the results. Results aren't enough when they're looking for a reason to kill the king, Sarah warned. I didn't answer. I swiped my card and headed for the top floor. The boardroom was a tomb of high-end technology and ancient greed. 25 members of the board sat around the obsidian table. At the center was Sterling, his silver hair gleaming under the harsh LED lights. Beside him were two men I didn't recognize, men with narrow faces and the kind of cheap suits that only truly expensive lawyers wear. Adrian sat at the head of the table. He was leaning back, his fingers laced over his chest, his expression one of absolute, terrifying boredom. To look at him, you'd think this was just another Tuesday. But I saw the way his jaw was set. I saw the way his eyes tracked every movement in the room. "Director Carter," Sterling said, his voice a dry, rattling rasp. "Welcome back from your productive tour of Europe. I trust the secret project is proceeding according to the margins we discussed." "It is," I said, walking to the front of the room. I tapped my tablet and the screens flickered to life. London is 30% ahead of schedule. Paris has secured the Rivoli site with a 25% discount on textiles. The interest from high net worth individuals in the pre-booking phase is unprecedented. I spent the next 15 minutes laying out the numbers. I was precise. I was cold. I was a machine of data and design. I showed them the revenue projections. I showed them the brand sentiment analysis. I gave them every reason to be happy. When I finished, the silence in the room was heavy. "Impressive," Sterling said. He didn't look happy. He looked like he was about to pull a trigger. "But we aren't here to discuss the numbers, Director. We are here to discuss Clause 7 of your contract, behavioral standards." He gestured to one of the lawyers beside him. The man stood up and opened a leather folder. "Director Carter," the lawyer said, "on the night of the 16th in Paris, you were seen entering a private residence in the Marais with the CEO. You did not exit until the following morning. Can you explain how this aligns with the neutral, objective demeanor required by your contract?" The air left the room. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, trapped thing. I looked at Adrian. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He looked at me with the eyes of a stranger. "The Marais residence is a Blackwood satellite office," I said, my voice steady. "We were reviewing the textile contracts with the Laurent family. The meeting required absolute discretion, as per Mr. Blackwood's instructions." "A satellite office," Sterling scoffed. "It's a house, Lena, a house owned by Adrian's private estate. There is no record of a business meeting being filed for that night." "The record is in the private addendum." Adrian's voice cut through the room like a blade. He didn't lean forward. He didn't change his tone. He just stared at Sterling. "Clause 10, 4 of the addendum, Sterling. All matters within the private sphere are handled at my discretion. Director Carter was there to finalize the secret branding strategy. If you want a record of the conversation, you can file a request with my personal counsel. It will be reviewed in 6 months." "This is a joke, Adrian," Sterling snapped, slamming his hand on the table. "You're using a private contract to shield a conflict of interest. You're compromising this company for a girl." Adrian stood up slowly. The height of him, the sheer gravity of his presence, seemed to pull the oxygen out of the room. "A girl," Adrian whispered. The word was a threat. "Director Carter has done more for the Blackwood brand in 4 weeks than you have done in 4 decades, Sterling. She secured Valenti. She secured Thorne. She broke Jean-Luc." If you want to talk about conflict of interest, let's talk about your secret holdings in the Vein Logistics merger that I blocked last year. Sterling went pale. The room went dead silent. Director Carter is the lead on this project because she is the best, Adrian continued, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous hum. If any member of this board thinks they can find a flaw in her results, speak now. If any member thinks they can find a flaw in her professional conduct that isn't covered by my legal authority, speak now. He looked around the table. No one spoke. The lawyers looked at their shoes. Good, Adrian said. He sat back down. The project continues. Director Carter, you have work to do. Dismissed. I walked out of the boardroom, my legs feeling like they were made of water. I didn't look back. I didn't wait for him. I headed for the elevator and rode it down to the 44th floor. I was sitting in my office, staring out at the Manhattan skyline when the door opened. Adrian walked in. He looked exhausted. The mask was still on, but it was cracking at the edges. He walked to the window and stood beside me. That was close, I whispered. It was a warning, he said. Sterling isn't finished. He's going to go after the secret itself now. He's going to try and prove that the design is a failure before the first hotel even opens. But the numbers are good, Adrian. Thorne is happy. Thorne is one man. The board is a pack of wolves, and wolves don't care about the numbers if they can taste blood. He turned to look at me. He reached out, his hand hovering near the onyx hawk on my lapel. He didn't touch me. The contract was still in effect. We need a win, Lena, a big one, something that makes the board irrelevant. What are you thinking? The Tokyo site, he said. The land dispute is reaching a crisis point. If we can secure the Ginza location, the board won't be able to touch us. The sheer revenue of a Tokyo flagship would make the signature line untouchable. But the Japanese firm, they've refused to even meet with you. They've refused to meet with me, Adrian said, a dark spark of amusement in his eyes. But they haven't met the woman who built the miracle in the dark. They haven't met the director who conquered London. He leaned in, his breath warm against my ear. Pack your bags, Lena. We're going to Tokyo, and this time, the deal isn't just about shadows, it's about total domination. Adrian, the board will see this as another distraction. Let them, he growled. By the time we come back, there won't be a board left to complain. He turned and walked out of the office, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. I looked at the silver hawk in the reflection of the glass. The ruthless deal was moving to the other side of the world. The contract was getting tighter. The secrets were getting heavier. But as I looked out at the city, I realized that I wasn't afraid of the board anymore. I wasn't even afraid of the lawyers. I was afraid of the fact that I was starting to enjoy the war. The machine was running. The secret was growing. And in the heart of the New York glass, I was finally learning that in Adrian Blackwood's world, the only thing more dangerous than losing is winning. Chapter 25, The Neon Perimeter. Tokyo didn't just welcome us, it recalibrated us. If New York was a roar and Paris was a whisper, Tokyo was a hum, a high-frequency, electronic vibration that seemed to settle directly into my bones. As the Gulf Stream descended toward Haneda Airport, the city stretched out below us like a sprawling circuit board, a neon labyrinth of light and precision that made the vastness of the Atlantic feel like a distant, messy memory. I sat in my usual leather chair, the private addendum folder tucked into the seat pocket beside me. I hadn't looked at it since the board meeting. I didn't need to. The clauses were etched into my mind, a mental cage that kept the woman and the director separated by a thin, invisible line. Adrian was across from me, his face illuminated by the cool blue light of his tablet. He hadn't spoken for 3 hours. He was in Tokyo mode, a state of hyperfocus where even his breathing seemed synchronized with the jet's flight computer. "The Ginza site is more than a plot of land, Lena," he said, his voice cutting through the silence without him even looking up. "It's a fortress. Sato Industries has held that corner for 4 generations. To them, selling it to an American firm isn't a business transaction. It's a surrender." "Then we don't ask for a sale," I said, my voice steady. "We ask for a partnership. We show them that the secret isn't an American invasion. It's a tribute to the kintsugi of their own culture, finding beauty in the shadows and the broken places." Adrian finally looked up. His eyes were cold, but there was a flicker of something, pride, perhaps, behind the icy blue. "Kenji Sato is 90 years old. He doesn't care about tributes. He cares about legacy. He thinks the Blackwood brand is too loud, too arrogant. You have 48 hours to convince him that we can be quiet." "I can be quiet, Adrian. I've spent my whole life being overlooked. Silence is my native language." "Good," he murmured, leaning back as the wheels hit the tarmac with a sharp, clinical jolt. "Because in Tokyo, the loudest person in the room is the one who has already lost." The car that met us wasn't a Bentley or a Maybach. It was a black Toyota Century, the car of emperors and old money titans. It moved through the rain-slicked streets of Minato with a ghostly silence, the neon signs of Shinjuku reflecting off its polished flanks in a blur of electric pink and cyan. We were staying at a private residence in Roppongi, a minimalist penthouse that felt like a temple built of glass and cedar. Director Carter. I turned. Adrian was standing by the window, the Tokyo Tower glowing like a red needle in the distance behind him. He had removed his tie, but his posture was still rigid. The strictly professional rule was supposed to be in effect, but the air in the room was thick with the residue of our last night in Paris. "The meeting with Sato is at dawn," he said. "In the Imperial Gardens. He wants to walk. He believes you can't know a person's character if they're sitting behind a desk." "I'll be ready." "Lena." He stepped toward me, breaking the 5-foot perimeter mandated by Clause 4.2. He didn't touch me, but I could feel the heat of him, the familiar scent of sandalwood and ambition. "This isn't like London. There are no cameras here, but there are eyes everywhere. Sato's people are watching. Sterling's people are watching. One slip, one look that lingers too long, and the Ginza deal dies before we even reach the gates." "I know the rules, Adrian. I signed the paper." "Then why do I feel like the paper is starting to burn?" He whispered. He reached out, his hand hovering near my shoulder, his fingers twitching as if he wanted to grasp the onyx hawk on my lapel. For a heartbeat, the CEO vanished. The machine stopped. There was just a man in a dark room, thousands of miles from home, looking at the only person who truly knew him. "Because the paper was never real," I breathed. "Only this is." The intercom buzzed, a sharp digital intrusion. "Mr. Blackwood," Marcus's voice came through. "The preliminary reports from the Ginza surveyors are in. There's a discrepancy in the foundation depth." The mask snapped back on. Adrian's face went flat, his eyes turning back to ice. "I'll be right there." He looked at me one last time, a look that was both a warning and a promise. "Get some sleep, Director. Dawn comes fast in this city." The Imperial Gardens at 6 a.m. were a study in gray and green. A fine mist hung over the stone bridges and the perfectly manicured pines, making the world feel like a monochrome photograph. Kenji Sato was waiting by a koi pond. He was a small man, withered by age, but he stood with a spine made of iron. He wore a traditional dark kimono, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Behind him stood a line of 4 men in identical black suits, the next generation of Sato Industries, looking like a wall of stone. Adrian and I approached. We didn't bow. Adrian didn't believe in mimicking cultures, but we stopped at a respectful distance. "Mr. Sato," Adrian said, his voice low and formal. "Thank you for the walk." Sato didn't look at Adrian. His eyes, sharp and dark as obsidian, were fixed on me. "This is the woman," Sato said. His English was perfect, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. "The one who drapes the world in silk to hide the truth." "I don't hide the truth, Mr. Sato," I said, stepping forward. I felt the weight of the 4 suit stares, but I didn't waver. "I provide a space where the truth can finally be heard. In a city this loud, silence is the only luxury left." Sato tilted his head. "Ginza is the heart of the noise. You want to build a tomb in the middle of a carnival." "Not a tomb," I replied. I pulled a small, hand-bound book from my bag. It wasn't a digital tablet or a glossy portfolio. It was a book of sketches I had done on the flight, charcoal drawings of the Ginza site, integrated with traditional Japanese joinery and the deep, shadowed recesses of a tea house. A sanctuary. We want to use your stone, your wood, and your history, but we want to give it back to the people who are tired of being seen. Sato took the book. His calloused fingers moved over the charcoal sketches. The silence in the garden grew heavy. I could hear the water dripping from the pine needles into the pond. I could feel Adrian standing behind me, a silent, powerful shadow. Sato reached a page where I had sketched the interior of the lobby, a vast, dark space where the only light came from a single, vertical slit in the ceiling, catching the rain. "You understand the Ine," Sato murmured. "The praise of shadows." "I understand that the brightest light only serves to blind us, Mr. Sato." Sato closed the book and handed it back. He looked at Adrian for the first time. "Your director has a soul, Blackwood. It is a dangerous thing to have in a company like yours. It makes the foundation unstable." "The foundation is stronger than it looks," Adrian said, his voice like flint. Sato turned back to the pond, watching a bright orange koi break the surface of the water. "The Ginza site is not for sale," Sato said. My heart dropped. I felt the coldness of the morning seep into my bones. "However," Sato continued, "I will consider a long-term lease, on one condition." "Name it," Adrian said. Sato turned, his gaze moving between Adrian and me with a terrifying, ancient wisdom. "I have heard the rumors from New York. I have seen the photographs from London. I do not care about your private addendums or your corporate masks. I care about the integrity of the work." Sato stepped closer to Adrian, his voice dropping to a whisper that carried in the still air. "If this project is born of a lie, it will crumble. I want to see the truth of this partnership. Tomorrow night, I am hosting a dinner at my estate in Kyoto. You will both attend, not as CEO and director, but as yourselves. If I find that the secret is built on a foundation of deception, the Ginza site remains mine." Sato turned and walked away, his wall of black suits following him into the mist. The flight to Kyoto on the private Shinkansen was a nightmare of unspoken truths. We sat in the ultra-luxury cabin, the Japanese countryside blurring past the window at 200 miles per hour. Adrian was staring at the wall, his jaw set so tight I thought it might shatter. "He knows," I whispered. "He suspects," Adrian corrected. "He's an old man playing mind games. He wants to see if he can rattle me." "It's not a game, Adrian. He's asking for the one thing the contract forbids. He's asking for the mask to come off. Adrian stood up and paced the narrow aisle of the train. He looked trapped. The most powerful man in Manhattan was being outmaneuvered by a 90-year-old man with a koi pond. If we go there and play it too cold, he'll think the project has no heart and he won't sign, Adrian said, his voice a low growl. If we go there and play it too warm, Sterling will have the behavioral breach. He needs to strip my board seat. Then what do we do? Adrian stopped in front of me. He reached out and grabbed my hand, his grip so tight it bit into my skin. We do what we've always done, Lena. We build a miracle in the dark. He leaned down, his face inches from mine, the speed of the train making the world outside feel like it was disappearing. Tomorrow night, the contract is suspended, he whispered. No clauses, no standards, just the truth. If we're going to lose the empire, we're going to do it on our own terms. I looked into his eyes, the icy blue now burning with a desperate, reckless fire. Are you ready to be human for one night, Adrian? I'm ready to be yours, he growled. The train roared into a tunnel, plunging the cabin into absolute darkness. In the shadows, the ruthless deal was finally reaching its breaking point. Tokyo was behind us, Kyoto was ahead, and the secret was about to face its final, most dangerous unveiling. The machine was off. The heart was beating. And as we sped toward the ancient capital, I realized that the Ginza site was the least of what we were about to lose. We were about to lose the lie that kept us safe. Chapter 26. The KINTSUGI Truth. The air in Kyoto didn't vibrate like Tokyo, it breathed. It was a heavy, ancient breath that smelled of damp moss, cedar smoke, and the centuries of tradition that soaked the dark wood of the Sato estate. As we stepped out of the car at the gates of the northern hills, the city's neon glow was a world away. Here, the only light came from stone lanterns that cast flickering, amber shadows against the high white walls. Shoes, Adrian said softly. He didn't mean it as an order. He meant it as a reminder that we were entering a world where the Blackwood rules didn't apply. At the entrance of the main house, we removed our footwear. For me, stepping onto the cool, smooth tatami mats felt like removing my skin. I felt exposed. Without my heels, I was smaller. Without the machine of the office, I was just Lena. Adrian looked different, too. He had traded his charcoal suit for a simple black silk shirt and trousers. Without the structure of the blazer, the raw power of his frame was more evident, but so was his tension. He looked like a man walking into a cage with a lion he couldn't bribe. Mr. Blackwood, Director Carter. Kenji Sato was waiting in a room that opened entirely to a Zen garden. The sound of a shishio-doshi, the rhythmic clack of a bamboo water pipe, echoed in the silence. There were no chairs, only low tables and silk cushions. Sit, Sato commanded. We sat. The dinner was a slow, deliberate procession of courses, each one a work of art. But I could barely taste the sea urchin or the wagyu. My focus was entirely on the old man across from us. He didn't speak of Ginza, he didn't speak of interest rates. He spoke of the mountain, the weather, and the way the light changed on the moss after a rain. My grandson tells me your secret, sweets are the talk of the West, Sato said, his voice a thin rasp as he poured a stream of clear sake into a ceramic cup. He says they are very modern, very efficient. They are designed to be sanctuaries, Mr. Sato, I said. Sanctuaries, Sato repeated. He looked at me, his eyes twin points of dark light. A sanctuary is a place of truth. You cannot hide from yourself in a sanctuary. Tell me, Director Carter, why are you so obsessed with the dark? Is it because you are ashamed of the light? The question was a blade. I felt Adrian stiffen beside me. I knew the professional answer. I knew the pitch I had given to the board. But I remembered what Adrian had said on the train: the contract is suspended. I grew up in the light, I said, my voice low. The harsh, unforgiving light of being overlooked. In the light, people see what they want to see. They see your mistakes, your debt, your lack of pedigree, but in the shadows, you can just be. In the shadows, you don't have to perform. You can finally hear your own heart. Sato turned his gaze to Adrian. And you, Blackwood, you are a man of the sun. You build towers that scrape the clouds. Why do you suddenly value the ground? Adrian stayed silent for a long beat. The clack of the bamboo pipe seemed to echo for an eternity. Because I met someone who wasn't afraid to walk in the dark, Adrian said. He didn't look at me, but he reached out. In the middle of the table, in full view of Kenji Sato and his silent attendants, Adrian took my hand. It wasn't a professional gesture. His fingers laced through mine, his grip firm and desperate. It was a breach of every clause in the private addendum. It was a scandal. It was a disaster. It was the truth. The towers I built were empty, Sato, Adrian continued, his voice dropping to a low, jagged vibration. I lived in the light because it was easier to see my enemies, but it was blinding me to everything else. The secret isn't just a project. It's the first thing I've built that actually has a foundation. Sato watched our joined hands. He didn't look offended. He looked satisfied. He reached into the sleeve of his kimono and pulled out a small ceramic bowl. It was beautiful, but it was crisscrossed with thin, jagged lines of gold. This is kintsugi, Sato said, the art of precious scars. When a bowl is broken, we do not throw it away. We mend the cracks with gold. We make it stronger and more beautiful for having been broken. He set the bowl between us. You both are broken, Sato said. You, Blackwood, are broken by your power. And you, Director, are broken by your hunger. You think the secret is your design. But the design is actually the gold in the cracks. Sato stood up, his joints creaking. He looked at us with a terrifying, ancient kindness. If you continue to lie to the world, the gold will fall out. The bowl will shatter. The Ginza site is a heavy responsibility. I will not give it to a machine. I will only give it to a heart. He walked to the edge of the room, looking out at the moonlit garden. Tomorrow I will sign the lease, he said, on one condition. You will make the Ginza Hotel your home, not for a weekend, not for a photo opportunity. You will live there. You will be the soul of the building. If the world finds out who you are to each other, then let them find out. A Blackwood should not be afraid of the truth. Sato walked out of the room, leaving us in the silence of the Kyoto night. The walk back to the guest wing was a blur. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a strange, hollow peace. We reached the sliding doors of our suite, a large, open space with 2 futons laid out on the tatami. I turned to Adrian. We won. We won, he repeated, but he didn't look like a victor. He looked like a man who had just seen his own reflection for the first time. He walked to the window, staring out at the stone garden. The moonlight caught the sharp line of his profile, making him look like a statue. He's right, Lena, Adrian said. The gold in the cracks, the board, sterling. They're going to try to pick that gold out with their teeth. If we live in Ginza, we're exposed. The private addendum won't protect us there. There is no executive floor in a hotel. Then let them come, I said, walking toward him. I reached out and touched his shoulder. We've built the sanctuary, Adrian. Let's see if it's strong enough to hold us. Adrian turned. He looked at me, and the ruthlessness was completely gone. In its place was a raw, naked need. He reached out and cupped my face, his thumb tracing the line of my lower lip. I spent my whole life building walls, he whispered, and you just walked right through them. He kissed me then. It wasn't the kiss of a deal or a command. It was a kintsugi kiss, precious, scarred, and honest. In the heart of the Kyoto shadows, the contract was no longer a cage. It was a memory. But as we sank onto the futon, the heat of the night wrapping around us, I realized that Sato's gift was also a curse. By demanding the truth, he had stripped us of our armor. We were no longer protected by the machine. We were just two people, standing in the middle of a global empire with nothing but our own hearts to shield us. The ruthless deal was over. The consequences were beginning. The next morning, we were at the airport. The Ginza lease was signed. The Tokyo flagship was a reality. But as we boarded the Gulf Stream, Marcus handed Adrian a tablet. Adrian's face went white. "What is it?" I asked, my heart skipping a beat. Adrian didn't say a word. He handed me the tablet. It was a leaked memo from the Blackwood board. Sterling had filed for an emergency injunction to halt the Tokyo project. The reason? Moral turpitude and breach of fiduciary duty. But it was the attachment that made my blood freeze. It was a photograph of the dinner in Kyoto. A long-range shot through the shoji screens. It showed Adrian Blackwood, the most powerful man in Manhattan, holding the hand of his junior director with a look of absolute, undeniable devotion. The headline read, "The Billionaire's Real Secret, the End of the Blackwood Empire." I looked up at Adrian. The sun was rising over Tokyo, a bright, unforgiving light that hit the glass of the jet like a hammer. The shadows were gone. The secret was out. And as the engines roared to life, I realized that Sato had been right. The bowl had broken. Now we had to find out if we had enough gold to hold the pieces together. "We have to go back," Adrian said, his voice a low, cold hum. "The war isn't in Tokyo anymore, Lena." "Where is it?" "It's at the summit," he growled. "And this time, there are no survivors." Chapter 27, The Poison of Possession. The flight from Tokyo to New York was supposed to be a victory lap. We had the Ginza lease. We had Sato's blessing. But as the Gulf Stream leveled out at 40,000 feet, the air in the cabin felt like it was laced with arsenic. The photograph from the Kyoto dinner hadn't just leaked, it had exploded. Adrian was at the mahogany table, his eyes fixed on a screen that was a rolling feed of headlines. Blackwood's breach. The director and the despot. Is the signature line a love letter? "I'll kill him," Adrian whispered. It wasn't a figure of speech. His voice was a flat, terrifying promise. "Adrian, it's a photo," I said, trying to reach for his hand. "We knew this was a risk when we stayed for dinner." He pulled his hand away, his fingers curling into a fist. He looked at me, and for the first time there was no heat in his eyes, only a sharp, jagged jealousy. "It's not just the photo, Lena. Look at the comments. Look at the way they're dissecting you. They're talking about your charms. They're talking about how you managed me." He stood up, pacing the narrow aisle like a tiger in a cage. "Sterling has already leaked a quote saying that you've compromised the stability of the executive office. He's making it sound like you seduced the machine to steal the gears." "I didn't steal anything." "I know that," he roared, turning on me. The sheer volume of his voice made the cabin windows hum. "But the world sees a girl who was broke 6 weeks ago and is now fleeing on a private jet as the lead of a global expansion. They don't see your talent, Lena. They see a prize. And I won't have other men looking at you as something they can take from me." He leaned over me, his hands on the armrests of my chair. He was so close I could see the pulse thrumming in his temple. "From the moment we land, the security doubles," he commanded. "You don't go to the office. You don't take meetings without Marcus. You stay in the apartment. You are a secret again, Lena. Do you understand? I am locking the door." You're jealous, I breathed, realizing the truth. This isn't about the board. It's about the fact that the world knows I'm yours, and you can't stand that you don't have total control over who sees me. I am protecting the asset, he snapped. I am a person, Adrian, not an asset. He didn't answer. He just turned back to his monitors, his jaw set in a line of iron. The strictly professional mask had returned, but underneath it, the jealousy was a poison, turning our Kyoto miracle into a gilded nightmare. Chapter 28: The Gilded Silence. New York was a blur of black-tinted windows and silent guards. Adrian had kept his word. I was no longer a director. I was a prisoner in a silk-lined cell. My new apartment, the upgrade, felt like a tomb. I had the finest food delivered, the most expensive wines, and a view of the city that most people would die for. But I had no key. The gold key I had once cherished sat on the marble counter, a useless piece of metal. The door only opened from the outside. Marcus was my only link to the world, bringing me files and recommendations from Adrian. Clause 9.2: Restricted movement for security purposes. I spent the days staring at the blueprints for Tokyo, trying to find the passion I'd felt in the Imperial Gardens. But the shadows I was designing started to feel like they were swallowing me whole. Adrian visited at midnight, every night. He would walk in, smelling of rain and the stress of the boardroom. He wouldn't talk about the project. He wouldn't talk about the board. He would just take me in his arms with a desperation that was almost violent, as if he were trying to remind himself that I was still real, still there, still his. The board is calling for a vote of no confidence, he whispered one night, his face buried in my hair. Sterling found a loophole in the Valenti contract. He's claiming I overpaid for the silk to please you. Then let me testify, Adrian. Let me show them the data. No, he growled, pulling me tighter. You stay here, you stay safe. I am the one who fights this war. You are the reason I win it. I feel like I'm disappearing, I said, my voice cracking. I'm not a partner, Adrian. I'm a trophy you've hidden in the attic so no one else can touch it. He pulled back, his blue eyes dark and haunted. In this city, Lena, anything that isn't hidden is destroyed. I am not losing you to these wolves. He left before dawn, the click of the lock echoing through the empty apartment like a gunshot. I realized then that the private addendum wasn't a contract of love. It was a deed of ownership. And the silence was the loudest thing in the room. Chapter 29: The Cold Calculus. The news hit on Tuesday morning. I was watching the business channel, my only window into the war, when Sterling appeared on screen. He looked triumphant. The board of Blackwood Industries has reached a decision, Sterling announced to a swarm of reporters. In light of the recent personal distractions involving the CEO, we are suspending the signature line expansion indefinitely. We will be returning to a traditional luxury model. Director Lena Carter's role has been terminated, effective immediately, to preserve the integrity of the firm. I dropped my coffee. The ceramic shattered on the marble, dark liquid spreading like a stain. Terminated. I reached for my phone, but the secure device was dead. The internal server access denied. I ran to the door and pounded on it. Marcus, open the door. Nothing. 2 hours later, the door finally opened. It wasn't Marcus. It was Adrian. He looked like a ghost. His suit was rumpled, his eyes bloodshot. He walked into the kitchen and poured himself a drink, ignoring the shattered glass on the floor. You let them do it, I said, my voice a whisper of pure fury. You let them fire me. I had to, Lena, he said, not looking at me. Sterling had the votes. If I hadn't sacrificed the project and your position, they would have stripped me of the CEO chair. I had to choose. You chose the machine, I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. You chose the building. You chose the obsidian desk over the woman you said you loved in Kyoto. I chose the power to protect you. He shouted, turning on me. If I am not the CEO, I have no leverage. I can't keep you in this apartment. I can't keep the lawyers away. I can't keep you safe. I don't want to be safe in a cage, Adrian. I wanted to build something with you. The project is gone, Lena. It's over. He walked toward me, reaching out to touch my face. But we still have the contract. You're still mine. I've set up a trust. You'll have millions. We'll go to the Hamptons. We'll wait for the storm to pass. I looked at his hand, the hand that had signed my termination papers to save his own seat at the table. You're a coward, I said. You talk about being ruthless, but you're just a man who's afraid to be alone. You didn't save me. You saved your empire. And you used me as the currency to pay for it. He didn't blink. The cold calculus of the billionaire had won. Pack your bags, Lena. The car leaves at 6. Chapter 30. The Broken Link. I didn't pack. I sat in the dark of the bedroom, watching the clock tick toward 6. For the first time in weeks, I saw the world with absolute clarity. I thought about the gala. I thought about the accidental invitation. I thought about how perfectly every piece of our romance had fallen into place just when Adrian needed a distraction from the vain merger or a way to bait Sterling. I looked at the private addendum sitting on the dresser. Clause 12. 1. In the event of termination of professional duties, the private addendum remains in effect for a period of 5 years. He had planned for this. He had known that if the project failed, he would still have me. I was his contingency plan. His emotional safety net. I felt a cold, sharp resolve settle over me. You want to see the secret, Adrian? I whispered to the empty room. I'll show you the one thing you can't buy. I didn't use the front door. I remembered the service entrance the cleaners used, a small, keypad-locked door in the laundry room. I'd seen Marcus punch in the code a dozen times. 1924. The year Valenti's grandfather developed the silk, the door clicked open. I stepped out into the service hallway, the air smelling of trash and industrial cleaner. It felt like freedom. I didn't go to the car. I didn't go to the Hamptons. I walked 3 blocks in the rain, my breath hitching in my throat, until I found a small, 24-hour internet cafe. I sat at a sticky terminal and logged into the Blackwood administrative server using the Marais override, code Adrian had given me in Paris. I had 10 minutes before the system flagged the breach. I didn't look for the board minutes. I didn't look for the bank records. I looked for the one thing I had never questioned, the beginning. I found the file. Vulnerability Analysis, Lena Carter. As I read the documents, the reports on my debt, the surveillance photos taken weeks before we ever met, the final link in the chain snapped. The man I loved didn't exist. He was a character played by a billionaire who needed a martyr. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just downloaded the dossier to a secure drive and wiped my traces. I walked out into the New York rain, the secret finally revealed. Adrian Blackwood thought he had locked the cage. He didn't realize that I was the one who had built the shadows, and now I was going to use them to burn his empire to the ground. Chapter 31. The Vulnerability Analysis. The descent into New York didn't feel like a homecoming. It felt like a fall. The Gulf Stream cut through a layer of thick, bruised clouds as we approached Teterboro, the city below looking less like a kingdom and more like a battlefield. The cabin, which had been a sanctuary of shared breaths and Kyoto promises, was now a cold, pressurized cell. Adrian hadn't looked at me since we crossed the international date line. He was buried in a mountain of digital data, his fingers flying across his screen as he coordinated with his legal battalion. The Kyoto truth was already being dismantled by a fleet of PR specialists. They were drafting statements, citing strategic partnership rituals and cultural immersion. They were trying to turn a moment of raw human connection back into a cold corporate maneuver. Adrian, I said, my voice sounding thin in the hum of the cabin. The photo. It's not just a rumor, it's us. You can't spin the way you were looking at me. He didn't look up. I can spin the sun if I pay enough people to tell the world it's moving backwards, Lena. In New York, the truth is whatever the loudest voice says it is. But what about what we said in Kyoto? About the gold in the cracks? Adrian finally stopped. He closed his laptop with a sharp, final click. He looked at me, and the man who had held me on the tatami mat was gone. The machine was back, and its gears were grinding with a lethal, desperate speed. Kyoto was a dream, Lena. We're awake now. And in the waking world, Sterling is moving to seize the voting blocks. If I don't appear cold, objective, and in total control by the time we hit the ground, I won't just lose the Ginza site. I'll lose the chair. And what do I lose? I asked, my heart tightening. You lose nothing, he said, his voice flat. Because as of 5 minutes ago, I've moved you to a remote advisory role. You won't be coming into the tower. You'll work from the Marais residence or a secure location in the Hamptons. You're being sidelined for your own protection. Sidelined? I stood up, the jet's slight tilt making me sway. You're hiding me after everything. After you told Sato we wouldn't be afraid. I'm not afraid, he growled, standing up to meet me. I'm calculating. There is a difference. The wheels hit the tarmac. The jolt ran through the floor, vibrating in my teeth. The strictly professional era hadn't just returned, it had become a barricade. The secure location turned out to be my own apartment, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. 2 security guards stood outside my door. My phone had been replaced with a secure device. My access to the Blackwood internal servers had been restricted to a single project folder, Tokyo Finalization. For 3 days, I was a ghost. I watched the news cycles from my glass cage. I saw Adrian on the steps of the courthouse, looking like a god of thunder in a 3-piece suit, ignoring questions about our relationship with a terrifying, stoic silence. I saw Sterling on every business channel, painting a picture of a CEO who had lost his grip on reality. I was bored, I was angry, and I was starting to feel the first tendrils of a truth I had been too blind to see. On the 4th night, I couldn't take the silence anymore. I used the administrative override code Adrian had given me in a moment of weakness in Paris, a code that gave me access to his private strategy server. I told myself I was looking for the board's next move. I told myself I was helping. I found a folder titled Vulnerability Analysis, Q4. I opened it, expecting to see reports on shipping lanes or hostile takeovers. Instead, I saw my own name. My heart stopped. I clicked through the documents. It wasn't just a background check. It was a dossier that went back years. It had my college transcripts, my bank statements from the months I was between things, and even a record of the thrift store where I'd bought the green dress. But it was the timestamp on the first document that made the air vanish from the room. The analysis was dated 2 weeks before the Blackwood Gala. I sat back, the blue light of the monitor reflecting in my wide, frozen eyes. Adrian hadn't noticed me at the gala because I didn't belong. He hadn't caught me as a bold little thief. He had known exactly who I was before I ever stepped foot on that red carpet. I scrolled further, my fingers shaking so hard I could barely move the mouse. I found a memo addressed to Marcus. Target, Lena Carter. Profile, high intellect, zero leverage, extreme financial pressure. Potential, the perfect catalyst for the board trap. Proceed with the accidental invitation. The mistake by the mailman, the gold embossed card that had felt like a golden ticket. It wasn't a typo. It wasn't a sign from the universe. It was a hook. Adrian had needed a distraction. He had needed a way to bait Sterling into an overreach, a way to create a scandal he could control so he could flush out the disloyal board members. He hadn't fallen for a girl, he had designed a martyr. I looked at the photos in the dossier, candid shots of me walking to the grocery store, me looking at the eviction notice on my door. He had watched me drown, and then he had offered me air, knowing exactly how much I would pay for it. The private addendum. The secret suites. The kintsugi kiss in Kyoto, was any of it real, or was it all just a masterclass in manipulation? I remembered the way he had looked at me in the Marais, telling me about his mother's sketches. Was that a lie, too? Or was that just the gold he used to mend the cracks in a deal that was starting to feel like a crime? I closed the laptop. The silence of the apartment was suddenly deafening. I looked at the onyx hawk sitting on my dresser. It didn't look like a symbol of power anymore. It looked like a vulture. I had signed the contract. I had given him my soul. And all the while, he had been playing a game of chess where I wasn't the queen. I was the pawn he was willing to sacrifice to win the king's gambit. I stood up and walked to the window. The city was out there, glowing with a billion lights, but I felt like I was standing in the dark. The ruthless deal had just reached its final, irreversible truth. I wasn't the architect of the secret. I was the secret itself. And in Adrian Blackwood's world, once a secret is used, it's meant to be forgotten. I looked at the door, where the security guards were standing watch. They weren't there to protect me from the board. They were there to keep the pawn on its square until the game was over. "You bastard," I whispered to the empty room. The fear was gone. The desire was a cold ash in my throat. All that was left was the truth. I wasn't going to sit in this cage and wait for the exit strategy to be triggered. If Adrian Blackwood wanted a war, I would give him one. But this time, I wouldn't be playing by his rules. I reached for my bag and the old, pinned-up green dress I had hidden in the back of the closet. The machine was about to face its first real glitch. Chapter 32. The Phantom Exit. The rain in New York didn't wash things clean, it just made the lies more slippery. I stood in the shadows of a narrow alleyway across from my building, the cold water soaking through the thin fabric of my coat. My breath came in short, jagged plumes of white mist. In my hand, the secure drive felt like a live wire, pulsing with the weight of the dossier I'd stolen from the Blackwood servers. Target, Lena Carter. Profile, zero leverage. The words were burned into the back of my eyelids. Every touch, every whispered promise in Paris, every kintsugi kiss in Kyoto, it was all there, filed away under vulnerability analysis. I wasn't his partner. I was his project. I was the bait he'd used to catch a shark named Sterling, and now that the shark had bitten, Adrian was simply cutting the line. Across the street, the black Maybach pulled to a smooth, silent stop. I watched as the rear door opened. Adrian stepped out. Even from this distance, even through the gray curtain of rain, he looked like a god of industry. He didn't use an umbrella. He just walked toward the lobby doors, his stride long and relentless, the two guards at the entrance snapping to attention as he passed. They didn't know yet. They didn't know the bird had flown through the laundry room. They didn't know the secret was standing in the dark, watching the man who had bought her soul realize he no longer possessed it. I stayed in the shadows, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I waited for it. The moment the machine realized there was a glitch, the apartment was too quiet. Adrian felt the silence the moment he crossed the threshold. It wasn't the soft, expectant silence of Lena waiting for him in the dark. It was the hollow, ringing silence of a tomb. Lena. His voice was a low vibration, but there was no answer. He walked into the living room. The lights were off. The city skyline outside was a jagged wall of electric light reflecting off the cold marble floors. He looked at the sofa. It was empty. The kitchen, pristine. He walked to the bedroom door and pushed it open. The bed was made. The charcoal silk sheets were pulled tight, unruffled, as if no one had ever lain there. The private addendum folder still sat on the dresser, its silver edges mocking him under the dim hallway light. He walked to the dresser and picked up the onyx hawk. It was cold. Marcus! Adrian's voice roared through the apartment, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. The door to the apartment burst open. Marcus and the two guards from the hallway stood there, their faces pale, their eyes darting around the empty room. "Where is she?" Adrian demanded. He didn't turn around. He stood with his back to them, his fingers white-knuckled as he gripped the hawk. "Sir, the censors." "The front door hasn't been opened since you left this afternoon," Marcus stammered. "The cameras show no exit. She was in the study an hour ago." "Go to the study," Adrian commanded, his voice dropping to a low, terrifying hum. They found the laptop first. It was sitting on the desk, the screen dark. Adrian pushed Marcus aside and tapped the trackpad. The screen flickered to life and the blood drained from Adrian's face. It wasn't a project file. It wasn't the Tokyo blueprints. It was the vulnerability analysis folder. The Marais override had been used. The dossier was open to the final page, the page where Adrian had authorized the accidental delivery of the gala invitation. Beside the laptop sat the secure phone he'd given her. It was shattered. It looked like she'd used a heavy glass paperweight to crush the screen into 1,000 glittering shards of electronic bone. And next to the phone, written in red lipstick on the polished mahogany of the desk, was a single word. Leverage. Adrian stared at the word. The air in the study seemed to vanish, replaced by a cold, pressurized vacuum. He felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest, not the pain of a heart breaking, but the pain of a man realizing his own weapon had been turned against him. "She went through the service exit," Adrian whispered. It wasn't a guess. It was a realization. The laundry room. She remembered the code. "Sir, I'll have the streets blocked. I'll call the precinct." "No." Adrian turned on Marcus, his eyes twin points of blue fire. "If you call the police, this becomes public. If this becomes public, Sterling wins. We do this quietly. I want every car, every camera, every informant in this city looking for her. She has the dossier, Marcus. She has the only thing that can destroy me." "Do you think she'll go to the press?" Marcus asked. Adrian looked at the word on the desk. "Leverage." "No," Adrian said, a dark, twisted pride flickering in his rage. "She's smarter than that. She's not going to the press. She's going to wait for me to hunt her down. She wants me to see exactly what happens when you try to own a woman who has nothing left to lose." He walked out of the study, the onyx hawk still gripped in his hand. "Find her," he growled. "And Marcus, tell the guards to stay out of my sight. If I see them, I'll fire them. If I see them again, I'll ruin them." I watched from the alley as the lights in the apartment flickered on, one by one. I saw the silhouettes of men moving frantically behind the glass. I saw the black Maybach peel away from the curb, its tires screaming against the wet asphalt. He was hunting. I felt a shiver of pure, cold adrenaline. For weeks, I had been the secret. I had been the silent partner, the gilded bird in the cage. I had followed his rules, signed his contracts, and let him dictate the air I breathed. But as I stepped out of the alley and melted into the crowd of late-night commuters, I realized that Adrian Blackwood had made one fatal mistake in his vulnerability analysis. He had assumed that my lack of leverage was a weakness. He didn't realize that a woman with nothing is a woman who can't be threatened. He had given me the keys to his empire, and he had taught me exactly how to find the cracks in the foundation. I walked into the subway station, the smell of grease and electricity, a welcome change from the scent of sandalwood and old money. I took a seat on the train, the rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels sounding like a countdown. I opened my bag and looked at the green dress. It was wrinkled, the pins I'd used to fix it weeks ago long gone. It looked like a relic of a different life. I wasn't going to hide. I wasn't going to run to the Hamptons or the Marais. I was going back to the beginning. I was going to show the board, the press, and Adrian Blackwood himself exactly what happens when the perfect catalyst decides to become the explosion. The consequences were coming. And this time, they wouldn't be filed in a silver folder. I closed my eyes as the train roared into the dark tunnel. "Your move, Adrian," I whispered. The war had officially begun. Chapter 33, The Blind Spot. The command center on the 45th floor looked like a war room. Monitors lined the walls, flickering with high-definition feeds from across the city. Facial recognition algorithms whirred, scanning thousands of faces per second. Subway commuters, pedestrians in Times Square, late-night workers in the financial district. Usually, this room was used for high-level corporate espionage or protecting shipping lanes from piracy. Now, every watt of its processing power was focused on a single target, a 5'5" woman in a dark coat. Adrian stood in the center of the room, his jacket discarded, his shirt sleeves rolled up. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in a century. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the screens with a terrifying, unblinking intensity. "Nothing?" he asked. His voice was a low, jagged rasp. "Nothing yet, sir," the head of security replied, his voice trembling. "She's avoided all major hubs, no credit card usage, no cell signal. She's effectively vanished." "She hasn't vanished," Adrian growled, turning to a map of the city. "She's just using the shadows I taught her to love. She's in the blind spots. She knows where the cameras don't reach." He slammed his fist against the mahogany table. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the silent room. "She's in the real New York," Adrian whispered to himself. "The one I tried to buy her out of." He felt a sharp, twisting pain in his chest. It wasn't just the loss of the dossier. It was the realization that Lena was out there, in the cold and the rain, and for the first time since he had manufactured her entry into his life, he didn't know the ending of the story. He had scripted her every move, from the gold-embossed invitation to the promotion in Paris. He had been the director, the writer, and the lead actor. But Lena had just walked off the set. And she had taken the only copy of the script with her. "Marcus," Adrian said, not looking away from the map. "Yes, sir." "Call the banks. Freeze every account she's ever touched. I don't care if it's a dormant account from 5 years ago. I want her hungry. I want her cold. I want her to realize that the world outside my tower is a very, very lonely place." "Sir," Marcus hesitated. "If we do that, she might go to Sterling out of desperation. She has the vulnerability analysis." Adrian turned, his eyes twin points of blue ice. "She won't go to Sterling. Sterling would use her and discard her. Lena knows that. She's not looking for a new master. She's looking for a way to break the one she has. He looked back at the screen, a dark, twisted pride flickering in his rage. Find her, he whispered, and tell the teams. If they lay a finger on her, they won't just lose their jobs, they'll lose their lives. I sat in a booth at a 24-hour diner in Queens, the kind of place where the grease on the walls is older than the patrons. The air smelled of burnt coffee and floor cleaner. A flickering neon sign in the window cast a rhythmic, sickly pink glow over my hands. My phone was dead. My credit cards were likely already useless. I had exactly $300 in cash, money I'd hidden in the lining of my bag weeks ago, a relic of the days when I didn't trust the gold on the walls. I looked at the secure drive sitting on the table next to a plate of cold toast. The dossier. It was my life, reduced to a series of data points. Every struggle I'd ever faced, every night I'd gone hungry, had been a metric for Adrian's analysis. He hadn't seen a woman, he'd seen a candidate for the role of martyr. I felt a wave of nausea. I remembered the way he'd looked at me in the Marais, telling me about his mother. Was that part of the profile? Did the analysis tell him that a girl with a fractured family would fall for a man with a tragic past? Did it tell him that I would crave the safety of his shadow? Another cup, honey. The waitress stood over me, her face a map of long shifts and cheap cigarettes. She looked at me with a tired kindness that Adrian would never understand. In his world, kindness was a transaction. Here, it was just a way to survive the night. No, thank you, I said, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. I needed to move. I knew how his mind worked. He would start with the hubs, then move to the hotels, then the high-end apartments. But eventually, he would start looking at my history. He would look at the places I used to live, the people I used to know. I didn't have many friends left. The Blackwood life had been a gilded vacuum, sucking the oxygen out of every relationship I'd had before the gala. Except for one. I stood up, leaving a $10 bill on the table. I walked out into the rain, my hood pulled low over my face. I needed someone who knew the machine but hated the gears. Someone who had seen the ruthless deal from the outside and had tried to warn me. I walked 3 blocks to a payphone, a rare, battered relic of the old city. I dropped in the coins and dialed a number I had memorized during a late night in the office. The phone rang 3 times. Hello. The voice was sharp, guarded. Sarah, I whispered. It's Lena. There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. I could hear the hum of a television in the background, the normal sounds of a life I had almost forgotten. Lena, Sarah said, her voice dropping to a low, urgent hiss. Where are you? The office is a madhouse. Security is everywhere. Adrian has everyone on a lockdown. I'm out, Sarah. I saw the dossier. I saw the vulnerability analysis. I heard a sharp intake of breath. I told you, Lena. I told you he was a machine. I told you there was no man behind it. You were right, I said, a tear finally escaping and tracing a hot, bitter path down my cheek. But I need your help. He's going to freeze everything. He's going to hunt me down. I need a place where the cameras don't see. Lena, if he finds out I helped you. He won't. I just need 24 hours. I have something, Sarah. Something that can stop him, but I can't do it alone. Another silence. I watched a black sedan crawl slowly down the street, its headlights scanning the shadows. My heart hammered against my ribs. There's a warehouse, Sarah said finally. In Red Hook. My brother used to use it for his catering business. It's empty, and the lease is under a shell company Adrian doesn't know about. I'll text you the address. But Lena, be careful. He isn't just looking for the dossier. He's looking for you. And when Adrian Blackwood loses his property, he doesn't just want it back. He wants to break it so no one else can ever use it. I'm not his property, I said, my voice hardening. I hope you're right, Sarah whispered. Because if you're wrong, the consequences won't just be yours, they'll be everyone's. The line went dead. I stepped out of the phone booth, the cold rain hitting me like a physical blow. I had an ally. I had a place to hide. But as I walked toward the subway, I felt the phantom weight of Adrian's gaze on my back. I knew he was out there. I knew he was looking at the monitors, scanning the crowds, feeling the vibration of the city until he found the glitch. He thought he was the architect. He thought he had built the cage. But as I descended into the dark of the subway, I realized that I wasn't the pawn anymore. I was the fire. And a machine, no matter how perfect, wasn't built to survive a blaze. The war was no longer in the boardroom. It was in the marrow of the city. And as the train roared into the station, I knew that the next 24 hours would change everything. The ruthless deal was finally going to be paid in full. Chapter 34: The Breadcrumb Trail. The air in the Blackwood Tower didn't just feel cold anymore. It felt pressurized, like the cabin of a plane about to lose its engines at 30,000 feet. Adrian stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, his reflection ghosting over the jagged lights of Manhattan. He had been standing there for 3 hours. He wasn't looking at the city, he was looking at the data. On the screen behind him, every digital footprint Lena had ever made was being dissected by a team of analysts who were too terrified to breathe. "She's not using the subway anymore," Marcus said, his voice hesitant. "She was spotted on a CCTV feed near a payphone in Queens, but then she vanished into a blind spot." "A payphone." Adrian turned slowly. His eyes were dark hollows, the blue of them replaced by a flat, predatory gray. "Who uses payphones in the 21st century, Marcus?" "Someone who knows I'm tracking every cell tower in the tri-state area," Marcus replied. Adrian walked back to his desk. He picked up the Onyx Hawk, the metal biting into his palm. He thought about the phone call. Lena wouldn't just call a random number. She was desperate, yes, but she was smart. She would go to someone who knew the system, someone who had a reason to hide her. "Run a diagnostic on the internal communications of the executive floor," Adrian commanded. "Search for any outgoing calls to unregistered numbers in the last 2 hours, specifically from the creative department." "Sir, Sarah's department." "Sarah has been with this company for a long time," Adrian whispered, his voice a low, dangerous vibration. "She's seen too many secrets come and go. She's the only one with enough resentment to help a ghost." He didn't wait for Marcus to answer. He grabbed his coat and headed for the elevator. The machine wasn't just searching for Lena anymore. It was searching for the person who had dared to give the pawn a place to hide. The warehouse in Red Hook felt like the end of the world. It was a cavernous, drafty space at the edge of the waterfront, the smell of salt and rusted iron thick in the air. High, narrow windows let in the rhythmic, sickly yellow sweep of a nearby lighthouse beam. Outside, the waves of the harbor slapped against the rotting pilings with a sound like wet hands clapping. I sat on an old plastic crate, wrapped in my coat, the secure drive plugged into Sarah's old laptop. The screen flickered, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the cold air. I scrolled through the dossier again. It wasn't just the vulnerability analysis anymore. Now that I was looking at it with the Marais override fully engaged, I saw the secondary files. Project Phoenix. It was the board's contingency plan. It detailed exactly how they planned to use the secret project to inflate the stock before a hostile takeover by Vane Logistics. And there, at the bottom of the memo, was a signature that made my stomach turn. It wasn't Sterling's. It was Adrian's. He hadn't just used me to bait the board. He had used the entire project as a distraction to mask a secret merger that would give him absolute, unchecked power over the global shipping lanes. He had traded the soul of the brand for a monopoly. The kintsugi kiss, the honesty in London. It was all part of the branding. He hadn't just bought my past. He had scripted our future to make sure the world was looking at the scandalous romance while he was stealing the keys to the kingdom. You really did build a miracle in the dark, didn't you, Adrian? I whispered to the empty warehouse. I began to type. If I was going down, I wasn't going as a martyr. I was going as the one who tore the veil. I started drafting a message to the one person who could make this public and protect me at the same time, Harrison Thorne. Thorne had invested in the soul of the project. If he found out it was a shell game, he would pull his billions and the Blackwood Empire would collapse into the harbor. Suddenly, the silence of the warehouse was broken. It wasn't a loud noise. It was the sound of a heavy door groaning on its hinges, followed by the crunch of gravel under a polished sole. My heart leapt into my throat. I snapped the laptop shut and ducked behind a stack of wooden pallets. I held my breath, the cold air burning in my lungs. Lena. The voice was a low, melodic thrum. It didn't echo. It didn't need to. It filled the space, heavy with the weight of absolute authority. Adrian. He was alone. I could tell by the cadence of the footsteps. He had come himself. He hadn't brought the guards. He hadn't brought Marcus. He had come to reclaim his property. I know you're here, he said, his voice calm, almost conversational. And I know Sarah gave you the key. She's currently being escorted from the building. I'm sure she'll find another job, eventually. I didn't move. I squeezed the secure drive in my hand, the sharp edges digging into my palm. You're looking at the Phoenix files, aren't you? Adrian's voice was closer now. I could hear the rustle of his overcoat. You're wondering if any of it was real. You're wondering if the man who told you about his mother in the Marais was just another character in the script. He stopped. I could see the tip of his black shoe around the corner of the pallets. The analysis was real, Lena. I needed to know who you were before I let you into my world. I needed to know you wouldn't break. And look at you now. You haven't broken. You've stolen my secrets. You've outmaneuvered my security. You've become exactly what I designed you to be. I am not your design. I shouted, stepping out from behind the pallets. I stood in the yellow sweep of the light, the laptop clutched to my chest. Adrian stood 10 feet away, his silhouette dark against the vast, empty warehouse. He didn't look like a CEO. He looked like a hunter who had finally cornered the only thing that had ever made him feel alive. Then, what are you? He asked, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous hum. A girl with no money and a stolen invitation. A director with a title I gave her. You think Thorne will save you. Thorne is a businessman. He'll take his money and walk away, and you'll be left with nothing but a dossier and a cold room. I'd rather have nothing than be part of your machine, Adrian. The machine is what kept you fed. He roared, taking a step toward me. The machine is what gave you the world. You think you can just walk away from the deal. You signed the contract. I signed a lie. You signed the truth of who we are. He was in my space now, his presence overwhelming. He reached out and grabbed my arm, his grip hard and possessive. I tried to pull away, but he was a wall of muscle and iron-hard will. Give me the drive, Lena, he whispered, his face inches from mine. Give it to me, and we can still fix this. We can go back to Paris. We can forget the Phoenix files ever existed. No. I looked into his eyes. the icy blue now burning with a desperate, terrifying hunger. "You want the drive? Come and take it." I shoved the drive into the pocket of my coat and pushed past him, running toward the loading dock doors. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a car. I just knew that if he touched me again, if he looked at me with that kintsugi lie in his eyes, I would lose the only thing I had left: my soul. "Lena, stop." I burst through the doors and into the freezing rain of the waterfront. The harbor was a dark, churning abyss. The war was no longer about a boardroom or a hotel. It was a race against the dark. And as I heard his footsteps crashing onto the gravel behind me, I realized that the ruthless deal was about to reach its final, irreversible consequence. One of us was going to break. And this time, there wasn't enough gold in the world to mend the cracks. Chapter 35. The Edge of the Abyss. The rain wasn't just falling anymore. It was a deluge, a freezing, rhythmic assault that turned the Red Hook waterfront into a blurred landscape of black water and gray iron. The wind whipped off the New York harbor, carrying the salt of the Atlantic and the stench of diesel. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with crushed glass. My boots skidded on the slick, rotted timber of the pier. Behind me, the heavy, rhythmic thud of Adrian's footsteps never faltered. He wasn't sprinting, he was stalking. He knew the geography of this trap better than I did. I reached the end of the pier. There was nowhere left to go. Below me, the dark water churned against the pilings, a hungry, black void. I turned, gasping for air, the secure drive clutched in my hand so tightly the metal edges drew blood from my palm. Adrian stepped into the halo of a flickering, rusted street lamp 10 feet away. He had discarded his overcoat somewhere in the warehouse. His white dress shirt was translucent, soaked through and clinging to the powerful lines of his chest. His hair was plastered to his forehead and his eyes. They weren't the eyes of a CEO. They were the eyes of a man watching his entire world tilt on its axis. "Give it to me, Lena," he said. His voice wasn't a roar anymore. It was a low, vibrating hum that struggled to be heard over the crashing of the waves. "So you can bury it." I shouted, my voice cracking against the wind. "So you can finalize the Phoenix merger and pretend the last month was anything other than a scripted lie. The merger is the only way to protect the company." "The company?" I let out a jagged, hysterical laugh. "You mean your throne? You didn't bring me in to build a hotel, Adrian. You brought me in to be the distraction while you stole the keys to the kingdom. You used the secret. You used us as a smokescreen for a monopoly." Adrian took a step forward. I stepped back, the heel of my boot hovering over the edge of the wet timber. "Don't," he growled, his hand reaching out. "You'll fall." "I've been falling since the night of the gala, Adrian. You just didn't tell me there was no ground." I held the drive out over the water. One toss, that's all it takes. Every file, every analysis, every lie you've ever told. It all goes into the dark. Harrison Thorne gets the email in 5 minutes if I don't enter my all-clear code. The empire ends tonight. Adrian stopped. The rain streamed down his face, but he didn't blink. For the first time, I saw a flicker of genuine terror in his expression, not for his money, not for his chair, but for the look of pure, unadulterated loathing in my eyes. "You think I don't know what I am?" he whispered. He took another step, slow and cautious. "I am a man who was raised by a machine to be a machine. My father taught me that people are variables. He taught me that everything is a deal. When I found your profile, when I saw your debt and your talent, I saw the perfect piece for the board." "And you played it," I spat. "I played it," he admitted, his voice dropping to a rough, broken rasp. "But then you walked into that ballroom. You looked at the chandeliers with those wide, terrified eyes, and you didn't see the gold, Lena. You saw the shadows, you saw me. Stop lying, Adrian. I'm not lying. He roared, the sound of his voice finally breaking through the storm. The analysis told me you were vulnerable. It told me you were easy to manipulate. It didn't tell me that you'd make me feel like I was finally breathing for the first time in 34 years. It didn't tell me that I'd spend every night in Paris staring at the ceiling, wondering if I was the monster you'd eventually realize I was. He took another step. He was 5 feet away now. I could see the tremor in his hand. I built the secret to protect the merger, yes, he said. But I built the Marais Garden for you. I signed that private addendum because it was the only way I knew how to hold onto something I didn't deserve. I'm a ruthless man, Lena. I don't know how to love without a contract. I don't know how to be real without a script. Then find a new writer, I said, my voice trembling, because I'm done playing the martyr. I raised my arm to throw the drive. Oh, wait. A set of headlights cut through the dark, blinding us. A black SUV screeched to a halt at the foot of the pier. The doors flew open and 4 men in tactical gear stepped out, followed by a figure I recognized instantly. Sterling. He stepped into the light, an umbrella held over him by an assistant. He looked at us, at the rain-soaked billionaire and the girl on the edge of the abyss, with a look of smug, triumphant malice. What a touching scene, Sterling called out over the wind. The king and his queen falling together. Adrian, I have to thank you. Your vulnerability analysis was excellent. My hackers found the copy you left on the server during your little search for Ms. Carter. Adrian spun around, his body instantly shielding mine, despite the fact that I was the one holding the drive that could destroy him. Stay back, Sterling, Adrian growled. I don't think so, Sterling said, stepping closer. You see, Lena has something I want, and Adrian, you have something the board wants. Your resignation, effective immediately. Sterling looked at me, his eyes cold and predatory. Ms. Carter, give me that drive. I'll make sure the press knows you were a victim. I'll give you 10 times what Adrian promised you. I'll give you a life where you never have to see his face again. I looked at Sterling, then I looked at Adrian. Adrian wasn't looking at Sterling anymore. He was looking at me. He was standing between me and the guns, between me and the machine. He was vulnerable, he was broken, and for the first time, he wasn't asking for a deal. Don't do it, Lena, Adrian whispered, his back to the rain. If you give it to him, the machine just changes hands. The shadows don't go away, they just get darker. And if I give it to you? I asked. Then I burn it, he said. I walk away from the chair, I walk away from the merger, I let the empire fall. You'd lose everything, I said. I've already lost everything if you walk off this pier, he replied. I looked at the dark water. I looked at the gold-embossed lies of my past. And then I looked at the man who had designed my life, only to find himself trapped in the same cage. I didn't throw the drive. I didn't give it to Sterling. I looked at Adrian, and I saw the gold in the cracks of his soul, the kintsugi truth that even he didn't want to admit. You want leverage, Sterling? I shouted. I didn't throw the drive into the water. I threw it at Adrian's feet. There's your leverage, Adrian. Now, show me if you're a man or a machine. In that moment, the world exploded. Sterling gave the order. The guards moved forward. Adrian lunged for the drive, but his eyes were on me. The ruthless deal had reached its breaking point. Secrets were revealed. Pain was inevitable. And as the first shot echoed across the harbor, I realized that the consequences weren't just about the empire. They were about who we were when the masks finally fell. And as Adrian tackled me to the wet timber, shielding me from the world he had built, I knew that the secret was finally out. The machine was dead. Long live the man. Chapter 36. The Blood in the Water. The sound of the gunshot didn't echo. It was swallowed instantly by the roar of the wind and the thick, suffocating curtain of the rain. I didn't feel the pain at first. I only felt the weight. Adrian's body slammed into mine, the sheer force of his momentum throwing us both onto the slick, freezing timber of the pier. My breath left me in a sharp, agonizing wheeze. The world tilted, black water, gray sky, and the blinding white strobe of the SUV's headlights. Adrian. I screamed, my voice raw and jagged. He didn't answer. He was a heavy, unyielding warmth pressing me into the wood. I reached up, my fingers fumbling against the soaked fabric of his white shirt. When I pulled them away, they weren't just wet with rain. They were coated in a deep, dark red that looked black under the flickering street lamp. No. Stay down. Adrian's voice was a broken rasp, a ghost of its former authority. He tried to push himself up, his muscles trembling violently, his eyes fixed on the shadows where Sterling stood. Sterling didn't look horrified. He looked annoyed. He stepped forward, the umbrella still held perfectly over his head, the metal tip of his cane clicking against the wood as he approached the drive I had thrown at Adrian's feet. Messy, Adrian. Very messy, Sterling said, his voice carrying clearly over the storm. I didn't want it to end this way, but you've always had a flair for the dramatic, protecting the variable. How very poetic, and how very useless. Sterling reached down to pick up the drive. Don't touch it, Adrian growled. He tried to lunge, but a gasp of pain cut him short and he collapsed back against me. I looked at the drive. I looked at Sterling. And then I looked at the black SUV. You think you've won, don't you? I shouted, my voice rising with a cold, desperate clarity. I pulled the small, cracked tablet from my coat pocket, the one Sarah had given me in the warehouse. Sterling paused, the drive inches from his fingers. The drive is right here, Ms. Carter. The Phoenix files, the vulnerability analysis. The Empire, it's all in my hand. You have no move left. The drive is an encrypted decoy, Sterling. I lied, the words coming to me with the sudden, sharp instinct of a survivor. The moment you pick it up, it triggers a GPS burst to every major news outlet in the city. But the real files, the evidence of your insider trading with Vane, the proof that you've been sabotaging the signature line to tank the stock. I held up the tablet. I sent them to Harrison Thorne 5 minutes ago. He's not in London, Sterling. He's at the Blackwood Tower, waiting for the authorities. Sterling froze. His eyes narrowed, the smugness on his face flickering like a dying bulb. You're bluffing. You wouldn't destroy the company. You wouldn't destroy him. I'm not destroying the company, I said, my grip tightening on Adrian's hand. I'm performing a hostile takeover of the truth. Sirens began to wail in the distance, a high, lonely sound that cut through the darkness of Red Hook. The blue and red lights reflected off the surface of the harbor, crawling toward us like a neon tide. Sterling looked at the lights, then at the drive, then at us. For a second, he looked like a man who had finally realized the machine was no longer under his control. Get in the car, Sterling hissed to his men. Now. The SUV roared to life, tires screaming as it sped away into the darkness of the industrial lots. Silence returned to the pier, broken only by the rhythmic slapping of the waves and Adrian's shallow, ragged breathing. Adrian, look at me. I pulled him into my lap, ignoring the cold, ignoring the rain that was washing the blood from his shirt. He looked up at me, his blue eyes hazy, the icy mask completely shattered. He looked human. He looked terrified. Did you really send it? He whispered, a small, bloody smile touching his lips. No, I admitted, a sob finally breaking through my chest. I was bluffing. The drive is real. Everything is on it. The Phoenix files, the analysis, us. Adrian let out a low, breathy laugh that turned into a cough. Good girl, you outplayed the master. Don't talk, the ambulance is coming. You're going to be fine. Do you hear me? You have to be fine. The deal isn't over yet. The deal is dead, Lena, he murmured, his hand reaching up to touch the onyx hawk on my lapel. His fingers were cold, his touch light as a feather. No more contracts, no more secrets. His hand dropped, his eyes closed. Adrian, stay with me. The paramedics swarmed the pier, a blur of neon yellow and white light. They pulled me away from him, their voices a chaotic roar of medical jargon and urgent commands. I stood in the rain, my hands stained with the blood of the man who had tried to own me, only to find he was willing to die for me. As they loaded him into the back of the ambulance, Marcus appeared out of the shadows. He looked older, his perfect suit ruined by the storm. He didn't look at the paramedics. He looked at me. He knew, you know, Marcus said softly. Knew what? The secret, Marcus said, handing me a small, sealed envelope. The one he found in your file that he didn't put in the vulnerability analysis. The reason he chose you in the first place. I opened the envelope with trembling fingers. Inside was a single, faded photograph. It was a picture of a woman, young, beautiful, and standing in a wild, unfinished garden in the Marais. It was my mother. And standing beside her, a small, dark-haired boy was holding a watering can, looking up at her with a look of absolute, pure devotion. The boy was Adrian. The realization hit me harder than the gunshot. My mother hadn't just been an art consultant. She had been the gardener who built the sanctuary for Adrian's mother. She had been the only person who had ever shown him kindness in a house built of glass. Adrian hadn't chosen me because I was vulnerable. He had chosen me because I was the only link left to the only time he had ever felt loved. The vulnerability analysis hadn't been a trap for me. It had been a trap for himself. He had spent his whole life trying to turn his heart into a machine, and then he had found the one person who could break the gears. I looked at the ambulance as the doors slammed shut, the sirens screaming as it sped away. The secret was out. The pain was irreversible, and as I stood on the edge of the abyss, I realized that the ruthless deal had never been about power. It had been about redemption. And now, as the empire started to crumble around us, I had to find out if redemption was something that could survive the light of day. Chapter 37, The Cathedral of White Light. The hospital was not a place of healing. For me, in those early, blurred hours of the morning, it was a cathedral of white light and hushed, mechanical voices. The air was too clean. It smelled of industrial-grade lavender and the sharp, biting scent of rubbing alcohol. It was a sterile vacuum that seemed determined to scrub away the memory of the rain, the salt of the harbor, and the dark, metallic scent of Adrian's blood. I sat in the private waiting wing of St. Jude, a space designed for people who could afford to buy time. The chairs were upholstered in a pale, muted leather. The floors were a seamless, polished white. I looked down at my hands. The blood had dried into the creases of my palms, a dark, map-like staining that wouldn't come off with a simple wipe. I didn't want to wash it off. As long as it was there, he was still with me. As long as the stain remained, the pier wasn't just a nightmare I'd dreamt up in the back of an ambulance. In my lap sat the envelope Marcus had given me, the photograph. I pulled it out again, my fingers trembling. My mother. She looked so young. Her hair was windswept, a stray curl crossing her face as she laughed at something off camera. She was standing in the Marais garden, the same garden Adrian had taken me to. But in the photo, the garden was alive. The vines weren't wild, they were sculpted. The roses were in bloom, and there was Adrian, a boy of 6 or 7, his face already holding that sharp, guarded intensity. He was holding a small green watering can, his eyes fixed on my mother with a look of pure, uncomplicated trust. It was a look I had seen only once in Kyoto before the world broke. The vulnerability analysis hadn't been about my debt. It hadn't been about my struggle. It had been a search for the only person who carried the DNA of the only woman who had ever loved him without a contract. My mother had been the gardener to his mother's prison. She had been the one who taught him that things could grow in the shadows. Adrian hadn't hunted me. He had been trying to find his way back to the only sanctuary he'd ever known. And I had called him a monster for it, Director Carter. The voice was low, rasping with exhaustion. I looked up to see Marcus. He looked like he had aged a decade in the last 3 hours. His tie was gone, his collar open, his face gray in the unforgiving lead light. Is he? I couldn't finish the sentence. The words felt like glass in my throat. He's still in surgery, Marcus said, sitting in the chair beside me. He didn't look at the blood on my clothes. He looked at the wall. The bullet missed his heart by an inch, but there's internal bleeding. The surgeons are doing everything they can. He did it for me, Marcus. He stood in front of the gun. Adrian has spent his life standing in front of things, Lena. Usually, it's a board of directors or a hostile takeover. This was the first time he did it for something that wasn't a line item on a ledger. Marcus leaned forward, his hands clasped between his knees. I have news from the tower. Sterling is moving. He's called an emergency session of the board for 8 a.m. He's claiming Adrian is incapacitated and that the firm needs an interim leader to manage the fallout of the waterfront incident. I looked at the clock on the wall. 7:15 a.m. He's going to take the chair, I whispered. He already has the votes, Marcus said. He's using the Phoenix files to claim Adrian was acting against the interests of the shareholders. He's going to bury the signature line, bury the Tokyo deal, and then he's going to bury you. I felt a cold, sharp spark ignite in the center of my chest. It wasn't the panic I'd felt on the pier. It was something harder, something ruthless. I looked at the blood on my hands. I looked at the photograph of the garden. He's not taking the chair, I said. Lena, you're terminated. You have no standing. I have the truth, Marcus, and I have the drive. I stood up. My legs felt heavy. My head was spinning from the lack of sleep, but the path ahead was suddenly as clear as the glass in Adrian's office. Sterling thinks he's playing a game of chess, but he doesn't realize that the queen is still on the board. What are you going to do? Marcus asked, standing with me. I'm going to finish the deal, I said. Keep me updated on the surgery. If he wakes up, tell him I'm managing the variables. The ride to the Blackwood Tower was a blur of early morning traffic and the hum of a city that had no idea its king was dying in a sterile room 6 blocks away. I didn't change my clothes. I walked through the lobby of the tower at 7:55 a.m. My charcoal suit was wrinkled and stained with blood. My hair was a mess. I looked like a ghost that had wandered out of a graveyard. The security guards tried to stop me at the elevators. Director Carter, your badge has been deactivated. Step aside, I said. My voice wasn't loud. It was a low, vibrating command that made the guard flinch. It was Adrian's voice. Sterling is in the boardroom. If you don't let me up, I will make sure that when he falls, you are the first ones he takes with him. They didn't move. I leaned in, my eyes fixed on the lead guard. "Look at my clothes," I whispered. "That's Adrian Blackwood's blood. Do you really want to bet against the woman who was standing beside him when the world tried to end? Let me up or find a new career." He swiped his card. The elevator ride to the 45th floor felt like a countdown. I watched the numbers tick upward. 10:20, 30, 40, 45. The doors opened to a wall of silence. The boardroom was already full. Sterling was at the head of the table in Adrian's chair. He was mid-sentence, a smug, oily smile on his face as he looked at the other members. "And so, with the CEO currently unable to perform his duties, the bylaws are clear. We must appoint an interim." I pushed the heavy glass doors open. The sound was like a thunderclap in the quiet room. Every head turned. Sterling froze, his hand still raised in a dismissive gesture. "Interim leadership won't be necessary, Sterling," I said, walking toward the table. I didn't stop until I was standing at the foot of the obsidian table, directly opposite him. The board members looked at me with a mixture of horror and fascination. They saw the blood. They saw the wildness in my eyes. "Ms. Carter," Sterling said, recovering his poise. "You are trespassing. You were terminated yesterday. Security is on their way." "Security let me up," I said, leaning forward, my hands flat on the cold stone. "Because they know something you don't. They know that a deal isn't over until the final signature is dry. You have no standing here." Sterling shouted. "I have the Phoenix files," I said, my voice dropping to a low, lethal hum. "The real ones, not the decoys Adrian used to bait you. I have the records of your conversations with Sela's Vane. I have the proof that you orchestrated the leak of the Kyoto photo to tank the stock so you could buy back the majority stake through your offshore shell companies." The room went dead silent. Two of the board members shifted in their seats, their eyes darting toward the exits. "I also have the testimony of Harrison Thorne," I continued. "He's currently on a conference call with the SEC. He's explaining how you tried to bribe him to pull his investment from the Tokyo project." "You're bluffing," Sterling hissed, but his hands were shaking as he gripped the arms of the chair. "Sam, I pulled the secure drive from my pocket and held it up. "On this drive is the vulnerability analysis you're so fond of, but it's not mine, it's yours, Sterling. Adrian has been building a case against you for 3 years. He didn't just bring me in to be a distraction. He brought me in to be the witness." I looked around the room, making eye contact with every single board member. Adrian Blackwood is in surgery. He is fighting for his life because he was the only man in this company brave enough to stand against the corruption you've allowed to rot this firm. You have a choice. You can vote for Sterling's interim leadership and go to prison with him when this drive hits the press at noon. Or you can vote to dissolve the board, appoint a special committee, and let the signature line proceed as planned. You can't dissolve the board. Sterling screamed. "I can't," I said, a slow, ruthless smile touching my lips. "But the majority shareholders can. And between Harrison Thorne, the Sato family in Tokyo, and Adrian's private trust, I hold 51% of the votes." I tossed the drive onto the center of the obsidian table. It skittered across the stone, stopping inches from Sterling's hand. "The deal is this: Sterling resigns, effective immediately. He signs a full confession and retires to a non-extradition country where he can spend the rest of his life wondering how he lost to a girl with no leverage." I leaned in closer to Sterling, my face inches from his. "If you don't sign, I'm not just going to destroy your career. I'm going to destroy your name. I'm going to make sure that the Blackwood legacy is the only thing people remember, and you are just the footnote that tried to steal it." Sterling looked at the drive. He looked at the faces of the board members who were already looking away from him, looking for a way to save themselves. The machine had turned. Sterling reached for a pen. His hand was trembling so hard the ink splattered on the parchment. He signed. One by one, the others followed. By 9:00 a.m., the coup was over. The empire was safe. I stood in the empty boardroom, the city of New York sprawled out behind the glass. I felt the weight of the onyx hawk on my lapel. I felt the dry blood on my hands. I had won the war. But as I walked back toward the elevators, my heart was already back in the cathedral of white light, waiting for a heart to start beating again. The deal was finalized. Now I just needed the man. I walked back into the hospital at 10:30 a.m. Marcus was standing by the door of the intensive care unit. He looked at me, at the blood, at the sharp, executive lines of my face, and he knew. "It's done," I said. "He's out of surgery," Marcus replied. I felt the air leave my lungs in a long, shaky exhale. And he's stable. He's awake, Lena. He's asking for his director. I walked into the room. The machine was covered in tubes and monitors. The Billionaire looked small against the white sheets, but as I approached the bed, Adrian opened his eyes. They weren't icy. They weren't cold. They were just him, the board. He whispered, his voice a ghost of a sound. "They signed the exit strategy, Adrian," I said, taking his hand. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about the contract. The secret is safe. The empire is yours. Adrian looked at me, a small, crooked smile touching his lips. "No," he breathed, "it's ours." He closed his eyes, his grip on my hand tightening as he fell into a natural, healing sleep. The ruthless deal was over. The consequences had been faced. And as the sun finally broke through the clouds over New York, I realized that the hardest part of the story wasn't the falling. It was the living. Chapter 38, The Ghost in the Foundation. The hospital suite was quiet, but it was a different kind of silence than the one I had grown used to. It wasn't the heavy, suffocating silence of the Blackwood Tower or the sterile, echoing quiet of the boardroom. It was a fragile silence, punctuated by the rhythmic, artificial breathing of the monitors and the distant, muffled hum of the city waking up outside. I sat in the armchair by the bed, the onyx hawk pin resting on the small table beside me. I had finally washed my hands. The blood was gone, the skin scrubbed raw and pink, but the memory of the stain felt permanent. A phantom mark on my palms that I would carry forever. I looked at Adrian. Without the three-piece suit, without the obsidian desk and the crushing weight of his empire, he looked human. It was a terrifying sight. The billionaire, the man who had designed my life like a blueprint, was now just a man tied to a series of tubes, his life measured in the green blips of a heart rate monitor. His eyes flickered open. They weren't the cold, blue shards of ice that usually greeted the world. They were hazy, softened by pain medication and the sheer exhaustion of surviving a bullet. He looked at me, and for a long moment, he didn't say a word. He just searched my face as if he were trying to make sure I wasn't another hallucination. "You're still here," he whispered. His voice was a dry, jagged rasp. "I'm not going anywhere, Adrian. The deal isn't finished yet." A small, painful smile touched his lips. "The board, Marcus told me what you did. You walked in there with my blood on your clothes and took the chair." "I didn't take the chair," I said, leaning forward to brush a stray lock of dark hair from his forehead. "I just reminded them who built it. Sterling is gone. He's signing the final confession as we speak." The secret project is moving forward. Adrian's hand moved on the sheets, searching for mine. I took it. His fingers were cool, his grip weak, but the connection sent a jolt of electricity through me that made my breath hitch. "You're a natural, Lena," he murmured. "I always knew you had the talons. I just didn't think you'd use them to save me." "I didn't do it for the company, Adrian. I did it for the boy with the green watering can." The monitors skipped a beat. A sharp, rhythmic beep, beep, beep that betrayed the spike in his heart rate. He looked at the photograph sitting next to my onyx hawk, the image of my mother and him in the Marais garden. "You saw it," he said. It wasn't a question. "Why didn't you tell me? Why keep the one thing that was real buried under a mountain of vulnerability analysis?" Adrian looked away, his gaze fixing on the white ceiling. "Because in my world, the things that are real are the things that can be used against you. I thought if I treated you like a variable, I could control the outcome. I thought if I kept the memory of your mother separate, I could keep the machine running. And now the machine is broken," he said, turning back to me, "and I don't know how to fix it." "Maybe it's not supposed to be fixed," I whispered. "Maybe it's supposed to stay broken." The door to the suite opened. I expected Marcus. I expected a nurse. But the man who stepped into the room didn't wear a uniform or a sharp executive suit. He wore a long, charcoal gray overcoat that looked like a shadow and his face. My heart stopped. He had the same sharp jawline as Adrian, the same high cheekbones, even the same piercing, icy blue eyes, but where Adrian's eyes held a spark of something human, something capable of love and pain, this man's eyes were flat. They were the eyes of a shark that had never known the sun. "Adrian," the man said. His voice was a mirror of Adrian's baritone, but it was devoid of the jagged warmth. It was a voice made of dry ice. "I heard you had a little accident on the waterfront. I see the variable is still here." Adrian's grip on my hand tightened so hard it bit into my skin. He tried to sit up, a gasp of pain escaping his lips as his monitors began to wail. "Vance," Adrian hissed. "Don't exert yourself, brother. The doctors say the bullet did quite a bit of damage. It would be a shame if you had a relapse before we could discuss the family business." I stood up, stepping between the bed and the man. I didn't know who he was, but I knew the look of a predator. I had spent months learning how to recognize them. "Who are you?" I demanded. The man looked at me. He didn't look at my face. He looked at the onyx hawk on the table. He let out a low, mocking laugh. "Ah, the director, the miracle worker. The girl who thinks she found a heart in a hollow chest." He stepped closer, his presence filling the room with a cold, oppressive weight. "I'm Vance Blackwood, Adrian's older brother, the one the history books conveniently forgot to mention." "Vance was exiled," Adrian said, his voice straining. "My father paid him $10 million to never set foot in New York again. He was a liability. He was a monster." "Liability is a matter of perspective, Adrian," Vance said, leaning against the foot of the bed. "Our father liked you because you were obedient. You were the perfect little machine. But me, I was too much like him. I saw the rot in the foundation before he even laid the first stone." Vance turned his gaze to me. "I know all about you, Lena Carter. I know about the garden in Paris. I know about the secret suites, and I know about the drive you used to dismantle Sterling." "Then you know I can do the same to you," I said, my jaw set. "Oh, I'm not Sterling. Sterling was an amateur. He wanted the chair. I want the foundation. I want the things Adrian's been hiding in the dark, the things your mother knew about." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the hospital's air conditioning. What did my mother know? Your mother didn't just plant roses in the Marais, Lena, Vance said, his voice dropping to a low, seductive hum. She was the one who helped our father hide the original Blackwood contracts, the ones that proved the entire empire was built on a lie of theft and blood. She was the only one who knew where the account was, and I think Adrian found it. I think he used you to find it. That's a lie, I whispered. Is it? Vance looked at Adrian, who was now pale and struggling for breath. Tell her, brother. Tell her why you really looked for her. Tell her why the Marais garden was so important. Adrian didn't answer. He was gasping, his hand clutching at his chest as the nurses burst into the room, alerted by the monitors. Out! The lead nurse shouted at Vance. Everyone out. He's in respiratory distress. Vance didn't move for a heartbeat. He just looked at me, a slow, predatory smile touching his lips. The empire is cracking, Lena, and when it falls, I'm the only one who will be left standing. Check the Marais sketches again. Look at the shadows. The secret isn't a room, it's a map. He turned and walked out of the room, his long gray coat billowing like a shroud. I was pushed out into the hallway by the medical team. The doors slammed shut, leaving me in the cathedral of white light once again. I looked at my hands. They were clean, but I could still feel the coldness of Vance Blackwood's gaze. The war wasn't over. It had just changed shape. The ruthless deal had a ghost in the foundation. And as the sirens began to wail again in the distance, I realized that the hardest secret of all wasn't who Adrian was. It was what my mother had done to protect him. I grabbed the onyx hawk and the photograph. I didn't wait for Marcus. I headed for the elevators. I needed to get back to Paris. I needed to see the shadows in the Marais one more time. Because if the empire was built on a lie of blood, I was the only one who could decide if it deserved to stand. The fall was coming. And this time, I wasn't just a variable. I was the judge. Chapter 39, The Geometry of Lies. Paris at 3 a.m. is a city of ghosts. The rain had followed me across the Atlantic, a fine silver mist that turned the cobblestones of the Marais into a shimmering, dark mirror. I stood in the center of the private courtyard, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind me. The silence was absolute, a heavy, ancient weight that seemed to vibrate with the warning Vance Blackwood had left in that hospital room. Look at the shadows. The secret isn't a room, it's a map. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to alert the ghosts. I walked through the darkened foyer, the air smelling of jasmine and the cold, damp stone of the foundation. I went straight to the library, my hands trembling as I reached for the green-shaded lamp on the desk. The sketches were still there, my mother's hand-drawn sanctuaries. I spread them out across the mahogany surface. In the pale, green light, they looked beautiful, soft, charcoal renderings of vines, stone, and silence. But as I looked at them through the lens of Vance's malice, the beauty began to peel away. I was a director of the signature line. I had spent weeks learning how to manipulate light and shadow to create a feeling. Now, I needed to use that same eye to find a lie. I pulled a high-powered architectural flashlight from my bag, the one I'd used to check the cedar in New York, and laid it flat on the desk. I shone the light across the paper at a low angle, letting the beam graze the surface of the charcoal. That's when I saw it. In the heavy, shadowed corners of the garden sketches, there were indentations. They weren't made by a pencil. They were made by a compass, sharp, precise pinpricks that had been pressed into the heavy cardstock without any ink. My mother hadn't just been drawing a garden. She had been drafting a grid. I grabbed a piece of tracing paper and a pencil. I began to mark the pinpricks, connecting the dots that were hidden in the darkness of her charcoal vines. As the lines formed, my heart began to hammer against my ribs. It wasn't a garden, it was a floor plan, but it wasn't the floor plan for the Marai's house. The dimensions were wrong. The scale was massive. I looked at the coordinates written in tiny, microscopic numbers at the base of the drawing, numbers I had once mistaken for a signature. They were GPS coordinates for a location in downtown Manhattan, the Blackwood Tower, but not the tower that stood there today. These were coordinates for the foundation beneath it. The original site where the Blackwood Empire had been born in a flurry of theft and blood, as Vance had put it. "What did you do, Mom?" I whispered to the empty room. I flipped to the second sketch, the one of the interior sanctuary. I repeated the process, my light revealing a hidden geometric layer. This time, the lines formed a vault. A specific, reinforced chamber hidden behind the primary elevator shafts of the subbasement. In the center of the vault, my mother had drawn a single, tiny symbol. A hawk, not the onyx hawk Adrian had given me. This was a different bird, a phoenix. Project Phoenix. The name of Adrian's secret merger. The name of the board's contingency plan. It hadn't been a new name. It was an old one. A ghost from the foundation that Adrian had resurrected to save his empire. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't scream. I felt the cold barrel of a gun press against the base of my skull, right where the bun of my hair ended. "You really do have her eye," a voice murmured. It wasn't Vance. It was Marcus. He stood in the shadows, his face half hidden by the green glow of the lamp. He looked tired, but his hand was steady. He didn't look like a personal assistant. He looked like a man who had been keeping secrets for far longer than I had been alive. "Marcus," I said, my voice surprisingly calm. "Did Adrian send you, or was it Vance?" "Adrian doesn't know you're here, Lena. He's still sedated. He's still the boy with the watering can, trying to pretend the world isn't made of blood." Marcus stepped into the light, but he didn't lower the gun. "I've served the Blackwood family for 30 years. I served the father, and now I serve the sons. My job is to ensure the foundation never cracks." "The foundation is a lie, Marcus. My mother knew it, didn't she? That's why she drew these." "Your mother was a romantic," Marcus said, his eyes darkening. "She thought she could find the beauty in the theft. She thought she could help the father bury the truth so the sons could live in the light. But the shadows always grow back, Lena, and you've grown them faster than anyone." "What's in the vault?" "The original deeds. The proof that the land the Blackwood Tower stands on was stolen from the city's orphans during the Great Depression. The evidence of the fires, the bribes, and the bodies that were paved over to build a legacy of glass." Marcus took a step closer. "Vance wants that vault because he wants to burn it all down. He wants to destroy Adrian and take what's left of the rubble. Adrian wants that vault because he wants to bury it forever. He wants to keep the machine running so he can keep you safe in your gilded cage." "And what do I want, Marcus?" "You're the judge, aren't you?" Marcus smiled, a sad, thin gesture. "That's what your mother said you'd be. She knew the day would come when the gardener's daughter would have to decide if the garden was worth the blood it was planted in." Marcus lowered the gun. He didn't put it away, but he let it rest by his side. "I'm not going to kill you, Lena. I couldn't do that to her memory. But I'm going to tell you the truth. If you go back to New York, if you open that vault, the ruthless deal is over. You won't just destroy the company. You'll destroy Adrian. He can't survive the truth of who he is." "He's already survived a bullet, Marcus. I think he can survive a secret." It's not a secret, it's a curse. Marcus handed me a small brass cylinder, a key I hadn't seen before. The sub-basement. Section 4G behind the cedar panels you insisted on installing. The shadows will show you the way. Marcus turned and disappeared into the shadows of the hallway before I could ask another question. The heavy oak door of the courtyard groaned, and then the Marais was silent again. I stood in the green light of the library, the brass cylinder heavy in my hand. I looked at my mother's sketches, the geometry of lies that had led me here. I had been the perfect catalyst. I had been the director. I had been the secret. But as I looked at the coordinates for the Blackwood Foundation, I realized that I was now the only one who could decide if the empire deserved to fall. I wasn't going to hide in Paris. I wasn't going to wait for Adrian to wake up and lie to me again. I was going back to New York. I was going to the sub-basement. I was going to see the blood in the foundation. And as I walked out into the Parisian rain, I knew that the consequences were no longer about a boardroom. They were about the truth. And the truth, I realized, was the only thing Adrian Blackwood couldn't buy. Chapter 40. The Foundation of ASHES. The flight back to New York was a blurred tunnel of adrenaline and dread. I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark of the cabin, the brass cylinder in my pocket feeling like a hot coal against my thigh. I watched the Atlantic pass beneath us, a vast, indifferent graveyard of secrets. By the time the wheels touched the tarmac in New York, the sun was a low, angry red on the horizon. The city looked like a forest of glass needles, waiting to prick the sky. I didn't go to the hospital. I didn't go to my apartment. I went to the tower. The lobby was quiet, the night shift of security guards moving like clockwork. They saw the onyx hawk on my lapel. They saw the cold, determined set of my jaw. They didn't ask questions. They hadn't heard about Marcus's gun in Paris or Vance's threats in the hospital. To them, I was still the woman who owned the king's ear. I didn't take the executive elevator. I took the service lift to the sub-basement. The air changed as the lift descended. It grew heavy, smelling of damp concrete, old grease, and the deep, subterranean chill of Manhattan's bedrock. The display ticked down past the parking levels, past the storage units, until it reached B4. The doors opened to a cavern of pipes and humming machinery. This was the digestive system of the empire, the part no one was ever supposed to see. I walked through the labyrinth of steel and steam, my flashlight cutting a sharp, white path through the dark. I found section 4. It was the back wall of the primary elevator shaft. Months ago, during the New York build, I had insisted on covering these service walls with the same dark cedar we used in the signature suites. I had told Adrian it was for aesthetic continuity. Now I realized it was the perfect camouflage. I shone the light on the cedar panels. In the shadows, the grain of the wood seemed to shift, revealing the same geometry I had found in the Marais sketches. I traced the lines with my fingers until I found the small, recessed indentation. I inserted the brass cylinder. It turned with a heavy, grinding sound, the sound of an ancient debt being called in. The cedar panel didn't swing open. It slid back into the concrete with a hydraulic hiss. Behind it was a door of reinforced steel, embossed with a single, faded symbol. The phoenix. I entered the code from the sketches. The steel door groaned, the seal breaking with a puff of stale, dry air that tasted of the 1930s. I stepped inside. The vault was small, lined with rows of filing cabinets and a single, heavy safe in the corner. I didn't go for the money. I went for the top drawer of the cabinet labeled Phoenix 1932. I pulled out a folder. The paper was brittle, smelling of dust and old ink, the deeds. I read through the legal descriptions. It was all there. The land had been seized through a series of charitable transfers from a bankrupt orphanage. The fires that had cleared the site had been ruled accidental, but the payroll records showed payments to a group of men known only as the torchbearers. My eyes blurred as I read the names of the men who had been removed to make way for the foundation. But it was the ledger at the bottom of the drawer that broke me. It was a record of the account. A list of families who had been paid off over 80 years to keep the secret of the Blackwood origin. I scrolled down the list, name after name of people who had traded their silence for a comfortable life. And there, at the very bottom, in the most recent entries, Carter, Liana, art consultant, payment, Mary's residence lease, purpose, documentation management and architectural shielding. The air in the vault turned into ice. My mother hadn't just been a gardener. She hadn't been a romantic bystander. She had been the custodian of the lie. The Mary's house, the sanctuary I had loved, was her payment for making sure these files stayed buried. Adrian hadn't found me by accident. He hadn't chosen me because I reminded him of a better time. He had recruited the daughter of the woman who held his leash. He had brought me in because if the secret ever started to leak, I was the ultimate insurance policy. If I knew the truth, I'd have to destroy my own mother's memory to bring him down. You found it. The voice was low, echoing in the small steel room. I spun around. Adrian was leaning against the doorframe. He was still in his hospital gown, covered by a heavy wool coat. He looked like a ghost, his face gray, his eyes sunken. He was clutching his side, a fresh stain of red blooming through the white fabric of the gown. He must have checked himself out. He must have crawled out of that hospital bed the moment Marcus told him I'd left Paris. "It's all true," I said, my voice a hollow, dead thing. I held up the ledger. The theft, the fires, the payments to my mother. Adrian didn't look at the ledger. He looked at me. "I tried to burn it, Lena," he whispered. "The night I took you to the waterfront, I was going to throw the drive into the harbor and lead you back to this vault. I was going to show you everything. I was going to let you decide if we buried it together or if we walked away. You lied to me from the start, Adrian. You knew who my mother was. You knew why she was in Paris." "I knew," he admitted, a tear tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. "But I didn't know you. I thought you'd be like her, someone who could be bought with a beautiful room and a silk dress. I thought it would be another deal." He took a step into the vault, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "But then you built the miracle. You showed me that there was something beyond the machine. I wasn't just hiding the company's secrets, Lena. I was trying to hide from the fact that I'm the product of a crime." "The private addendum," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "The behavioral standards, the exit strategy. It wasn't to protect the company. It was to protect this, wasn't it? To make sure I was so bound to you that I'd never look under the floorboards." "It was to keep you with me," he growled, his voice breaking. "I am a ruthless man, Lena. I don't know how to keep people without a cage, but I love you, in the only way a monster knows how." I looked at the ledger. I looked at the man who had stood in front of a bullet for me. The irreversible truth was finally here. The empire was built on blood. My mother was a co-conspirator, and the man I loved was the architect of my own entrapment. "What are you going to do?" Adrian asked. He slid down the wall, his strength finally failing him, sitting on the cold floor of the vault. I looked at the files. I looked at the lighter in my bag, the one I'd used to check the cedar grain. I could burn it. I could burn the deeds, the ledger, and the history of the torchbearers. I could walk out of this sub-basement with Adrian, and we could live the lie in the Mary's forever. We could be the gold in the cracks. Or I could walk out and give this folder to the first reporter I saw. I could destroy the Blackwood name, the Tokyo Project, and the man on the floor. The consequences were mine to dictate. I looked at Adrian and I saw the boy with the watering can. I saw the man who had kissed me in the dark of the Shinkansen. "The deal is over, Adrian," I whispered. I reached out and took his hand. It was cold, trembling. I didn't burn the files, and I didn't call the press. I walked to the safe in the corner, inserted the brass key, and placed the ledger inside. I locked it and handed the key to him. "I'm not going to destroy you," I said. "But I'm not going to be your secret anymore. No more private addendum. No more cages. No more Marais. If you want me, you have to build a world that isn't made of glass. You have to walk away from the throne." Adrian looked at the key. He looked at the vault. "You're asking me to give up the empire." "I'm asking you to save your soul," I said. I stood up and walked toward the elevator. I didn't look back. The ruthless deal had reached its final price. The world was collapsing. The secrets were out. And as the lift rose toward the lobby, I realized that the fall had already happened. Now we were just waiting to see if there was any ground left to stand on. Chapter 41, The Tower Falls. The elevator ride up from the sub-basement was the longest journey of my life. There was no sudden drop, no violent jolt. Just the smooth, relentless hum of the Blackwood mechanics lifting me out of the grave and back into the light. I watched the digital numbers tick upward, passing the utility floors, the lobby, and stopping at the mezzanine. I stepped out into the morning. The sun was high now, pouring through the massive glass windows of the lobby, illuminating the pristine white marble and the people in their sharp, dark suits moving with purpose. I stood among them, but I was no longer one of them. The illusion had been shattered. I was just a girl standing in the wreckage of $1 billion lie. I reached up to my lapel. My fingers brushed the cool metal of the onyx hawk. "The hawk reminds them that you have talons," Adrian had said. I unpinned it. I didn't hand it to security. I didn't leave it on the receptionist's desk. I dropped it into the nearest trash can. It hit the bottom with a hollow metallic clink. I walked out through the revolving doors. I didn't look back at the tower. I didn't look up to the 45th floor. I walked into the freezing New York wind, and for the first time in months, the air didn't smell like sandalwood and high-end scotch. It smelled like exhaust, wet asphalt, and freedom. It was a cold, terrifying freedom. I didn't go back to the apartment. That was Adrian's cage, bought and paid for with the same money that had paved over the orphans in the 1930s. I went to Brooklyn. I found a cheap motel near the Navy Yard, the kind of place where you pay in cash and the desk clerk doesn't ask for a last name. I sat on the edge of a mattress that smelled of bleach and old smoke. I had my coat, the clothes on my back, and the knowledge that I had just walked away from more money than my entire bloodline would ever see. I pulled my knees to my chest and finally, violently, broke down. I didn't cry for the empire. I cried for my mother, the woman who had taught me to paint, the woman who had died with nothing but debts. She had been living a double life. She had traded her silence for a house in the Marais. She had sold out the truth to protect the monsters. And then I cried for Adrian. I cried for the boy with the green watering can. I cried for the man who was sitting at the bottom of his own tower, bleeding out onto the concrete because he had finally found something he couldn't control. I had asked him to save his soul. I had asked him to walk away from the throne. But as the neon sign of the motel flickered outside my window, I wondered if a man made of iron could survive without his armor. 48 hours later, the cracks began to show. I watched the news on the small, grainy television bolted to the motel wall. The business world was in a frenzy. The stock for Blackwood Industries had dropped 14% in 2 days. The anchor was a woman with a sympathetic smile that didn't reach her eyes. Rumors are swirling around the health of CEO Adrian Blackwood following an alleged, unspecified medical emergency, she said, the Blackwood logo hovering over her shoulder. Sources close to the board report that Blackwood has not been seen in the office since the waterfront incident earlier this week. To add fuel to the fire, the much-anticipated Tokyo expansion has been officially frozen. The screen cut to footage of the Tokyo Tower, then to the Ginza site. More concerning, the anchor continued, is the sudden disappearance of Lena Carter, the director of the signature line and rumored romantic partner of the billionaire. Carter's office has been cleared out. Has the golden couple of the hospitality world collapsed? And will the empire collapse with them? I turned the television off. My phone, the cheap burner I had bought at a bodega, buzzed. I looked at the screen. It was an email notification. Sender, M. Vance, subject, the trust, Marcus. I opened the email. It wasn't a plea to come back. It was a single PDF, a bank statement. Adrian had activated the exit strategy. He had transferred $20 million into a blind trust under my name. The money was untraceable to the Blackwood main accounts. It was clean. It was the payout from the contract. Beneath the PDF was a single line of text from Marcus. He signed the transfer papers from his hospital bed. The infection returned. He is back in the ICU. He said you earned the peace. Take the money, Lena. Disappear. I stared at the screen. $20 million. It was the ultimate temptation. It was the safety net I had craved my entire life. I could go to Italy. I could go to Bali. I could never worry about an eviction notice or a rainy day ever again. Adrian was trying to set me free. He was using his machine to buy my absolution. I opened the banking app. I typed in the routing numbers. And then I rejected the transfer. I typed a reply to Marcus. Tell him his soul isn't for sale, and neither is mine. I hit send, dropped the burner phone onto the bed, and walked out the door. Surviving without the machine was harder than I remembered. I needed a job. My name was toxic in the high-end design world. The moment I walked into an architectural firm, the receptionists recognized me. "You're the Blackwood girl," they would whisper. No one wanted to hire the woman who had allegedly brought a titan to his knees. No one wanted to invite the wrath of the Blackwood legal team. I was a pariah. A beautiful, scandalous pariah. I ended up taking a job at a small, independent contracting firm in Queens. It was run by a gruff woman named Maria who didn't care who I'd slept with as long as I could draft a blueprint. "You got dirt under your nails," Maria said when she hired me. I like that. High society doesn't like dirt. I worked 12-hour days drafting renovations for bodegas and walk-up apartments. I traded my silk blouses for flannel and jeans. I drank cheap coffee. I rode the subway at 5:00 a.m. with the rest of the city's ghosts. And in the exhaustion, in the grit, I found something I hadn't felt in a long time. I found myself. I wasn't a director. I wasn't a secret. I was Lena. I was building things that mattered to the people who actually lived in them. But every time I walked past a newsstand, the headlines screamed at me. Blackwood bored in chaos. VANCE Blackwood FILES 4 CONSERVATORSHIP. That one stopped me in my tracks on a rainy Tuesday morning. I picked up the Wall Street Journal. Vance Blackwood, the estranged brother of CEO Adrian Blackwood, has petitioned the New York Supreme Court for emergency conservatorship of the Blackwood estate. Citing Adrian's prolonged hospitalization, erratic decision-making, and documented obsession with a former employee. Vance claims his brother is no longer of sound mind to run the global conglomerate. I read the article right there on the sidewalk, the rain soaking the newsprint. Vance was moving. The shark wasn't just circling the foundation anymore. He was attacking the wounded king directly. He was using my disappearance and Adrian's injuries to paint him as an incompetent, love-struck fool. I felt a sudden, violent surge of protectiveness. Vance wasn't attacking a machine. He was attacking the man who had taken a bullet for me. He was attacking the boy in the Marais. I thought about the key to the vault. I thought about the files. Adrian had the key, but he was incapacitated. The empire was cracking, and the wrong man was holding the sledgehammer. The breakthrough didn't happen in a boardroom. It happened in the rain. I was walking home from the Queen's office. The sun had set and the streetlights were buzzing in the drizzle. A black sedan pulled up to the curb beside me, not a Maybach, an unmarked, armored vehicle. The back window rolled down. "Get in, Lena." It was Adrian. I stopped. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard it hurt. I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks. He looked decimated. He was sitting in the back seat, an IV line taped to the back of his hand, connected to a bag hidden out of sight. His face was gaunt, the sharp cheekbones cutting through his pale skin. He was wearing a simple black sweater, not a suit. He didn't look like a billionaire. He looked like a man who was dying of a broken heart. "No," I said, taking a step back. "I told you, no more cages." "It's not a cage," he rasped, coughing into his fist. "It's a plea. Get in the car, please." Please? Adrian Blackwood didn't say please. He didn't ask. He commanded. I looked at the IV. I looked at the way his hand trembled as he gripped the door handle. I opened the door and slid into the back seat, leaving the door slightly ajar so I wasn't trapped. The air in the car was warm. He smelled of antiseptic and that faint, familiar sandalwood. It made my chest ache. "You rejected the trust," he said, his blue eyes searching my face with a desperate hunger. "Why?" "Because if I took the money, the deal was successful," I said, my voice steady. "And the deal was a lie. I don't want your blood money, Adrian." "Vance is petitioning the court," Adrian said, leaning his head back against the seat. "He's going to use the Phoenix files against me. He's going to expose the orphanage, the fires, your mother, everything. He's going to burn the Blackwood name to the ground so he can buy the ashes. You have the key to the vault. Destroy the files." "I can't," he whispered. "Why?" Adrian turned his head to look at me. A single tear escaped his eye, tracing a path down his hollowed cheek. "Because that would be the machine's way out. That would be burying the truth again. I don't want to live in the shadows anymore, Lena. You were right. The empire is a prison." My breath hitched. "Adrian." "I signed the papers today," he said, his voice gaining a fraction of its old strength. "I'm not fighting Vance for the company. I'm abdicating." I stared at him. The words didn't compute. "You're what?" "I'm stepping down as CEO. I'm divesting my majority shares into a public trust for the descendants of the families my grandfather displaced. I'm giving the land back. I'm dismantling the empire." The shock of it was absolute. Adrian Blackwood, the man who owned the skyline, was choosing to erase himself. "Vance will kill you," I whispered. "The board will sue you into oblivion. You'll have nothing left." "I'll have my soul," Adrian said. He reached out and took my hand. His skin was burning with fever, but his grip was firm. "You asked me if I could be the man, not the machine. The machine would fight. The machine would hide the files and crush Vance. But the man just wants to be free." He squeezed my hand. I came here to say goodbye, Lena. The press conference is tomorrow at noon. When I make the announcement, the scandal will explode. The media will tear my life apart. I'm going to confess to the cover-up. I'm going to confess to using the signature line as a shield. You're going to go to prison, I breathed, the reality setting in. Probably, he said, a small, sad smile on his face. But for the first time in my life, I feel clean. He let go of my hand. You were the miracle in the dark, Lena. Thank you for showing me the way out. He nodded to the driver. Take her home, then take me to the clinic. Stop, I shouted to the driver. I turned to Adrian, my heart breaking and soaring all at once. He was doing it. He was actually doing it. He was choosing the ultimate sacrifice. You can't do this alone, Adrian. If you confess to everything, Sterling and Vance will spin it to make you the sole villain. They'll walk away clean. It doesn't matter what they do. It only matters what I do. It matters to me. I reached out and grabbed his face, forcing him to look into my eyes. You think I'm going to let you fall on your sword while the rest of the sharks swim away? You think I'm going to let the man who took a bullet for me go to a federal penitentiary alone? Adrian's eyes widened. Lena, if you stand with me on that stage tomorrow, the world will destroy you. They'll call you complicit. They'll ruin whatever life you've built out here. I don't care about the world, I said fiercely. I care about the truth. The machine built the lie, Adrian, but we're going to be the ones who dismantle it. I leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't the passionate, shadowed kiss of the Marais. It wasn't the desperate, frantic kiss of the waterfront. It was the kiss of two equals. It was a covenant. Adrian wrapped his arms around me, burying his face in my neck, his body shaking with a wave of relief so profound it felt like an exorcism. I don't deserve you, he sobbed into my coat. No, I whispered, holding him as the rain battered the roof of the car. You don't, but you're going to spend the rest of your life earning me. The fall was here. Tomorrow, the empire would crack and the debris would rain down on the entire financial world. But as I held the fallen king in the back of the car, I realized I wasn't afraid of the crash. Because for the first time, we weren't falling into the dark. We were falling into the light. Chapter 42, The Architect of Truth. The morning of the press conference didn't feel like a day for an ending. It was a crisp, clear New York morning. The kind of sky that was so blue it looked artificial, stretching over the city like a pane of polished glass. But inside the Blackwood Tower, the air was heavy with the smell of ozone and the frantic electricity of a sinking ship. I stood in the green room behind the main stage of the tower's auditorium. For the first time, I wasn't wearing silk. I wasn't wearing charcoal wool or high-end velvet. I was wearing the simple navy dress I'd bought with my first paycheck from Maria's contracting firm. It was modest, clean, and entirely mine. Beside me, Adrian sat in a simple chair. He refused to stand. He needed to save his strength for the walk to the podium. He had discarded the IV. He had refused the makeup the PR team had frantically tried to apply to hide the gray pallor of his skin. He wore a plain black suit, no pocket square, no silver tie clip, no onyx hawk. He looked like a man stripped of his mythology. The room is full, Adrian, Marcus said, stepping into the room. His voice was hushed, respectful. Every major outlet. The SEC is monitoring. The NYPD has a perimeter. Vance is in the front row with a team of lawyers. Adrian nodded. He looked at his hands, his long, powerful fingers that were now trembling slightly. He reached out and found my hand. His grip was light, but the connection was the only thing keeping him grounded. Are you sure, Lena? He whispered. Once those doors open, there is no secret left. There is only the wreckage. I've spent my life in the wreckage, Adrian, I said, leaning down to look him in the eye. It's not as scary as you think. It's where things actually start to grow. He took a deep breath, winced at the pain in his side, and stood up. He leaned on me for a second, his weight heavy and honest, before he straightened his spine. The machine was gone, but the man had a different kind of strength, a quiet, terminal resolve. "Let's go," he said. The walk to the podium was a gauntlet of light. The moment the doors opened, the flashbulbs hit us like a physical assault. The noise was a deafening wall of shouting. Questions about the shooting, questions about the merger, questions about the disappeared director. Adrian didn't look at the cameras. He didn't look at the reporters. He looked straight ahead, his eyes fixed on the simple wooden lectern. I walked beside him, my hand on his arm, not as a decorative asset, but as his anchor. In the front row, Vance Blackwood sat like a vulture in a bespoke suit. He was smiling, a sharp, cold expression of triumph. He thought this was the moment he inherited the ashes. He thought Adrian was here to beg for a graceful exit. Adrian reached the podium. He took a sip of water, his hand steadying as he gripped the sides of the wood. The room went dead silent. The only sound was the rhythmic, mechanical whirring of the cameras. "I have spent my life building a lie," Adrian began. His voice wasn't the booming baritone of the boardroom. It was low, clear, and carried a jagged weight that made the air in the room seem to freeze. "The Blackwood Empire, the towers, the shipping lanes, the legacy you all admire, is built on a foundation of theft. In 1932, my grandfather stole the land this building stands on from an orphanage. He used fire to clear the path, and he used blood to keep it quiet. And for 80 years, my family has used money to buy the silence of the survivors." A collective gasp went through the room. The reporters stopped shouting. Even Vance's smile began to falter. "I knew about the lie," Adrian continued. "I found the vault, and instead of exposing it, I tried to manage it. I tried to build the signature line as a beautiful mask to cover the rot. I used the woman standing beside me, Lena Carter, as a catalyst for a board war I thought I could control. I treated her life as a variable in a calculation." He turned to look at me. In front of the entire world, the man who never apologized, the man who decided but never asked, did something that broke the final gear of the machine. He stepped back from the podium and bowed his head. "I am not the victim of a scandal," Adrian said, his voice cracking. "I am the architect of a crime, and Lena Carter is the only person in this room with the integrity to tell me the truth. She didn't trade for her seat at the table. She earned it by being the only one brave enough to walk away from it." He looked back at the cameras. "As of this moment, I am resigning as CEO. I am liquidating the Blackwood Private Trust to establish a restitution fund for the families impacted by my grandfather's actions. The Ginza site will be gifted to a local nonprofit. The Blackwood name ends today." The room erupted into total chaos. Reporters were screaming, cameras were flashing, and Vance was on his feet shouting at his lawyers. "This is madness." Vance roared, his voice carrying over the din. "He's incompetent. He's under her influence. Security, remove her." 2 guards moved forward, but they stopped when Adrian stepped in front of me. He didn't have his power. He didn't have his billions. But he had a look in his eyes that made the armed men hesitate. "The only influence I am under, Vance," Adrian said, his voice a low, lethal hum, "is the truth. You want the foundation. It's gone. I've already turned over the deeds to the city. The Blackwood Tower is no longer ours." Adrian turned to me. He looked at me, and I saw the man he was always meant to be, the boy from the garden, finally grown. "Let's go, Lena," he whispered. We walked off the stage. We didn't use the back exit. We walked straight through the center of the auditorium, through the sea of shouting vultures and flashing lights. We walked through the lobby, past the polished marble and the obsidian desks, and out through the revolving doors. The sidewalk was crowded. The city was moving, indifferent to the fall of its king. Adrian stopped on the corner of Fifth Avenue. He looked up at the tower, the glass needle that had been his cradle and his cage. "It's over," he said. He looked down at his empty hands. "I have nothing left, Lena. No title, no trust, no empire. I'm just a man with a scarred heart and a very long list of people who hate me." "You have everything," I said, reaching up to touch his face. The ruthless deal was finally, legally, and spiritually dead. There were no contracts left, no private addendums, no exit strategies. "I have a small apartment in Queens," I said, a smile breaking through the exhaustion. "And Maria said she could use another hand on the job site. You're good with numbers, Adrian. Maybe you can learn how to build something that isn't made of glass." Adrian let out a laugh, a real chest-deep sound that made him wince with pain, but he didn't stop. He pulled me into his arms, right there on the sidewalk, as the world watched from the windows of the tower. "I think I'd like that," he murmured into my hair. The scandal was a blaze that would burn for months. The lawyers would circle, the press would feast on the bones of the empire, and the machine would be dismantled piece by piece. But as we walked toward the subway, hand in hand, I realized that the fall wasn't a tragedy. It was a birth. The billionaire was dead. The man was finally home. And as the train roared into the station, carrying us away from the towers and into the heart of the city, I knew that the real secret was finally safe. We were finally free. Chapter 43: The Hum of the Real World. The silence of a queen's walk-up is nothing like the silence of a Mayfair townhouse. In the tower, the quiet was expensive. It was the sound of soundproofing, of distance, of being so high up that the world couldn't reach you. But here, in the small one-bedroom apartment above a dry cleaner, the silence was alive. It was the hum of a refrigerator that had seen better decades. It was the muffled sound of a neighbor's television through the floorboards. It was the rhythmic hiss of the radiator and the distant, lonely siren of an ambulance 2 blocks over. I stood in the tiny kitchen, stirring a pot of canned soup. The steam rose in the dim light, smelling of salt and cheap tin. I looked over at the sofa, a lumpy second-hand thing I'd found on the curb 3 months ago. Adrian was lying there, a threadbare wool blanket pulled up to his waist. He was still pale, the sharp, aristocratic lines of his face looking even more severe in the yellow glow of the single lamp. He was staring at the ceiling, his hands laced over his chest. He wasn't working. There were no tablets, no secure phones, no strategy servers. The most powerful man in Manhattan was now a man who had to wait for me to help him to the bathroom. "The soup is almost ready," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the small room. Adrian turned his head slowly. The icy blue of his eyes had faded into something softer, something more transparent. He looked at me, and I saw the effort it took for him to keep the machine from trying to restart. "I never realized how much noise a refrigerator makes," he whispered. His voice was still a ghost of a sound, a jagged rasp that made my heart ache. "It's the sound of the world, Adrian. It's not a boardroom, it's just life." I brought a bowl over to him and sat on the edge of the sofa. I blew on the spoon and held it to his lips. For a second, the old Adrian flared in his eyes, the man who didn't ask, the man who decided. I saw him prepare to refuse, to demand he do it himself. Then he stopped. He looked at the chipped ceramic spoon, then at me. He opened his mouth and took the soup. Surrender. It was a small thing, but in this room, it felt like the most significant deal he'd ever made. The trust is finalized, he said after a few minutes, his voice gaining a fraction of strength. Marcus called the payphone downstairs. The restitution fund for the families is being administered by a third party. The Blackwood name is officially off the tower. How does it feel? It feels like a weight I didn't know I was carrying has been lifted, he said. He reached out and took my hand. His fingers were thin, but his grip was still firm, the one thing the bullet hadn't taken. But it also feels like I've been stripped of my skin, Lena. Everything is so loud. Everything is so bright. That's just the light, Adrian. You've spent so long in the shadows you forgot what it looks like. The struggle wasn't just physical. It was the crushing, relentless reality of being normal. A week later, Adrian was strong enough to walk to the window. We stood there together, looking down at the street below. A group of teenagers was laughing on the corner. A woman was struggling with a stroller. A man was yelling into a cell phone about a missed delivery. It was a chaotic, messy tapestry of existence. They don't know, Adrian said, his forehead pressed against the glass. Know what? They don't know that their entire world nearly collapsed because a few men in a glass tower were bored. They don't know that the buildings they walk past are built on the bones of people just like them. Maybe they do know, I said. Maybe they just choose to keep moving anyway. Because that's what humans do, Adrian. We survive. He turned to me, pulling me into his arms. He was still fragile, his movements slow and careful, but the heat of him was returning. He buried his face in my neck, his breath warm against my skin. I want to be one of them, Lena. I want to be a man who just keeps moving. But the shadows of the past were not finished with us. The doorbell rang, a sharp, jarring buzz that made Adrian flinch. We weren't expecting anyone. No one knew we were here except Marcus, and Marcus used the payphone. I walked to the door, my hand on the chain. Who is it? A delivery, Ms. Carter, from the Blackwood estate. My blood turned to ice. I looked at Adrian. He had straightened his spine, the old predatory focus returning to his eyes. He motioned for me to stay back. I opened the door. There was no delivery driver. There was only a single black box sitting on the floor of the hallway. It was wrapped in heavy, expensive paper, tied with a silver silk ribbon. I brought it inside and set it on the kitchen table. Adrian stood over it, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. He didn't have to open it. He knew the scent of the paper. It smelled of ozone and dry ice. I untied the ribbon. Inside the box, resting on a bed of white silk, was a single, shattered piece of obsidian. It was a fragment of his old desk, and tucked under the stone was a note. The handwriting was sharp, elegant, and entirely without soul. The foundation might be gone, little brother, but the debt remains. You didn't just burn the empire, you burned my inheritance. And ashes, as you know, have a way of getting into everything. See you soon. Adrian gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles white. Vance, he whispered. He's not going to stop, is he? I asked, a wave of cold dread washing over me. He doesn't want the money, Adrian. He wants the fall. Vance believes in the machine more than our father ever did, Adrian said, his voice dropping to a low, lethal hum. He doesn't understand redemption. He only understands leverage, and he thinks he's found some. How? You gave everything away. You confessed. Adrian looked at the shattered obsidian. The Marais, Lena, the deeds I gave to the city were for the Manhattan land, but the Marais residence, the house where your mother lived, it wasn't part of the Blackwood corporate holdings. It was a private gift. And Vance knows that if he can prove the house was bought with embezzled funds from 30 years ago, he can tie you to the crime. He can make you a co-conspirator to my father. I felt the air leave my lungs. He's going after my mother's memory. Again. He's going after you to get to me, Adrian said. He reached out and took the note, crumpling it in his fist. He thinks that because I've lost my throne, I've lost my teeth. Adrian looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, the machine flickered back to life. But it was different now. It wasn't powered by greed or ambition. It was powered by a raw, protective fury. He wants a war. Adrian growled. Then he's forgotten who taught him how to fight. Adrian, you're not strong enough. I don't need to be strong, Lena. I just need to be ruthless. He walked to the closet and pulled out the one thing he had kept from his old life, a small, black leather briefcase. He opened it and pulled out a burner phone. Who are you calling? The only man who hates Vance more than I do, Adrian said, his eyes twin points of blue fire. Silas Vane. The scavenger, I asked, horrified. Adrian, you can't trust him. I don't trust him, Lena. I'm making him a deal. The kind of deal only a man with nothing left to lose can make. He dialed the number. The struggle of our new life had only just begun. We had walked away from the towers, we had surrendered the gold, but the shadows were refusing to fade. The fall wasn't an ending, it was a descent. And as Adrian spoke into the phone, his voice cold and commanding once again, I realized that the ruthless deal wasn't over. It was just changing its terms. Redemption was not a destination. It was a battle. And in the small, humming apartment in Queens, the first shot of the Second War had just been fired. Chapter 44, The Scorched Earth Policy. The rain didn't stop. It turned into a heavy, rhythmic downpour that washed the grid of Queens into the gutters, mirroring the way our past was trying to wash away the fragile peace we'd built. Adrian stood by the door of the apartment, struggling into his old overcoat. He looked like a shadow of the man who had once owned the skyline. His movements were stiff, his breath hitching every time he moved his left arm, the side where the bullet had torn through his reality. You can't go out there, Adrian, I said, my hand on his arm. The fever hasn't fully broken. You're barely standing. I'm standing enough to look Silas Vane in the eye, he rasped. He turned to me, and for a second the yellow light of the hallway caught the old, icy blue of his gaze. He's waiting at the Long Island City waterfront. If I don't show up, he'll think I'm dead. And in this world, Lena, if people think you're dead, they start carving up your remains. Let them have the remains. We walked away, remember. No more empires, no more deals. Vance isn't looking for an empire, Lena. He's looking for a massacre. Adrian reached out, his hand cupping my cheek. His palm was still hot with the lingering infection, but his touch was steady. He threatened you. He threatened your mother's memory. I can lose the money. I can lose the name, but I will not lose you to a man like my brother. He kissed me, a hard, desperate pressure that tasted of rain and iron, and then he was gone, the door clicking shut with a finality that made my stomach turn. The Long Island City waterfront was a graveyard of industrial ambition. Rusted cranes loomed over the black water like skeletal giants. The city across the river was a wall of light, but here, under the shadow of the Queensboro Bridge, there was only the sound of the rain and the rhythmic slosh of the tide against the rotted pilings. Adrian stood by a rusted chain-link fence, his coat collar turned up against the wind. A silver sedan, sleek and silent, pulled up to the curb. The headlights cut through the dark, illuminating the rain like falling diamonds. Silas Vane stepped out. He carried an umbrella, his suit perfectly tailored, his shoes polished to a mirror finish. He looked like a man who was still winning. "Adrian Blackwood," Silas said, his voice a smooth, oily purr. "I must say, the Queen's look is quite a departure for you. It's very gritty, very man of the people." "Save it, Silas," Adrian said. He didn't move. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking like a man who had nothing left to lose, which made him the most dangerous person on the pier. "You didn't drive across the bridge to discuss my fashion choices." "No, I came to see if the rumors were true." Silas stopped 5 feet away, the light of the bridge casting his face in sharp, skeletal shadows. "They say you've gone soft. They say you've traded your fangs for a girl and a walk-up apartment. They say Vance is about to erase you from the history books." "Vance is an amateur," Adrian said, his voice dropping to that low, lethal hum. "He thinks leverage is a photo or an old deed. He doesn't understand that true power is knowing where the bodies are buried, literally." Silas chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "And I suppose you're going to tell me you have a map." "I have better than a map, Silas. I have the keys to the vault Vance doesn't even know exists. The one our father kept in the Cayman Islands. It doesn't hold money. It holds the records of the Vane-Blackwood merger from 20 years ago. The one your father used to launder the Greek shipping funds." Silas's smile vanished. The umbrella tilted slightly as his hand tightened on the handle. "That's a bold lie, Adrian. Those records were destroyed in the fire." "Machine doesn't destroy anything, Silas. It just archives it." Adrian stepped forward into the light. He looked gaunt, he looked sick, but the sheer gravity of his presence made Silas take a step back. "I'm not the CEO anymore. I don't care about the stock. I don't care about the SEC. I am a man with a scorched earth policy. If Vance touches Lena Carter, I will release those files. I will burn your company, his estate, and the entire Blackwood legacy until there is nothing left but ash." "You destroy yourself in the process," Silas whispered. "I've already destroyed myself," Adrian growled. "That's my advantage. I'm already at the bottom. The only way for me to go is through you." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, encrypted flash drive, a decoy, but Silas didn't know that. He held it out in the rain. "Tell Vance to back off. Tell him the Mary's house is off limits. If I see another black box, if I hear another whisper of a conservatorship, I hit send. You'll be in a federal cell by Monday, and Vance will be a ghost." Silas stared at the drive. The rain drummed against his umbrella, a frantic, rhythmic sound. He looked at Adrian, the fallen king who was still dictating the terms of the war. "You really love her, don't you?" Silas asked, a genuine note of curiosity in his voice. "The machine actually found a heart." "The machine broke," Adrian said, "and the man is much less patient." Silas reached out and took the drive. He didn't say another word. He turned, stepped back into his silver car, and disappeared into the rain. Adrian returned to the apartment an hour later. He was shivering, his skin gray, his coat soaked through. He collapsed into my arms the moment he crossed the threshold, his weight nearly taking us both to the floor. I managed to get him to the sofa, stripping off his wet clothes and wrapping him in every blanket we owned. I held a cup of hot tea to his lips, my hands shaking. "Did you do it?" I whispered. "I made a deal," he murmured, his eyes closing as the exhaustion finally won. "Silas is a scavenger. He'll go to Vance. He'll tell him the cost of the war is too high. Vance won't risk his own skin for a grudge. He's a coward at heart." "You used a lie to save me," I said, looking at the man I had saved. "No," Adrian said, his voice drifting off. "I used the only thing I had left. I used the machine one last time, to make sure it can never hurt you again. He fell into a deep, feverish sleep. I sat beside him, watching the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. He had gone back to the waterfront. He had put on the mask. He had played the ruthless deal to protect the life we were trying to build. But as I looked at the crumpled note from Vance sitting on the kitchen table, I realized that redemption was a messy, dangerous business. We had walked away from the towers, but the towers were still falling. And as the hum of the real world continued outside, the sirens, the trains, the rain, I realized that Adrian Blackwood wasn't just a man. He was a survivor. And I was the woman who had taught him that some things are worth fighting for, even after the world thinks you've lost everything. The struggle wasn't over. But for tonight, the shadows were held at bay. And in the small, humming apartment in Queens, the ruthless deal was finally starting to feel like love. Chapter 45: The Price of the Peacock. The morning didn't start with a bang. It started with a vibration. The burner phone on the nightstand hummed against the wood, a frantic, persistent sound that pulled me out of a dream of cedar forests and Parisian rain. I reached for it, my eyes bleary, my heart already accelerating. In our world, the new, fragile world of queens and walk-ups, a phone call at 6:00 a.m. only meant one thing: the shadows had found us. I opened the news app. The headline was a jagged, black-and-white wound across the screen. The Scarlet Director: How Lena Carter Traded HER Mother's SECRETS for a Billionaire's Bed. My breath hitched. The room felt like it was spinning, the peeling wallpaper and the humming radiator blurring into a smear of gray. I scrolled down, my fingers numb. The article was a masterpiece of character assassination. It featured a photo of me from the Tokyo Gala, looking radiant in the emerald dress, juxtaposed with a grainy shot of my mother's grave in a neglected cemetery. It detailed her employment at the Marai's house. It claimed she was a high-end madam for the Blackwood elite, and that I had used her ledger of clients to blackmail Adrian into giving me the signature line. It was a lie so intricate, so disgusting, that it felt like a physical weight on my chest. It wasn't just a scandal. It was a desecration. Lena. Adrian's voice was a low, rough rasp from the sofa. He was sitting up, the blanket pooled at his waist, his eyes fixed on the phone in my hand. He didn't need to ask. He could see the wreckage in my face. Vance didn't take the deal, I whispered, my voice breaking. He didn't care about Sela's veins warnings. He went for the throat, Adrian. He's telling the world my mother was a criminal. He's telling them I'm a blackmailer. Adrian closed his eyes for a second, his jaw tightening so hard I heard the bone click. When he opened them, the machine wasn't there. Instead, there was a raw, agonizing clarity. He's trying to provoke a reaction, Adrian said, his voice gaining a lethal, quiet edge. He thinks if he drags you through the mud, I'll come out of hiding to defend you, and the court will use that as proof of my instability. He's using your reputation as bait for my downfall. I have to go to work, I said, standing up on shaky legs. Maria, the crew, if they see this. You can't go out there, Lena. The vultures will be waiting. I am not hiding, Adrian. I snapped, the fury finally boiling over. I spent my whole life being nobody, and then I spent a month being your secret. I am not going to let Vance Blackwood turn me into a ghost again. If they want a scandal, I'll give them a worker. I'm going to the job site. The job site in Long Island City was a gauntlet of flashing lights. As I stepped off the subway, the swarm descended. There were no black Maybachs here to shield me, no Marcus to push them back. Just me, in my work boots and denim jacket, carrying a toolbox that felt like a lead weight. Ms. Carter, did your mother keep a list of the board members? Lena, how much did Adrian pay for your silence? Is it true you're living in a tenement to avoid the SAC? I didn't answer. I kept my head down, my jaw set, my eyes fixed on the entrance to the warehouse we were renovating. I pushed through the crowd, the microphones grazing my shoulders, the cameras recording every smudge of exhaustion on my face. Out of the way. Maria, my boss, stepped out from the site. She was a wall of flannel and fury, a hammer in her hand. She shoved a cameraman back and grabbed my arm, pulling me into the safety of the construction zone. "You okay, kid?" she asked, her voice hushed as the shouting continued behind us. "I'm sorry, Maria. I didn't mean to bring this to your door." "Forget the door," Maria said, looking at me with a hard, honest kindness. "Is it true about your mother?" I looked at the blueprints on the table, the dust of the real world settling over the ink. "No, my mother was a gardener. She was a woman who made things grow in the dark. She was a victim of the Blackwoods, not their partner." "Then you stand tall," Maria said. "But you can't stay here today. It's a circus. Go home, Lena, before someone gets hurt." I didn't go home. I couldn't. I sat on a park bench by the river, watching the ferry cross the water toward the towers of Manhattan. The city looked beautiful and indifferent, a crown of glass that I had once thought I could wear. Then the crowd shifted. A black sedan, not a sleek, armored one, but a regular, battered taxi, pulled up to the curb near the park entrance. The door opened and Adrian stepped out. He shouldn't have been standing. Every step he took looked like a battle with gravity. He was wearing his black overcoat, but it hung loose on his gaunt frame. He didn't have security. He didn't have a plan. The paparazzi, who had been lingering near the park, realized who it was. The frenzy began again, but Adrian didn't look at them. He looked at me. He walked toward my bench, the cameras swirling around him like a storm of metallic locusts. He reached the bench and stopped. He didn't sit. He looked at the reporters, his blue eyes turning into shards of ice that could have cut the lens of every camera pointed at him. "You want a statement." Adrian's voice was low, but it carried a vibration that silenced the shouting. The reporters leaned in, their microphones thrust forward like spears. "Look at her," Adrian said, gesturing toward me. "Look at Lena Carter. She is sitting on a bench in Queens, wearing boots covered in the dust of a job she earned with her own hands. She is the only person I have ever met who didn't want a single cent of the Blackwood legacy." "What about her mother, Adrian?" a reporter shouted. "What about the Marais house?" Adrian took a step toward the reporter. The man flinched. "Lena's mother was the only light in a house built of shadows," Adrian said, his voice gaining a terrifying, terminal strength. "My father used her. He used her talent, her silence, and her kindness, and I followed in his footsteps. I brought Lena into my world to use her as a catalyst for my own wars. I am the criminal here, not her." He looked back at me, and in front of the world, in front of the flashing lights and the live-streamed feeds, Adrian Blackwood did something that was more powerful than any hostile takeover. He didn't kneel, his body was too broken for the physical gesture, but he bowed his head. He allowed his shoulders to slump, his gaze to drop. He made himself small. He surrendered his dominance, his pride, and his history in a single, silent moment of vulnerability. "I'm sorry, Lena," he whispered. It was loud enough for the microphones to catch. "I am sorry for the name I gave you. I am sorry for the life I took from you. You are the architect of the truth. I am just the man who was lucky enough to see it." The silence that followed was absolute. Adrian turned and walked back toward the taxi. He didn't look at the press again. He didn't give them a soundbite. He had given them the truth, and in doing so, he had stripped Vance of his leverage. You cannot blackmail a man who has already confessed to the world. I stood up and walked to him. I ignored the cameras. I ignored the shouting. I reached the taxi just as he was about to get in. Adrian, I said. He turned, his face etched with pain and a strange, new kind of peace. The machine is dead, Lena, he murmured. I think the man just burned the last of the gears. Come home, I said, taking his hand. We got into the taxi. As the car pulled away, leaving the vultures in the dust, I realized that the fall wasn't about losing the empire. It was about finding the man underneath the crown. Adrian had defended me, not as a boss or a billionaire, but as a human being who was finally learning the value of a soul. But as we drove through the streets of Queens, I saw the look in his eyes, a shadow of a trauma he hadn't yet faced. He had sacrificed his name, but the ghosts of the Blackwood legacy were still waiting for him. The struggle wasn't over. Redemption was a long road, but as the sun set over the river, I realized that for the first time. We weren't building a secret. We were building a life. Chapter 46, The Anatomy of a Ghost. The aftermath of the press conference didn't feel like a victory. It felt like the air in the Queen's apartment had been replaced by liquid lead. Adrian sat on the edge of the second-hand bed, his head bowed, his hands resting on his knees. The black suit jacket was gone, tossed onto a chair like a discarded skin. In the dim, flickering light of the street lamp outside, he looked less like a fallen king and more like a man waiting for a sentence he knew he deserved. I stood by the window, watching the rain tap against the glass, a rhythmic, persistent sound that felt like a countdown. The world was screaming our names. On the television, which I had muted, the news cycle was a blur of our faces, the Blackwood logo, and the word restitution. He had given them the truth. He had burned the throne to save my name. The fever is coming back, I said softly, breaking the silence. I walked over to him, reaching out to touch his forehead. He flinched, not away from me, but as if the very air was too sharp to bear. I don't care about the fever, Lena, he rasped. His eyes, when he looked up at me, were hollow. The icy blue was gone, replaced by a gray, haunted depth I had never seen, even in the darkness of the sub-basement. I told them everything. Why don't I feel free? Because you're still holding onto the last piece, Adrian. I sat beside him, the mattress groaning under our weight. I took his hand, the hand that had once signed million-dollar deals without a tremor, now shaking so violently it looked like it belonged to a stranger. Vance didn't just want the money, I said, my voice steady. He said my mother was the only one who knew about the account. He said the secret wasn't just a room, but a map. But I saw the ledger, Adrian. I saw the names. There's something else, isn't there? Something you didn't tell the press. Something you didn't even tell the vault. Adrian's grip on my hand tightened until it was painful. He looked toward the closet where his old leather briefcase sat in the shadows, the one piece of the empire he hadn't liquidated. My father didn't just build a company, Lena, Adrian whispered. He built a bloodline. He used to say that the Blackwood name was a parasite, that it needed a host to survive. He chose me to be that host. Vance was too erratic, too much like the old man's own darker impulses. But I was the perfect, empty vessel. What did he make you do, Adrian? He let out a jagged, broken breath. He stood up, pacing the tiny room, his shadow stretching across the peeling wallpaper like a monster. When I was 12, he started, his voice a low, rhythmic drone of trauma. My mother tried to leave. She had a bag packed. She was going to take me to the Marais, to the gardener's house, to your mother. I froze. I remembered the photograph, the boy with the green watering can. My father found her at the gate, Adrian continued, his eyes fixed on a point in the past I couldn't see. He didn't hit her. He didn't scream. He just looked at me. He handed me a folder, the first vulnerability analysis ever conducted. It was on your mother, Lena. It detailed every debt she had, every mistake she'd made in the art world. He stopped, his back to me. He told me that if I wanted my mother to stay, I had to be the one to sign the order to ruin yours. He told me that power was the ability to destroy the thing you loved to protect the thing you needed. He made a 12-year-old boy choose between his mother's freedom and a stranger's life. And you signed it, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. I signed it, Adrian said, turning to face me, tears finally spilling over his hollow cheeks. I signed the papers that put your mother in debt for 30 years. I am the reason she had to stay in the Marais. I am the reason she became a custodian of the lie. My father didn't just hire her, he owned her because I gave him the leash. The silence that followed was absolute. Everything I had ever known about my life, the struggles, the moves, the desperate nights counting pennies, it wasn't just bad luck. It was the result of a boy's impossible choice. It was the result of the machine being born. That's why you looked for me, I said, my voice thick with a new, sharper kind of pain. It wasn't just redemption, it was guilt. You didn't fall for me, Adrian. You fell for the debt you owed a dead woman. No, Adrian crossed the room in 2 strides, falling to his knees in front of me. He grabbed my hands, his face desperate. I looked for you because I wanted to fix the broken bowl. I thought if I gave you the world, I could erase the gold in the cracks. But then I saw you, and the machine died. I didn't love you because of the debt, Lena. I loved you because you were the only thing in my life that wasn't a calculation. But the secret, Vance said there was an account. Adrian reached into his pocket and pulled out the brass key to the vault, the one I had given back to him in the sub-basement. The account isn't money, Lena. It's the original shares of the company. The ones my father stole. They're still in your mother's name. She didn't just manage the documents. She was the legal owner of the foundation. My father used her as a straw man so the city could never seize the land. He pressed the key into my palm. You don't just own the secret, Lena. Technically, you own the land the tower stands on. You always did. My father died without ever telling me that the only way to save the empire was to give it back to you. I looked at the key. The silver and brass glinted in the dim light. I was the heir to the lie. Vance knows, I said. That's why he's so desperate. If the world finds out I'm the legal owner, his conservatorship is useless. He can't touch the assets. He'll kill for it, Adrian said, his voice hardening into a warning. He's already tried to kill me. If he finds out you have the key, he'll burn the city down to get it. I looked at the man on his knees, the ruthless billionaire who had dismantled his life to be honest, the boy who had been forced to be a monster. Let him try, I said, my voice cold with a new, lethal resolve. I stood up, pulling Adrian with me. He was weak, his body still fighting the trauma of the bullet and the infection, but his spirit was finally awake. The ruthless deal is over, Adrian. No more secrets, no more ghosts. I looked toward the door. Vance thinks he's hunting a broken man and a girl from Queens. He's forgotten that the gardener's daughter knows exactly how to handle weeds. Adrian looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of the old fire, not the fire of the machine, but the fire of the man. What are we going to do? He asked. We're going back to the Marais, I said. One last time. If the secret started there, it's going to end there. We're going to find the original deeds, and we're going to give Vance the only thing he actually deserves. Which is the truth, I said, and the consequences that come with it. The struggle was no longer about survival. It was about legacy. As we stood in the small, humming apartment, the shadows of the past finally began to retreat. We weren't hiding anymore. We were preparing for the final harvest. The machine was dead. The man was rising. And the architect of the truth was finally ready to take her seat at the table. Chapter 47, The Harvest of SHADOWS. The Marais was not the sanctuary it had been. As we stepped out of the hired car and into the rain-slicked courtyard, the ancient limestone walls seemed to pull back, as if the house itself was recoiling from the secrets we were bringing home. The scent of jasmine was gone, replaced by the sharp metallic tang of the Parisian winter and the heavy, damp smell of earth. Adrien leaned heavily on me, his breath hitching with every step. He had refused a wheelchair at the airport. He had refused a cane. He wanted to walk into this house as a man, even if it cost him the last of his strength. "The light is on in the library," I whispered, my hand tightening on the brass key in my pocket. "He's here," Adrien rasped. He straightened his spine, the old, dominant silhouette of the CEO momentarily flicking into existence through the fog of his pain. He couldn't wait for the lawyers. Vance always was a vulture. He likes his meat while it's still warm. I pushed open the heavy oak door. It didn't groan this time. It swung open silently, as if the house had already surrendered. We walked through the foyer. The shadows I had once found beautiful now felt like bruises on the walls. We reached the library, the green-shaded lamp casting a sickly, emerald glow across the mahogany desk where my mother's sketches still lay. Vance Blackwood was sitting in the high-backed leather chair, Adrien's chair. He was holding a crystal glass of amber liquid, swirling it slowly. He looked up as we entered, his eyes twin points of flat, blue ice. He didn't look surprised. He looked like a man watching the final act of a play he had already written. "You're late, Adrien," Vance said. His voice was a mirror of the one I'd heard in the hospital, cold, clinical, and devoid of any human heat. "I expected you 3 hours ago." "But I suppose the variable slowed you down." He looked at me, his gaze scanning my simple navy dress and my rain-soaked hair with a look of profound boredom. "Lena Carter, the girl who thinks she can outrun a bloodline. Tell me, have you found the deed yet? Or are you still looking for your mother's soul in the charcoal?" "I found the truth, Vance," I said, stepping forward, leaving Adrien to steady himself against a bookshelf. "I found out that this house, the foundation of the tower, and every cent you're trying to steal, it doesn't belong to you. It never did." Vance let out a low, rattling laugh. He stood up, the light of the lamp catching the sharp, predatory lines of his face. "Legal technicalities, ma chérie. My father used your mother because she was a disposable ghost. No court in New York is going to grant the Blackwood fortune to a girl from Queens based on an 80-year-old straw man agreement. I have the conservatorship papers. I have the board's support. I have the machine." "You have a hollow shell," Adrien growled from the shadows. He took a step into the light, his face pale, his eyes burning with a desperate, terminal fire. "The board is a pack of wolves, Vance. The moment the restitution fund was announced, they started eating each other to avoid the SEC. You're not the heir to an empire. You're the captain of a shipwreck." "Then I'll sell the wood for kindling," Vance snapped, his composure finally slipping. He walked around the desk, stopping inches from Adrien. "Give me the key, brother. Give me the original deeds. If I burn them, the truth dies with you. I can still save the name." "The name is already dead," Adrien said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the brass cylinder. He didn't give it to Vance. He held it up, the metal glinting in the green light. "You want the foundation. It's right here. But it doesn't open a vault of money, Vance. It opens a vault of evidence. The records of the torchbearers. The proof of the murders. The history you've spent your life trying to pretend you weren't part of." Vance's hand went to the inside of his coat, a quick, practiced movement. "I'll kill you both," Vance whispered. "I'll kill you, and I'll tell the world the director did it in a fit of jealous rage. I'll be the grieving brother who finally restores order." He pulled out a small, sleek pistol. It was a professional's weapon, silent, efficient, and final. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I walked to the desk and picked up the sketches, my mother's drawings. "Look at the shadows, Vance," I said, my voice as cold as the rain outside. "You told me the secret was a map. You were right, but you forgot one thing. My mother wasn't just a gardener, she was a protector." I turned the light of the green lamp toward the wall behind the desk. In the Marai's house, I had designed the lighting to mimic the secret aesthetic, but I had used my mother's geometry to place the fixtures. As the light hit the plaster, the shadows of the bookshelf shifted, forming a perfect, dark silhouette on the wall. A hawk, not the onyx hawk, not the phoenix. The silhouette revealed a hidden panel in the limestone, one that had been there for 30 years, waiting for the right angle of light to be revealed. "The original deeds aren't in New York, Vance," I said. "Adrian thought they were, you thought they were, but my mother knew better. She knew that the only way to protect a secret is to hide it in the only place you ever felt safe." I walked to the wall and pressed the center of the hawk silhouette. The panel didn't slide. It fell inward, revealing a small, velvet-lined cavity. Inside sat a single, iron-bound ledger. It was older than the one in the sub-basement. It was the original. Vance lunged for it, but Adrian was faster. Despite the bullet wound, despite the fever, Adrian threw himself at his brother. It wasn't a corporate maneuver. It was a raw, primal brawl between the man and the monster. They crashed into the mahogany desk, the green lamp shattering on the floor, plunging the room into a chaotic, flickering darkness. "Lena." "Get the ledger," Adrian roared. I grabbed the book. It was heavy, smelling of old leather and the ghosts of my past. I heard a gunshot, a sharp, muffled crack that seemed to rattle the very foundation of the house. "Adrian," I screamed. The room went silent. The only light came from the moonlight through the high windows. I saw two figures on the floor. One was still. The other was struggling to stand. A figure rose from the wreckage of the desk. He was holding his side, his white shirt once again blooming with a dark, wet stain. He looked at the man on the floor, Vance, whose eyes were wide and vacant, a single, dark hole in the center of his forehead. Adrian looked at me. He was trembling, his eyes full of a raw, agonizing grief. "He's gone," Adrian whispered. He slumped against the wall, sliding down until he was sitting on the floor, the pistol dropping from his hand with a heavy thud. I ran to him, falling to my knees in the glass and the shadows. I gripped the ledger to my chest with one hand and held his face with the other. "Is it over?" I asked, my voice shaking. "It's over," Adrian said. He looked at the ledger in my hand. "The empire is yours, Lena. The truth is yours. There are no more Blackwoods left to tell you what to do." "I don't want the empire, Adrian." "I know," he breathed, a small, crooked smile touching his lips. "That's why you're the only one who can destroy it." He closed his eyes, his head resting against the limestone. The Marai's was finally silent. The ghosts had been fed. The ruthless deal had been paid in full, with blood and fire and the wreckage of a bloodline that had lived too long in the dark. I looked at the ledger. I looked at the man I had saved, the boy who had finally grown out of the shadows. We were in the wreckage. We were in the rain. We were in the middle of a scandal that would change the world. But as the Parisian police sirens began to wail in the distance, I realized that for the first time. The secret wasn't a burden. It was the foundation of something real. The fall was finished. The redemption had begun. And as the light of the morning began to bleed through the windows of the Marais, I knew that the architect of the truth had finally finished her design. Chapter 48: Aftermath of the Marais. The French sirens didn't scream like the ones in New York. They wailed with a mournful, undulating pitch that seemed to acknowledge the tragedy of what had happened inside the limestone walls of the Marais. I sat on the floor, the heavy iron-bound ledger still clutched to my chest. My dress was ruined, stained with dust, glass, and the dark, indelible mark of Adrian's struggle. I didn't care. I watched the French gendarmerie move through the library with a practiced, somber efficiency. They didn't see the secret. They didn't see the kintsugi scars. They only saw a dead man in a charcoal coat and a wounded man leaning against a wall of lies. Adrian was being tended to by a medic. His eyes were fixed on me, never wavering, even as they cut away the blood-soaked fabric of his shirt. He looked like a man who had finally reached the end of a very long, very dark tunnel. The tension that had defined his face for as long as I'd known him had evaporated, replaced by a profound, hollow exhaustion. He was no longer a king. He was no longer a machine. He was just Adrian. Ms. Carter. A lead inspector stood over me. He was an older man with a gray mustache and eyes that had seen too many family wars end in blood. He looked at the ledger in my hands. "This is the documentation," he asked in accented English. "This is the truth," I said, my voice sounding like it came from miles away. "Everything is in here. The original deeds, the record of the bribes, the history of the torchbearers. It's the foundation of the Blackwood Tower." The inspector took the book with a gloved hand. He handled it as if it were an unexploded bomb. In many ways, it was. "Mr. Blackwood has already made a statement," the inspector said, glancing toward Adrian. "He says he fired in self-defense. He says his brother was attempting to destroy evidence of a century-old crime. Is this your testimony as well?" I looked at Vance, lying still in the shadows of the desk he had so desperately wanted to occupy. I thought about the gunshot, the desperate lunges, and the way Adrian had stood between me and the end of the world. "Vance Blackwood was a ghost who wanted to become a god," I said. Adrian was just the man who stopped him. The week that followed was a hurricane of international headlines. The story of the Marais showdown broke across every news wire before the sun had even risen over the Seine. But this time, the narrative wasn't about a scandalous romance or a billionaire's instability. It was about the total, catastrophic dismantling of an American dynasty. Adrian and I remained in Paris, sequestered in a private clinic under the protection of the French authorities. He was healing physically, at least. The bullet wound from New York had been re-aggravated, but the spirit that had been dying for years seemed to be finding a strange, quiet strength. He didn't check the stocks. He didn't call the board. He spent his days by the window, watching the gray Parisian sky. "They're calling it the Blackwood liquidation," I said, sitting on the edge of his bed. I held up a newspaper. "The board has dissolved. The SEC is seizing the domestic assets. The tower is being converted into public housing and a community center, as per the restitution agreement." Adrian didn't look at the paper. He reached out and took my hand. His fingers were thin, but they were no longer trembling. "And the ledger?" he asked. "It's in the hands of the international investigators. The names of the families, the ones my mother was paid to keep quiet, they're being reached out to. Every cent of the private trust is being funneled into reparations. There's nothing left, Adrian. The empire is officially ashes." "Good," he whispered. He looked at me, a flicker of the old blue returning to his eyes. "I want to be the man who owns nothing, Lena. I want to see if I'm still worth something when the bank account is zero. You're worth more than the gold they're melting down, I said, but the fall wasn't over. Redemption, as Adrian was learning, carried a heavy interest rate. 2 days later, Marcus arrived. He looked different without the Blackwood crest on his lapel. He was wearing a simple trench coat, looking like a man who had finally retired from a war he never wanted to fight. He carried a single black leather briefcase, the final one. The French authorities have cleared you for travel, Marcus said, standing at the foot of Adrian's bed. The New York DA has accepted the self-defense plea.